This scholar is overpowered. Chapter 32. Reconciliations. After being discharged from the arena infirmary, Zero decided not to stay and watch the rest of the tournament, since he already determined that the rest of the participants didn't seem like they were associated with the culling. He said his goodbyes and wished both Kenna and Rahul luck on their matches, exiting to the participants' parking lot. Zero sat on the curb, browsing through his phone as the arena entrance bodyguards chattered quietly amongst themselves. Several unknown numbers filled his texts and voicemails, most of them offers to join their guild. Zero smiled gleefully when he saw the 250,000 gold deposit notification for his account, but it soon disappeared when he realized he was another 100,000 short for his father's surgery. Sighing as he slipped his phone away in his pocket, Zero thought back to his father, then drifted towards the main reason why he participated in the tournament in the first place. Amaya had said their source was certain that a member of the culling had infiltrated the tournament, but so far, Zero had not seen any suspicious activity from the participants. He considered the possibility of the officials being one of them, but again, his perfect analysis had determined the ones he checked to be normal. The strongest official was an A rank like him. Could they be hiding in the audience? Zero murmured to himself. It wasn't a far-off idea, but nearly everyone including the officials themselves were thoroughly scanned before entry. Stumped, Zero tried to think of other ways the members of the culling could have infiltrated the tournament, but came up with nothing. Maybe the source was wrong. The familiar roar of Amaya's black sports car shook him out of his thoughts as it pulled up in front of him. No matter how many times Zero saw it, it never failed to impress him. "Hey," Amaya rolled down the window and greeted him. "Good job out there." "Thanks." Zero hopped into the passenger seat and strapped himself in. "Were you watching with my dad and Nala?" "Why yet?" Amaya seemed a little awkward. "She's waiting at the hospital with your dad." "Cool." Zero noticed her shift in behavior. "You all right?" Amaya hesitated for a moment as they pulled out of the parking lot. "Yet, I am." As they drove onto the street and towards the hospital Zero's father resided at, the liaison glanced at him from the side. "Well, to be honest, he told us a little about your past. Stuff about your mom." "Oh." Zero frowned. It did feel strange to have his business being told to his friends, but it wasn't like he wanted to hide it or anything. If anything, Zero was more annoyed that Amaya and Nala heard it from his father rather than him. The silence stretched between them as they continued to drive. Zero looked out of the window, watching the people walking by on the sidewalk. Even though he'd lived in the city all his life, he never got tired of the sight. "Don't worry, he didn't tell us anything besides what you've already said." Amaya glanced at Zero, then back at the road. "He's just worried about you, that's all. He knows you're going through a lot right now, and he just wants to make sure you have someone to lean on." "A couple years too late for that," Zero muttered under his breath. While he was thankful that his father cared about him, there was still a part of him that resented Zero for seemingly abandoning him until now. He knew it wasn't fair, since Zero did contribute by not reaching out as well, and it made it worse that his father was sick. At any rate, Zero did feel as if they were on the right path to patching things up. He pushed aside the conflicting thoughts within his mind, deciding that he'd see where his relationship with his father would go. "Oh, right," Zero began. "The 250,000 gold hit my account. I'm about 100 gold short now." "No worries," Amaya smiled at him. "Nala and I already set aside 150,000. "Holy shit, really?" Zero's face lit up as he looked at Amaya, incredulous. He hadn't expected his friends to help him out with the money, but the thought of them doing so made him feel warm inside. It was a bit of a blow to his pride, but he wasn't about to turn down their generosity. "Yep. We can go ahead and schedule the surgery for tomorrow." The hospital came into view, its familiar towers looming over the neighborhood. Amaya expertly navigated the car through the crowded parking lot and found a spot not too far from the entrance. "Well," she said, turning to face Zero, let's go see your dad, shall we? The pair went up to Tiro's room, where they found him laughing with Nala, a rare expression on the Shade Reaper. Hey, Dad, Ciro said as he and Amaya joined them. Ciro, Tiro smiled at his son. I watched your match. It was incredible. Thanks, Dad, Ciro replied with a grin as he sat down next to him. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We'll leave you two alone, Amaya nodded to them as she and Nala walked out. So, Ciro awkwardly began after they left. I got the deposit from the association. Amaya said that we can go ahead and schedule your surgery for tomorrow. Tiro's face lit up with surprise. Really? Yeah. Hopefully the timing of everything works out and I somehow am able to make it back from the tournament or something. Ciro made a face. In the event that I do make it all the way to the finals, I'm not sure if I'll be able to be here for your surgery. Don't worry about that, son. Just focus on your tournament. I'm sure things will work out. And who knows, maybe you'll make it to the finals, and I'll get to see you after my surgery, Tiro said with a smile. But even if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You've already made me proud. There it was again, the pride that Ciro had always longed for from his father. It was nice to hear his father say that, even if it felt a bit unreal. Thanks, Dad. Well, we'll see what happens. Afterwards, the father and son grew silent, watching the matches on the screen. It seemed as though Raul and Kana had won their matches already. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Ciro, Tiro finally said. I know I wasn't the best dad. I should have done more. Ciro looked his father in the eyes for a moment. It's fine, he quietly began. It was a different time back then. We were both dealing with loss. But I could have done better, Tiro insisted. I could have been there for you. Dad, you did the best you could. Honestly, I can understand what was going through your mind at the time. After I left, I was pretty angry at you, and I'm sure you felt the same way. I don't regret leaving like I used to, Ciro continued, but I think we both learned from it. I mean, look at us now. We're here, together. And I'm not giving up on anything anymore, either. I think we can make this work. And I'll make sure to be there for you, the same way I wish you had been there for me. Tiro smiled at his son, his eyes welling up with tears. I'd like that, Ciro. I'd like that very much. They sat in peaceful silence, diverting their attention back to the television. Ciro felt a little better about his feelings towards his father, but there was still a lingering hurt when he thought about the past few years when he was at his lowest. He swallowed his anger, wanting to enjoy the time with his father instead. Ciro watched on screen as Elena easily won her match with that large reptile familiar of hers. He wondered if she had any other familiars at her disposal, and the competition was just too underwhelming to make her summon them. A knock at the door caught the father and son's attention as it swung open. With a jolt, Ciro realized he recognized the doctor. Although it had been a few years since his mother's death, there was no mistake in Ciro's mind as he saw the same man who had taken care of her when she fell ill. The man had gray hair, neatly trimmed and combed. His face was lightly weathered with lines, round spectacles perched on his nose, and a kind smile that seemed to light up the room. His olive eyes gleamed with warmth as he noticed the two. Ciro felt a pang in his heart as he recognized the doctor. Hello, Ciro. It's good to see you again, the doctor said, stepping into the room. I'm here to check on your father. He's been doing quite well since his last checkup. Dr. Melak. Ciro croaked as painful memories flooded back to him. It's good to see you too. I didn't expect to see you here. Dr. Melak chuckled. Yes, well, with the entire world having been flipped upside down, I find myself in a bit of a unique position. I was more than happy to take up a post here in the center of the 25th zone. He smiled at Ciro. I saw your match yesterday. Who knew you would become an ascendant and a strong one at that? Tiro cleared his throat, unable to meet the doctor's gaze. I'm proud of him, doctor. He's been working hard. Yes, if only Val could see him now. Dr. Melek said endearingly. While he knew the doctor meant it as a kind gesture, Ciro couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at the mention of his mother's name. Thanks, doctor, he managed to say, his voice shaky. I wished she could have been here, too. Dr. Melek nodded, turning back to Tiro. Now, as I have discussed with the two ladies outside, I am under the impression that you have the funds to continue with this surgery, correct? Tiro nodded, swallowing hard. Yes, doctor. My son has saved up enough for it. Dr. Melek smiled at them both. That's wonderful news. We can proceed with the surgery tomorrow as soon as you are both ready. In the meantime, I'll leave you two to enjoy the rest of the day. He turned to leave, pausing for a moment before he spoke again. You know, Ciro, I've always believed that you were destined for great things. Your mother felt it too. Just remember that, no matter what challenges life throws at you, you can always overcome them. Oh, Ciro blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting that from someone he hadn't seen in a couple of years. Thanks. Dr. Melek nodded before leaving the room. As the door closed behind him, Tiro turned to face his son. There was a sadness in his eyes that Ciro couldn't quite understand. Ciro, he began, his voice thick with emotion. I want you to know that I am proud of you. You've come so far, and I'm so grateful that you are here with me today. Dad? Ciro shook his head. Why are you acting like this will be the last time I'll see you? Tiro smiled sadly. I just want to say all these things while I can, Ciro. I'm not sure how much time we have left together, but I want you to know that I love you, and I'm proud of you. You've worked so hard, and you deserve every bit of happiness that comes your way. A lump formed in Ciro's throat, catching him by surprise. At first, he felt confused by his father's emotional words. But then his anger crept back, simmering within him. Why couldn't his father have said this earlier, before he left, or even when they were apart? Why did it have to be now, when he was this ill? Save that for after your surgery, Dad. Ciro did his best to keep his frustration in check. Telling me this now doesn't feel right. Tiro's face clouded over, and he reached out to take Ciro's hand. I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty or anything, Ciro. I want you to know how I feel. He paused for a moment. You don't know the success rate of the surgery, do you? Ciro frowned. No, why? Just then, the gradual heaviness that had grown on Tiro's face finally registered to Ciro. He felt a cold, sinking feeling in his stomach. Out of the 200 or so mono organ transplant surgeries in the last year, only 5 of them were successful. Chapter 33, The Student's Student. Ciro tried his best to engage in the conversation when Nala and Amaya came back into the room, but found himself still reeling from learning of the rate of success. He tried to force his rationality to activate, but to no avail. It was also unsettling to see his father act as if nothing was wrong, talking up a storm with the 2 women. Ciro figured either they were unaware of the ridiculously low success rate or they were simply in denial. He could hardly blame them for that, though. It was easier to hope for the best, to pretend that everything would turn out all right, than to face the harsh reality that might be waiting around the corner. Champion, Afiel's voice spoke softly in his thoughts, her voice gentle and reassuring. Everything will be okay. Thanks, Afiel, Ciro sighed to himself. I guess I need some time to process all of this. Of course. I am always here if you need me. Hey, I'm going to grab something from the vending machines. Ciro stood up and stretched, figuring some time alone to himself would ease his mind. You guys want anything? Both Amaya and Tiro shook their heads, but Nala's attention eagerly snapped to Ciro. 2 packs of sour strips, please, Nala requested, her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. And can you get some of those chocolate bars with the caramel filling? The big ones. Oh, and a fizz soda. Yeah, okay. Zero said with a weird look as he stepped out. In the hallway, Zero paused for a moment to take a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. The low success rate of his father's surgery weighed heavily on him, but he couldn't afford to lose hope. He forced his rationality to activate, this time with success as it worked to calm his nerves and clear his head. Zero walked down to the end of the hallway, where the vending machines were. His eyes twitched at the prices of Nala's snacks, but he bought them regardless. Hey, mister. Are you the scholar fraud? Zero whirled around then tilted his head down at the small boy standing there. He looked about 10, with messy brown hair and large, pale orange curious eyes. He was dressed in khaki shorts and a t-shirt, with a visitor's tag that read Casey stuck to his chest. The boy had his arms folded as he glanced up at Zero with a determined look. I'm a scholar, yes. Zero shifted the snacks in his arms to hold them better. Whose kid was this? The boy named Casey nodded in confirmation. So, you're the dirty fraud. Zero fought the urge to punt the brat down the hallway. He gazed at Casey for a moment, feeling his rationality activating. What do you want, kid? Zero managed to keep his temper in check. I watched you on TV, the boy began. There's no way you're that strong. Zero raised an eyebrow. You've got me there. I suppose it must be some sort of conspiracy, then. Or maybe. I don't know. Maybe I actually am. Casey frowned. I'm not that stupid. If you're really that strong, then prove it. For a moment, Zero stared at him. He glanced around the peaceful atmosphere of the hallway. And how do you think I should do that? We're in a hospital, you know. Casey unfurled his arms and gazed directly into Zero's eyes. There was a fire in his eyes, a hunger that desired strength. Zero found it hard to believe that such a young child could have that sort of look. Teach me how to become strong, then. Zero blinked in surprise, caught off guard by Casey's request. He slipped the snacks into his shadow shift space. And what makes you think I'd want to teach you? He knelt down to Casey's level. To prove to me that you're strong. The boy replied evenly. Zero felt his irritation rising again and had to remind himself that Casey was just a kid. Still, his bold attitude was something even Zero had to admire about the boy. Sorry kid, Zero shook his head. First off, you're way too young to be thinking about getting strong. Second, are you even an ascendant? Yeah, I am. My sponsor is Hanuman, god of strength and courage. I am a warrior class. Casey glared defiantly at Zero. A quick analysis told him that Casey did have a mana aura, but it was far greater than what a warrior class should have. Zero narrowed his eyes. Champion, he seems to be telling the truth, though I cannot verify who his god is. Afiel confirmed in his thoughts. I also doubt he is a warrior. All right, I believe you are an ascendant. But you're definitely not a warrior. Zero met the boy's gaze. I am. Casey hesitated for a moment. Okay, fine, I'm not. I'm a mage class, but that doesn't matter. Will you teach me or not? Zero took a slow, deep breath, searching through Casey's eyes. He didn't see any malice, just determination and a spark of something else. Zero couldn't quite put his finger on it. Why? He finally spoke, curious as to why this boy wanted to learn from him. For what reason would you need to grow stronger at your age? Because. Casey looked away. Because my grandma's sick with the outbreak plague. She's raised me ever since my parents left me on her doorstep, and I want to be able to take care of her. Zero considered this for a moment. He didn't have any personal experience with family, considering his mother wasn't around anymore and he recently found his father again, but he could understand the desire to protect those you cared for. And even though this kid was brash and had the audacity to call him a fraud, there was something genuine about him. In fact, Zero admitted to seeing a part of himself within the boy. Fine, Zero sighed as he stood up. I'll see what I can do. Casey looked taken aback. Zero figured he expected the scholar to continue resisting. Oh, the boy stammered. I mean, right. Thank you. Casey bowed his head. Yeah, whatever. Zero waved a hand dismissively, slightly embarrassed by the act. I'm not the best at teaching, but I'll do my best after the tournament. Why not now? Casey looked back up at him, his eyes shining with determination and excitement. Zero couldn't help but think of Enzo. Did he feel the same way when he trained him? My father. I have to make sure he's fine first. Zero slipped past Casey towards Tiro's room. I'll see you around soon, though. Even though Zero said his goodbyes, he didn't expect Casey to follow him back to his father's room. Sitting off to the corner, Zero watched as Casey quickly befriended not only Tiro, but Amaya and Nala as well. My grandma has the sickness too, Casey finished explaining, sitting at the edge of Tiro's bed. And since she's the only one taking care of me, I have to stay here with her. I take classes online. How long have you guys been here? Nala asked, nibbling on her sour strips. About a month or two. I don't know, I lost track of time. Casey replied, chewing on the chocolate Nala shared with him. It's just been you and your grandma here all this time. Amaya asked, looking concerned for the boy. No other friends or family? Yup. My parents abandoned us a few years back, and we never saw them again. I don't really have friends, either. I'm sorry to hear that, Casey. Tiro smiled reassuringly. But, I think that your grandma really appreciates you being here. Thanks, Mr. Tiro, Casey said softly. He paused for a moment, then continued, I just want to be strong enough to take care of her, you know? That's why I asked Mr. Fraud to teach me. I mean, Mr. Zero. Zero's eyes twitched. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why did you want Zero to teach you? Wouldn't another mage be better? Amaya asked, making it a point not to glance at Zero, who felt his irritation rising again. Because I saw what he can do on TV, Casey replied, his mouth covered in chocolate. If he can keep getting back up after taking all those hits, then so can I. And plus, his skills are cool. Well, most of his skills are ripped off of other ascendants. Nala bluntly interjected. That's true. Casey pondered for a moment. But, he's still good at taking hits. Maybe he's just really good at acting like he's taking hits, Nala retorted, earning a snicker from Amaya. Okay, I'm sitting right here, Zero spoke up, annoyed at how casually they were talking about him. And no, every hit was real, and they hurt like he caught himself. And they hurt real bad. I believe you, son, Tiro smiled, looking back at the kid. I'm sure Zero will help you grow stronger, Casey. He's gotten this strong in so little time, after all. If he's no good, then I can also teach you magic. Amaya leaned in closer to Casey. I'm a spellblade, so I advanced from the mage class. Me too, Nala chipped in as she sipped her soda. Advanced as a Shade Reaper. Casey's eyes shone with wonder at the two women, apparently forgetting about Zero already. Zero sighed, watching as the matches on TV concluded. The sun was beginning to set outside, painting the sky in a gradient of red and orange. Just a little while ago, Zero had been spiraling with the knowledge of the surgery's low success rate, but meeting Casey and the laughter of the group now had helped him cast aside his worries. Ah, my little bookworm looks so content. Zero didn't have to turn his head to know that Kit had popped into the room. The other four quickly noticed her presence, surprised at the newcomer. Hi there. I'm Kit, nice to meet you. The Paradox smiled at Tiro and Casey. Instead of the tournament uniform Zero had gotten used to, she defaulted back to her dark blue jeans and a brown short-sleeved shirt, complete with black boots. "Oh, I'm Tiro. Zero's father," he said, completely mesmerized by her. Casey wasn't as enthralled, but he did look at her in awe. "I'm Casey, Mr. Zero's student." "What?" Kit glanced back at Zero with a mischievous gleam in her mismatched eyes. "Enzo's student has a student of his own." "No, it's not like never mind." Zero gave up trying to explain. "Are you my son's girlfriend?" Tiro suddenly asked, shocking everyone in the room. Amaya's jaw dropped, Nala raised an eyebrow, and Casey simply glanced at everyone. Only Kit seemed unperturbed. Am I?" Kit smirked as she slinked over to Zero. "I'm sure he'd love that, but sadly, no." "What are you doing here, Kit?" Zero tried to change the topic, feeling his face heat up. "Oops, that's right," Kit tilted her head. "Your teacher wants to meet up with you. Treat you out to dinner or something along those lines." The Paradox glanced at the others. "You guys wouldn't mind if I steal him for a moment, do you? I promise to bring him back." "Of course, go ahead," Tiro agreed before Zero could say anything. "I've got good company here." "Wait, hold on." "Yeah, Nala and I will keep your father company until visiting hours are over, right?" Amaya asked the Shade Reaper, who nodded nonchalantly. "Mr. Zero, I'll make sure your dad is safe." Casey pounded a fist over his chest. "Well, that settles it," Kit smiled down at Zero. "Come on." Chapter 34, A Gathering of the Elites. Half expecting Kit to divert his attention so that she could use her cat Paradox, she once again subverted his expectations as they simply walked out of the hospital. They reached her car, which was a deep shade of red, almost black. It sat low, nearly touching the ground, its chrome wheels sparkling under the sunset. Zero couldn't tell which sports car he liked better, Kit's or Maya's. "Does everyone own a nice car?" Zero muttered as he marveled at how the doors opened upwards instead of sideways. "Or is it just something the rich can afford?" Kit giggled as they stepped in, a scent of cleanliness wafting up Zero's nose. "Nope, this is Enzo's car. I don't really need a vehicle, remember?" "What? He just let you borrow his car?" Zero asked, surprised. "Technically no," the Paradox stuck her tongue out, then reached over and opened the glove box. "But it is a nice way to keep you distracted." "Keep me distracted?" Zero asked, as he glanced into the glove box, seeing tiny bottles of liquor neatly arranged in rows. "Distracted from what?" "We're here." Kit smirked as she got out of the car. With a start, Zero glanced around, seeing that they were parked in front of the familiar Korean barbecue restaurant. He realized the Paradox had tricked him once again, but he had to admit that it was clever. The pair walked inside, catching sight of the demonic judge already sitting at a table by himself. He had taken off his suit jacket, his sleeve cuffs rolled up. He noticed the two and nodded in acknowledgement. "Kit." "Zero." Enzo greeted the two as they sat down across from him. "Hey, Enzo." Zero took in the sight of all the meat and alcohol that sat on the table. Some of the meat was already on the grill, cooking, and drafting an aroma that made Zero's stomach growl. "I saw your matches." Enzo jumped straight in, pouring out 2 shots of liquor into some glasses. "Not bad." "Thanks." A small sense of pride rose up in Zero, but he stifled it, anticipating Enzo's next words. To his surprise, the demonic judge simply slid a glass over to Kit, raising his own in toast to Zero. Kit smirked and took her glass, clinking it against Enzo's, then downed it with him. "That's it?" Zero asked, unsure of how to proceed. "What do you mean?" Enzo raised an eyebrow. "You expected me to say something else. Or, did you want to drink with us?" Kit leaned against Zero's shoulder and looked up with a playful gaze. "And no, I was just... Zero glanced away from her, his face burning in embarrassment. Sorry, I was just expecting you to be like, but don't get too full of yourself. The demonic judge snorted, amused. I've seen enough, he said, pouring himself another shot. You're not that bad. You've got spirit, Zero. And I've seen enough of that in the tournaments to know it can take you far. You've got the fundamentals down pat. You've just been lacking in confidence. That's something you can work on, yet. Confidence? This little bookworm. Kit raised an eyebrow. Have you even met him? Maybe confidence wasn't the right word. Enzo sat back and crossed his arms. More like, drive? I'm not exactly sure how to describe it. While you've been fighting well, you still seem stiff. In your matches, you fought as if you were trying to win, not as if you've already won. Does that make sense? I guess. Zero replied, not really getting the demonic judge's point. Whatever. Enzo sighed as he poured Kit a shot as well. You've exceeded expectations. That's good enough for now. As the two S-ranks downed their drinks once more, Zero felt himself glowing with pride from Enzo's praise. Though he still wasn't sure what Enzo meant, at least it didn't sound that bad. Anyway, Enzo bared his teeth after taking his shot. I didn't call you out here just to celebrate your wins. I figured. Zero nodded his thanks as Kit loaded his plate with cooked meat. I have a feeling you want to know what I found out during the tournament. Good instincts, Enzo admitted with a wolfish grin. But, not exactly. Amaya and Kit already relayed what you've told them. Cassandra and Max confirmed your observations. Who's Cassandra and Max? The main reason why I called you out here is to partially make good on my promise. Enzo held up a finger to stop Zero. I trust that Kit gave you my message. Message. Zero thought back to their previous conversations. Something along the lines of you saying good luck or I'll beat your ass. Wait, meeting some of the other janitors. He began to salivate, and it wasn't because of the aroma of the food. The demonic judge chuckled and shared a glance with Kit. Yet. I invited Cassandra and Max to come as well. Enzo then made a face. And the old man. As if on cue, Zero sensed an outrageously powerful presence emitting from the restaurant entrance. He whirled around, seeing the door open and Gregor stepping inside as the last customer walked past him. Dressed in a similar black suit as Enzo, the leader of the janitors was still imposing as ever, radiating a commanding aura. His violet eyes scanned the establishment, lighting up with warmth as he saw the trio. Zero, it's been a while. Gregor said as he slid in next to Enzo. The demonic judge already made the booth seem tight, but the addition of the janitor's leader made it look even tinier. Gregor nodded to Kit. My dear, thank you for clearing out the restaurant. No problem. She smiled. Zero glanced at her. Did you use your skill on the customers? Maybe. Kit stuck her tongue out playfully. Is that ethical? The paradox simply put a finger to her lips and winked. Couldn't you have pulled up a chair, boss? Enzo scowled as he shifted over to accommodate him. How am I supposed to go to the restroom now? You'll manage, Enzo. Gregor chuckled as he settled in. Besides, it's a more amiable atmosphere if we're all sitting together. No. I agree. Kit smiled as she leaned her head on Zero's shoulders once again. Faced with 3 S-ranks at the same time was an unreal, almost overwhelming experience. Even though Zero had been around Enzo the longest, he was still getting used to his enormous pressure, so the inclusion of Kit's and Gregor's aura was a little much to adjust to. It didn't help that Kit's flirting was also causing some other problems. So, before getting down to business, Gregor began as Enzo poured him a shot. I have to say, I'm impressed with your matches. You've been garnering a lot of popularity, both in the media and with the guilds nationwide. Thank you, sir. Zero felt another surge of pride. Gregor downed his shot and smiled warmly. I knew you'd do well. But now, let's discuss the more serious details. What have you noticed during the tournament? Ciro recapped his observations to the group as they began to eat, noting the subtle worried glances between the 3S ranks. That's a little concerning, Gregor mused after Ciro finished. If only the source was clearer in their report. By the time I got there, the source had already been terminated, Enzo grimaced. Someone got to them before they could finish their coded message. And we're sure it was the work of culling? Gregor asked. With such brutal marks? Boss, if it wasn't them, then we'd be dealing with another dangerous group. Besides, the code Duke deciphered definitely said that culling was involved. Gregor made a low hum, lost in thought. Then, he glanced over to Kit. You didn't detect anything out of the ordinary as well? Nope. Not even with my cat paradox. The leader of the janitors drummed his fingers on the table for a moment before directing his attention back to Ciro. Well, whatever the case is, let's set that conversation aside for now. At the moment, there are two key pieces of information I need to tell you, Ciro. Gregor leaned forward, his eyes suddenly serious. First concerns your role in the tournament. It is no longer a requirement for you to make it through to the finals. Oh. Even though he felt the pressure lift from his shoulders, Ciro couldn't help but also feel slightly disappointed that his role was no longer as important. At least now, he could focus on winning the tournament for his father instead. Hey, don't you dare slack off, Enzo growled, as if sensing Ciro's thoughts. I didn't pour hours training you just for you to blow it off in the end. And second, the association as well as the janitors are pushing for the tournament to be extended for one more day. That means the final match will occur on Monday. Instead of 3 matches back-to-back this Sunday, it will only be the qualifiers and the semi-finals. Ciro heard the door open, but kept his attention on Gregor. The reason for the prolonging is that although there are no discernible activities from the culling, we believe that they may act during the finals of the tournament, as per the message we received from the source, Gregor continued. To incite them, we have resorted to extending the tournament further, to see if they will react. Most likely they may have planned everything to occur tomorrow, but perhaps a delay in schedule may cause them to hasten things. You called us here to go over the plan again. A masculine voice spoke behind Ciro. When he turned around, he saw a man and woman standing there, both in business wear similar to Enzo and Gregor. The man had tan skin, with short and messy black hair and an edged stubble. His gray eyes narrowed at the sight of Enzo, as if his presence annoyed him. His white dress shirt was also unbuttoned at the collar, though it was untucked. As for the woman, she was incredibly voluptuous, emphasized by the tight-fitting blazer over her white blouse and black slacks. She had voluminous dark brown hair that stopped below her shoulder blades, and an unfocused gleam in her pale light blue eyes. Her skin was light and fair, with a mole underneath her right eye. Ciro could sense their strength, comparable to the 3S ranks sitting with him. He realized why Kit had sent out the customers earlier. It wasn't just for privacy, but for the civilians' sake, as even he struggled to adapt to the auras that weighed down on his senses. Ah, Maximilian, Cassandra. Please, join us, Gregor smiled at the two. We were just going over new strategies with Ciro here. Oh, is this the scholar? Cassandra asked with a breathy voice. She plopped down on the other side of Ciro, gazing at him with a curious yet empty look. He's adorable. Ciro became aware of a threatening intent. He cautiously turned to Kit and was surprised at her tight-lipped smile directed at the other woman. There was no way to be sure, but it seemed like there was a hint of protectiveness or jealousy in her mismatched eyes. That was something Ciro thought he'd never see on her face. Why should I? I already know the plan, and I don't need to meet this guy. Max continued to stand, folding his arms as he sneered at Ciro. A wave of déjà vu washed over Ciro, overshadowed by his irritation at the man's attitude towards him. Just sit down, Max. It's important that you listen to the boss. Enzo growled, glaring at him. Oh, sure, like I'll take orders from Gregor's loyal mutt. Say that again. The demonic judge stood, exuding a menacing aura. Max remained unfazed, emitting his own dangerous pressure. Oh. I'm going to die. Zero thought to himself. Chapter 35, The Conqueror. Zero sat there, trying to withstand the pressure from Enzo, Max, and Kit, though the latter directed it more towards Cassandra, who was still staring at him with that inquisitive yet ditzy expression. Gentlemen, please, let's just calm down. Gregor offered a smile at the two standing men. Enzo continued to glare at Max, who returned the look without flinching. Kit clutched onto Zero's arm, pulling him slightly closer to her. I dare you, say that again. The demonic judge growled at his fellow mercenary. What if I do? Are you going to fight me again? We're surrounded by metal. Max replied evenly, holding his ground. Metal won't mean shit against my fists. Try it, see what happens. Stop. Although Gregor's voice was quiet, there was a subtle deadliness to it. Just that one word caused everyone at the table to freeze for a moment, paralyzed by fear. Earlier, Zero had felt the auras coming from all four S ranks, but now, Gregor's dominance completely quelled the room. He had to lower his head from the sheer weight he sensed from the leader of the janitors. Even Kit's grip on his arm weakened as the paradox straightened up. Both Enzo and Max looked away, though their anger was still evident in their expressions. Enzo sat down slowly while Max reluctantly pulled up a chair to sit at the end of the table. Thank you, Gregor gave Zero an apologetic nod. Sorry for that, Zero. My mercenaries aren't usually like this. And no, it's fine. Zero stammered, terrified of saying anything more. Strangely, his body had buzzed earlier, reducing the mental strain from Gregor's pressure, but Zero didn't think much of it. Well, with those introductions out of the way, let's move on. Gregor clasped his hands together. As I was saying before, while it is true that you no longer have to stay in the tournament, I want to point out that it would be beneficial if you do. Having you make it all the way to the finals would allow us some sort of control of what happens inside the stadium and the arena, since you would be in the know as well. With that being said, I am aware of an agreement that Enzo promised you. Zero blinked in surprise. He hesitated, glancing at the demonic judge. Yet, I promised him I'd introduce him to the other janitors. Enzo scowled as he spoke up. I'm fine with Cassandra, but I wish someone other than that asshole was available. I can make that fork you're holding stab you right now. Max snarled back. Gentlemen. Gregor silenced the pair with another steely gaze. In any case, I will also support Enzo's decision to reward you, Zero. I assume you'd be eager to copy Cassandra's and Maximilian's skills. For a second, Zero almost forgot where he was as he immediately salivated, but he quickly composed himself as he nodded with excitement. Yes, please. Yes please, sir. Gregor smiled with amusement as he turned to Cassandra and Max. If you both would, please demonstrate a single skill for Zero to see. Wait, is this some sort of show and tell? Max narrowed his eyes in contempt. Why should I show this kid anything? Cassandra, on the other hand, cheerfully extended a perfectly manicured hand over the table. Within seconds, a white swirl of mana gathered underneath her hand, quickly consolidating into what seemed like sharp pieces of floating glass. Zero's body buzzed with power as he copied the skill, Glass Make, which enabled the caster to conjure glass out of thin air. He blinked as his perfect analysis learned that only glass created through the skill could be telepathically controlled. Is this enough, Gregor? Cassandra asked with a content smile. The leader of the janitors nodded with satisfaction. As Cassandra giggled to herself and began to play around with the floating glass, Gregor raised an eyebrow at Zero. Have you copied it? In response, Zero held his hand out, replicating the skill. His green mana swirled around and then conjured up a few pieces of floating glass. He marveled at the feeling of being able to move them around with just his thoughts. Well damn, seeing it in person is pretty impressive, Max quietly admitted. Gregor chuckled as Zero also began to play with his glass. Cassandra's class is the Glass Queen, a unique type. As far as we know, she is the only one in the world. He turned to Max. If you would as well. Fine, but I'm not showing him metal make. Zero quickly dispersed his glass, directing his full attention to Max, who scowled. Reluctantly, he held out his hand. Suddenly, the fork in Enzo's hands shot out of his grasp and into Max's palm. Zero's body buzzed, but to his surprise, his analysis told him that it wasn't a skill. Before Zero could say anything, the fork in Max's hand began to glow with a silver light, quickly contorting itself until it had morphed into a small rod. Zero copied the skill as Form Shift, which could reshape, or alter the density of any metal into whatever the caster wanted. What hey, that was my fork. Enzo snarled as Max finished mutating his utensil. Gregor ignored the pair as he nodded at the demonstration. Zero quickly held his hand out, trying to call forth his fork, but nothing happened. Frowning, he picked up his fork and then activated Form Shift, successfully reshaping it into a knife. As I thought, Gregor murmured after Zero replicated Max's skill. You're unable to copy their passives. What passives do they have? Zero asked as he watched Enzo try to swipe his reformed fork from Max behind Gregor. Max's class is the Iron Tyrant, giving him the ability to manipulate metal, the leader of the janitors explained. Both he and Cassandra have the Kinesis passive, which allows them to telepathically move their respective dominions. Zero understood what he meant. The glass make and metal make only allow me to control the ones I make myself, right? Indeed. Though Max has refused to show you metal make, he did offer the Form Shift to you, so I can't force him to perform another skill. Gregor smiled as he smacked both of the men's heads beside him. Max reluctantly undid the skill on Enzo's fork and tossed it back to him. Have you had any luck with figuring out your influence passive? How did you No, not yet. Zero remembered how Gregor seemed to know him even before they met. He probably already knew more about Zero than he did himself. That's unfortunate. I would have loved to see how that worked as well. The leader of the janitors shrugged. An abrupt mischievous glint flashed in his glowing violet eyes. Zero, how would you like to copy one of my skills? Cassandra's glass trembled, then dispersed into white mana as the other three S ranks stiffened. There was a noticeable tension and nervousness permeating the air, but Zero didn't think much of it as an overwhelming greed and excitement flooded his buzzing body. Really? Zero swallowed hard. You'd let me copy one of your skills? Well, Gregor chuckled with amusement as he leaned back. As much as I would want to, it seems as though you cannot. Hey. Zero, Enzo forced through gritted teeth. The boss is using his skill. Use your goddamn analysis. The buzzing in Zero's body made sense as he activated perfect analysis. His jaw hung open in shock as he examined Gregor. I know you must be surprised. Gregor grinned as his eyes glowed brighter. You should be learning about the king's will by now. Yes. Zero nodded, shivering with fear as he absorbed the information. King's will, a skill that forcibly made anyone in a set vicinity submit to the caster's desires. The stronger the caster, the more dominant the skill was. But that wasn't the main reason why Zero was filled with a rapidly growing fright. I believe that my passive, absolute, is why you cannot copy my skills, Gregor explained as his eyes dimmed. All four S ranks suddenly relaxed, as if released from an invisible hold. Absolute designates me as the one, someone who cannot be replicated, controlled, or replaced. I may also overpower the existence of others. It's a bit confusing to understand at first, but it fits perfectly with my class. What's your class? Zero whispered nervously. To formally reintroduce myself, I am the leader of the janitors, the 5th strongest S rank in the world, Gregor began as he straightened up. Zero suddenly felt like he was staring up at a mountain. I am Gregor Stone, the Conqueror. A massive surge of fear and submission crashed over Zero as he felt the full force of Gregor's pressure. It was endless, heavy, and utterly terrifying. Gregor always had an intimidating and imposing aura, but at that moment, it was an unfathomable presence. Zero wasn't looking at a father, or a leader, he was staring up at a king, the strongest person Zero had ever met. His breath hitched in his throat, but just then, his rationality activated, lessening the mental assault that seemed to radiate off of Gregor. The Conqueror raised an eyebrow, sensing the diminished effect on Zero. Has your rationality passive kicked in? He asked with a slight smile. Why yet? Gregor let out a rumbling laugh, repressing his aura. Zero's body deflated as he let out his breath he didn't realize he was holding. The other S ranks also seemed to relax as Gregor regained the kind twinkle in his eyes. You never cease to amaze me, Zero. The Conqueror continued to chuckle, grabbing a bottle of alcohol and some glasses. I never imagined I'd meet another person who's somewhat resistant to me. Resistant? That was him being resistant to Gregor? Zero shivered as he tried not to think what it would feel like if he wasn't as resistant as the Conqueror claimed. Damn, boss. Can't you give us a warning the next time you do that? Enzo complained as he rubbed his tattooed neck. Or at least do it to Max only. You're his dog, it's only natural for him to do it to you. Here you are. Gregor passed out the glasses as he ignored the two men. My dears, are you okay? He looked at Cassandra and Kit. I'm okay. The Glass Queen smiled cheerfully as she accepted her glass. I'm fine. The Paradox replied, taking her glass as she scooted closer to Zero. The Conqueror slid a glass towards Zero and held it there, an inquisitive look in his eyes. I won't force you if you don't want to. Zero couldn't explain it, but even though he wanted to say no, he reached out and accepted the glass. It had been a couple years since he drank, and Zero began to recall the unpleasant memories resurfacing as he got a whiff of the alcohol. His nose wrinkled as he smelled the cognac. My little bookworm is drinking with us. Kit glanced at him with an eager gleam in her eyes. This is a special moment. Oh? Does he usually not drink with you guys? Cassandra tilted her head at him. Should we order more? Hold on, who's paying for all of this? Enzo asked warily as he grabbed his glass. I didn't want to be here in the first place. Max grumbled as he hesitantly took his. Cheers, Gregor raised his glass in a toast. To the success of the operation, and to Zero, a man of many talents. As everyone clinked their glasses together, Zero tried to push his memories away. With everything weighing on his mind, from the pressure of the tournament, the culling operation, and his father's surgery, Zero found the urge to drink to forget his worries for the moment. It was funny, since he did the same thing after his mother died. Chapter 36, Reality Checks. Because it had been a while since he drank, Zero found himself already intoxicated after 3 shots. In the back of his mind, his rationality threatened to cleanse and restore his mind, but Zero stifled the urge. For some reason, he wanted to enjoy this moment a little longer. The 4 S ranks were more drunk than he was. Gregor seemed the most composed, with Kit surprisingly refusing to use her cat paradox to remain sober. So, you've never had a girlfriend before? Cassandra dreamily asked him, her pale blue eyes half closed. But, you're adorable. She leaned in closer to him, her chest swaying into view. Really? I've never had anyone say that to me. Zero found it hard to meet the Glass Queen's gaze. Someone yanked on his arm and Zero fell to the side, straight into Kit's chest. Easy, princess, Kit hissed, wrapping her arms around Zero's head. She smelled sweet, like strawberries. I claimed him first. Cassandra smiled, unbothered. We can share him, can't we? You guys, Enzo growled, his face flushed red from the alcohol. Leave the kid alone. He's probably getting too excited between the two of you. Huh? Says the womanizer. You're probably jealous that he's getting the attention of women, not you. Max sneered at the demonic judge, his face equally as flushed. Oh, stop it, you two. Gregor put a hand on each of their shoulders, trying to diffuse the tension. We're all here to have a good time, remember. It'd be better if he wasn't here. Enzo grumbled. I feel the same way. Didn't you fuck up a job a few weeks ago? Only because you didn't do what you were supposed to. Ciro interjected, trying to find some way to insert himself in the conversation so that he could escape the gazes of the two women beside him. What do guys do, exactly? Both Enzo and Max stopped their bickering as they looked at Ciro, as if they had forgotten he was there. A smirk slowly spread across the demonic judge's face. Ciro, what's our branch name? Enzo asked with a wicked gleam in his eyes. Janitors. And what do regular janitors do? Clean. Enzo nodded, satisfied with Ciro's answer as he sat back and closed his eyes sagely. Max stared incredulously at the demonic judge. That didn't explain anything to him. It's not supposed to, Enzo replied, opening his eyes again. You have to understand the context. What the fuck are you on about? What context? Well, it's true we do clean up. Cassandra jumped in with a spaced-out look as the two men began to bicker again. But, that's only the surface. We take on work that other ascendants can't handle, from spying, protection, infiltration, and assassination. The Glass Queen finished cheerfully, clapping her hands together. Pardon. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but yes, that's the gist of it. Gregor finally stepped in with an amused smile. My janitors are people with troubled pasts, making them perfect to perform tasks that are morally ambiguous. Despite still in the clutches of Kit's arms, Ciro couldn't help but shiver. He recalled Enzo mentioning murder, and the way Cassandra casually highlighted assassination was unsettling. We're not bad guys, Gregor chuckled as he noticed the look on Ciro's face. We are contracted secretly by even governments to eliminate harmful groups. We never step out of line. Ciro nodded, though he didn't feel reassured, especially with the drastic change Gregor himself displayed when he used his conqueror skills. Kit began to stroke Ciro's head comfortingly. Don't worry my little bookworm, she purred as she pointedly stared at Cassandra, who shrugged nonchalantly. I'll keep you safe if anything happens. Thanks. Another round of shots was poured, everyone clinking their glasses together as they downed the alcohol. Ciro barely noticed the way the meat and alcohol continued to appear on their table, figuring it was Kit's doing that kept them supplied. As the night wore on, the conversations grew more heated, the alcohol loosening tongues and inhibitions. Enzo and Max continued to bicker, their insults growing ever more vicious, while the others watched with varying degrees of amusement. Shockingly, Gregor seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, his eyes gleaming as he allowed the two men to go at each other. Should we stop them before it gets out of hand? Ciro asked, trying to ignore the way Kit was clinging onto him like a cat. Oh, that's just how they are. Cassandra telepathically pulled everyone's glasses towards her as a floating bottle of liquor poured itself. If it gets too rowdy, Gregor can just say a word and stop them. Ciro's phone buzzed and he glanced at it, seeing a text from Amaya asking where he was. Oh shit, he muttered under his breath. It's almost 8. I have to get back. I can take you back. Kit smiled down at him. After we take this shot. No, Gregor suddenly stood up. I'll take him right now. Let's go, Ciro. After much whining and pouting from Kit, Ciro managed to wriggle himself free from her grasp. Though he was relieved, he did enjoy being held by her. Cassandra lazily waved goodbye as he slipped from the two women. Wait, boss, don't tell me you're gonna leave me with the tab. Enzo protested as he paused his bickering with Max. The conqueror chuckled as he pulled out a black metal card and set it on the table. Here, use my card. Feel free to continue eating and drinking. Gregor turned to Ciro with a wink. Ready? Ciro wasn't sure what he was expecting, but he never would have guessed that the fifth strongest ascendant would be driving a minivan. As Gregor drove them back to the hospital, Ciro allowed his rationality to activate, beginning to feel his intoxication wear off. He did feel a little awkward sitting there in silence. So, the conqueror began after a while. I want you to be aware that I know of your situation with your father. Ciro stiffened, but remained quiet. It was a little upsetting that everyone seemed to know a lot about his personal business. I will admit, I did some background research the moment you caught my eye. Of course, I only learned the most basic information about you, to respect your privacy. Gregor continued, sensing Ciro's unwillingness to speak. I know of your mother's passing, and your period of no contact with your father. But, it was during that investigation that I was able to locate your father, and in turn, inform Amaya of his whereabouts. Thanks. Ciro quietly grunted in response as he stared out of the window. As far as that goes, I did not pry any further. Gregor cleared his throat. There's a reason why I decided to have a word with you, though. When Ciro didn't reply, the conqueror took that as a sign to continue. I noticed the change in your attitude when I offered you that drink. You seemed troubled. They rolled to a stop at a red light. The building lights illuminated the streets as people bustled about. Ciro turned his head to look at Gregor. What do you mean by that? The stoplight turned green, allowing them to drive forward. Gregor seemed to think about his words. I'm not a mind reader, but I am a father. Gregor slowly started. You don't know anything about Nala's mother, do you? No. Well, she passed away when Nala was young. My daughter was always quiet, just like her mother, but she was expressive with her emotions. The conqueror said quietly. When we lost her mother, Nala stopped being so expressive, even with me. She started having the very same gaze you had earlier. I'm not saying that I understand what you are going through. You've come back to life after a year, and now you've reconnected with your father after all this time. Not to mention you're a changed man, thrust into a role you probably didn't want. I can only imagine the weight on your shoulders. Ciro sighed to himself. Gregor was right. There was a lot on his mind, but Ciro didn't know how to deal with it. It wasn't like he had much experience with it, either. I don't know for certain what your relationship is with your father, but I can say with confidence that as a father, he truly cares for you. We may not always show it, but we love our children very much. A lump formed in Ciro's throat as he swallowed hard. That was weird. His rationality should be working to keep his emotions in check. While it wasn't exactly the same situation as yours, I was aware of Nala pulling away from me, Gregor continued. Although I was still away during the time, I still tried my best to make sure she knew I was there for her. After the apocalypse occurred, I doubled my efforts to keep her safe. I can't imagine what I would have done if I had lost her. Tears began to well up within Ciro, but he blinked them away. When were they going to reach the hospital? You don't have to listen to this old man's ramblings, but I just want to say that I'd do anything for my little girl. Even if I never saw her again, I'd want her to know that I would always love and care for her. If she was safe, then that would be all I wanted. Ciro took a shaky breath. He wasn't sure why he was sharing this with Gregor, but it felt good. My father. I don't know. I don't know what to do. He finally said, keeping his gaze towards the window. We've lost so much time, and now that I've got him back, it feels like I'm going to lose him again. The conqueror was silent for a good while. They pulled onto the street where the hospital loomed up ahead. Perhaps finding some forgiveness would be a good first step, Gregor said as they entered the parking lot. You don't have to forgive completely, but just see it from his point of view. You're his son, his only family. I'm certain he has some regrets of his own that he'd want to confess to you." He turned off the car, turning to Zero. "No matter how strong you've become, it's not a bad thing to rely on others. Family is one of the easiest to lean on." "Yeah," Zero croaked as he hid his face. "Thanks." The two headed to where Zero's father was, where they saw Nala waiting outside the door. "Hi, Zero." "Hey, Dad." The Shade Reaper stood up and stretched. "Amaya's inside with Casey." "Well, I'll be taking my leave then." Gregor nodded to Zero, then to Nala. "Do you need a ride home, sweetheart?" "Sure." She turned to Zero and waved. "See ya." Zero watched the father and daughter walk away before taking a deep breath and entering the room. He saw his father sleeping with Casey curled up next to him on the bed looking just as peaceful. Amaya had her back to Zero as she gazed up at the TV. "Hey," Zero whispered quietly to her as he sat next to the liaison. "How long have they been sleeping?" "Not long. They passed out around the time I texted you." Amaya replied softly. Zero glanced at the boy sleeping next to his father. "Doesn't he have to go back to his grandma?" The Spellblade chuckled. "He went back earlier to let her know he'd be staying with us. Her room is a couple doors down the hall from here." Amaya's smile faded. "Your dad's surgery is tomorrow afternoon, when the matches begin." Zero took a deep breath. Gregor's words weighed heavily on his mind as he gazed at his father's face. It was peaceful and still, dangerously appearing as if he were dead. "It's going to be fine." Amaya placed a gentle palm on his shoulder. "If you want, I can stay here with him." "Yeah, I'd appreciate that." Zero gave her a grateful smile. He carefully stood up, drawing closer to his father. "I'll see you tomorrow, Dad," Zero whispered, placing his hand on Tiro's arm. His father murmured in his sleep, but didn't wake up. Zero turned back to Amaya. "I'm ready to go home." Chapter 37, New Friend, New Foes. Zero laid in bed, his mind whirling with thoughts as the quiet buzzing of the city provided some ambient noise. Amaya had left quickly after getting an alert of an estimated C-rank monster outbreak and refused to let Zero accompany her, emphasizing that he needed to rest for tomorrow's match. He wondered if she also knew of the pending extension to the tournament. Earlier, he had tried reaching out to Afiel, but she was surprisingly unresponsive, the first time in a while that they hadn't spoken at night. He figured she was with the other goddesses, and didn't want to bother her. Zero rolled over on his side and shut his eyes, trying to go to sleep. After a while, he gave up, deciding to test out his newly acquired Joker skill. Even though he copied the other 4 suits, Zero was more interested in what his Joker would look like. He walked out into his spacious living room, his body buzzing with power as he conjured a green playing card. He tossed it in front of him, watching as the card exploded with an emerald light, shaping itself into a humanoid shape. Just like Anya's Joker, the familiar had the same attire, but it had a black and neon green pattern instead. The Joker's opera mask that covered the top half of its face was trimmed with a brilliant jade as it stood up, gazing at Zero with its green eyes. "Master." The Joker bowed its head. Zero licked his lips eagerly. The Joker was feminine as he hoped, with straight black hair that stopped below her chin. Her pale skin shone brightly underneath the moonlight. The black and green outfit she wore also emphasized her curves, though she wasn't as shapely as Anya's Joker. That was all right with Zero. You're very beautiful," Zero murmured to himself, noting that she was slightly taller than he was. The Joker tilted her head, a small blush appearing on her pale cheeks. "Thank you, Master." She took a step closer, her green eyes glinting with curiosity. "What is it you'd like me to do?" Zero folded his arms, tapping his finger on his chin. Anya's Joker seemed to have a mind of its own. "Are you the same way?" The Joker tilted her head to the other side, her expression contemplative. "I do possess my own will and desires, Master." However, I am bound to obey your commands and serve you as you see fit. If you wish for me to act independently, I can attempt to do so. Zero clicked his tongue, unsatisfied with her answer. Ah, but can you think for yourself? The Joker paused for a moment, her eyes flickering with a spark of determination. I can certainly attempt to do so, Master. However, I must warn you that my capabilities in that aspect are still untested and may not be as developed as Anya's Joker's. It may take some time for me to fully understand the extent of my independence. Really? Zero raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying that summoning you for the first time is kinda like being born? The Joker considered his words carefully before responding. It's an interesting comparison, Master. I suppose it could be said that, in a way, I am experiencing a sort of rebirth within your presence. However, I must stress that I am still very much your servant and will always obey your commands. Zero sighed, begrudgingly accepting her answer. He'd have more time to understand how the Joker worked later. For now, he was content to learn that his Joker was a woman, and a cute one at that. Assuming you can do everything Anya's Joker could, I'm guessing you're very strong, then. Without warning, the Joker flicked her hand forward, conjuring a razor-sharp rapier that pierced the air next to Zero's head. His face remained stoic, but his heart was racing. She didn't give off any intent to harm him. Still, Zero was unprepared for her demonstration. At least he didn't flinch. Is this what you wanted to see, Master? The Joker asked, her voice calm and controlled. Her green eyes never left his face as she slowly withdrew the rapier, causing it to vanish with a soft pop. I can fight on par with Anya's Joker, but my true strength lies in my versatility. I can adapt to any situation you throw at me, from close quarters combat to long-range attacks. But I must warn you, Master. Anya's Joker is unique. She's been with her for a long time, and they share a deep bond. It will take time for us to develop that same connection. For now, I am here to serve you as your faithful companion and servant. All right. Zero cleared his throat. Then, I look forward to fighting alongside you, Joker. He paused, making a face. Nah, Joker sounds weird. Do you have another name you'd want me to call you by? The Joker blinked, her green eyes narrowing. My name is Joker, Master. It has been given to me by the Guardian race. It is who I am. However, if you insist on using another name, I will obey your command. Guardian race. Zero was unfamiliar with the term. Was there more to Anya's class? If that was the case, then Zero started to wonder about the origins behind her Courtmancer class. What if his Scholar class had deeper layers to it? Did every class have unique origins? Zero shook his head, remembering that summoning the Joker was supposed to stop him from thinking too much. Okay, I've decided, he said, sitting down on the armrest of his chair. Your new name will be Sting. Judging by how fast her rapier was, it seemed like a fitting name. The Joker nodded, her expression neutral. As you wish, Master. From now on, you may call me Sting. She paused for a moment, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Master, if I may ask, what is your favorite color? Hey. Zero paused for a moment. I never really thought about it, but I guess it'd be blue. Why? Sting tilted her head curiously. No reason. I simply wish to learn more about my master. Zero felt a small smile growing on his face as he realized that Sting was indeed a sentient being capable of thinking for herself. Somehow, his penthouse didn't seem so empty anymore. How long can you stay summoned? Zero asked her. Sting raised an eyebrow. I am bound to you, Master. In terms that you can understand, as long as you have the mana for it, I can remain out here indefinitely. Zero closed his eyes for a moment, sensing out his mana reserves. After he came back to Earth, he recalled his mana reserves comparable to a bathtub. Now, It seemed like a sizable lake, but it was draining rapidly, funneling towards keeping Sting summoned. Damn, Zero sighed as he opened his eyes. Even as he activated his mana efficiency, it was still draining him quicker than he could replenish his reserves. Raoul had mentioned that ascendants with mage backgrounds could potentially draw mana from their surroundings, but it was a difficult ability to master. Perhaps Zero would fare better in increasing his reserves, since his mana efficiency was already at the peak of its caliber. Well, it seems like I can't have you out forever, Zero grimaced. But I'll be calling you out very often from now on. Especially during my match tomorrow. Understood, Master. Sting bowed her head. With a wave of his hand, Zero dismissed the Joker, leaving him feeling lonely once again. The next morning, Zero woke up feeling apprehensive about the day. Before he had gone to bed, Zero tried out the other suits, finding them pretty much identical to Anya's familiars. He was able to summon the full 12 face cards, and noticed they drained his mana significantly faster than if he had Sting out by herself. Glancing at his phone, he saw that Gregor had texted him that the extension would be announced before the start of the 4th round, so only the qualifiers and the semi-finals would take place today. Though he was relieved that he wouldn't have to fight 3 rounds back-to-back in the case that he did win the first 2, he nonetheless felt worried about his performance. Especially since his father would go into surgery later today. Opting for comfort and ease of movement, Zero tossed on black track pants and a light athletic t-shirt as he walked out of his penthouse towards the elevator. As he rode it down, he ran through every skill he had acquired thus far. Aside from his perfect analysis, copy, and recall, he had copied the Mana Sword Conjuring, Mana Enhancement, Water Blast, and Fire Blast from Amaya. From Nala, Mana Knives, Shadow Sneak, Detect, and Shadow Shift. Kana, his staple nuke and railgun. Raoul, the ever-useful mana and energy efficiency. The Succubi Outbreak, a mage's inspiration and recovery, along with a warrior's iron skin. Enzo, Fairness, Revenge, the Jury Axe, and Hellfire, though he couldn't really use it. Sal, Mana Cannon, Starfall, Blast Zone, and Force Field. Anya, Spades, Clubs, Diamonds, Hearts, and the Joker. And finally, from Cassandra and Max respectively, Glass Make and Form Shift. Despite his repertoire being impressively extensive, Zero still felt like it wasn't enough, mostly because of his undying obsession with copying more skills, but also because of the overwhelming show that Gregor revealed last night. It made Zero believe that it didn't matter how many skills he copied if they couldn't do anything to someone as powerful as the Conqueror. Champion. Zero blinked, not registering Afiel's voice right away. Oh, Afiel. Where were you last night? My apologies, Champion. I was discussing something urgent with the other gods. Afiel paused. I think it's time to let you in on what I know. And that is... The goddess sounded hesitant. About today, it appears that members of the organization you know as Calling seem to have established a connection with the evil gods. The elevator stopped with a ding, opening its doors. Zero stepped out, seeing Amaya waiting for him near the entrance. A swarm of people was gathered outside once again. Evil gods? Are they different from regular gods? Zero switched to his thoughts as he nodded to Amaya. In a sense, yes. In terms of how you mortals understand morality, they are considered evil, but to us, they are simply those who have been banished. Banished. Zero and Amaya managed to slip through the crowd and into her car. Those you call sponsors are gods who are more or less on the side of humanity. We want to see you prosper, since our relationship can be described as symbiotic. Your faith, devotion, and memories are what gives us power and meaning. On the other hand, the banished gods have all but lost their true selves, reduced to nothing but corrupted and starved existences that only seek to consume and destroy. As Amaya began driving them to the stadium, Zero shivered from the thought. So, you're saying some of the Culling have come into contact with these banished gods? It's more complicated than that. The banished gods are beyond mere physical contact. They can't directly interact with the mortal world. Instead, they lurk in the shadows, whispering into the ears of those who are weak-willed, corrupting them and using them as puppets to do their bidding. In the case of culling, they are the perfect vessel for their malevolent influence. And those who were corrupted by the banished gods have been at the tournament. I'm not sure. Afiel admitted. Regular gods are able to sense each other, but banished gods have a completely different presence that makes it hard to detect. Even the strongest among my kind wouldn't know until they reveal themselves. That's a little worrying. Zero glanced at Amaya, who was focused on navigating through the traffic. I should let the others know. Hey. Actually, I'd rather you keep this quiet. The other champions will know of this through their own gods, so I would appreciate it if you would keep this to yourself. Zero considered this for a moment. You weren't supposed to tell me this right now, were you? No. But, I figured you'd want to at least be prepared in case something does happen. Fine, Zero sighed. Thanks, Afiel. Good luck today, champion. Chapter 38, The Demonic Enforcer. I'll be watching your match from the hospital. Me and Nala will stay with your father after he gets out from surgery. Amaya said as she stopped the car in front of the arena entrance. Thanks. Zero stepped out and turned back to her. I really appreciate it. Don't worry, the Spellblade gave a reassuring smile. Everything will be okay. Good luck. Zero watched her drive out of sight before he turned and walked inside. Like the day before, he walked past the initial waiting area to the new one, heading up the stairs and pushing the gold-patterned black doors. To his surprise, he found nearly everyone already there, save for Liam. Raoul noticed him and grinned, waving him over towards the refreshments area where he and Kana were seated. Hey Zero. The Rage Fist said cheerily as he joined the two. Ready for the final day of the tournament. I thought tomorrow. Zero caught himself, remembering that the announcement would be later today. Yeah, I guess. He avoided Kana's suspicious look while Raoul flashed him a thumbs up. As the three idly made conversation, the door swung open, Liam walking in. He took his place next to Elena in the center of the room once again. Startled, Zero realized that Liam didn't seem as intimidating to him anymore. There was a good chance that the encounter with 5S ranks last night as well as the overwhelming presence of Gregor probably had a big hand in that. Towards the afternoon, he scanned the other three contestants, trying to gauge their strengths. 2 men and 1 woman. The first man was tall, with long red hair pulled back into a man bun and a chiseled jawline. He was muscular, and wore boxing shorts and a tank top. Stephen Bryce, an A-rank blast fist, a hybrid advancement of the brawler and mage. There was a fiery aura about him, reminding Zero of Raoul. The other man was tall as well, but more lean, with a quiet air about him. He had medium-length black hair that parted in the middle, his face clean and sharp. Wearing fitted slacks and a neatly tucked shirt with a dark red tie, he seemed timid. Xiao Lang, an A-rank soul strider, another hybrid advancement of the warrior and brawler. Finally, the woman, who Zero found attractive, had honey caramel skin, her long dark hair flowing down her back in waves. She wore a simple skirt and t-shirt, complete with a brown shawl. Eshe Cairo, an A-rank hexmage, a pure line advancement of the mage. Zero could sense some dark energy surrounding her, befitting of a class such as hers. Zero shivered, not because of the unnerving energy around Eshe, nor from the explosive aura from Stephen, but from Xiao, who seemed normal in comparison to the former two. Zero's perfect analysis saw a massive amount of mana within Xiao, rivaling even Elena or Liam. If Zero had a lake, then Xiao held the sea. As much as I would love to fight Liam right now, I also want to go up against that Stephen guy. Raoul murmured to his companions. I just can't help but want to test myself against other brawlers. I'd also be fine with fighting you, Zero. Then I hope I get Zyot, Kanak grimaced. Eshay's curses are particularly annoying and unpleasant to deal with. Zero hoped that he'd end up facing Eshay if that was the case. His rationality was well suited to mental effects and he could always use recovery to stop any status damage. Attention, Ascendants. The man with the scar announced. The third day of the tournament will begin shortly. Please make any necessary preparations and be ready. Zero took a deep breath, feeling his nerves settle and his mind clear. His father would be going into surgery soon. He had to trust that Zero would pull through, much like how his father believed that Zero would be able to achieve victory today. His phone buzzed with a photo from Nala showing her, Amaya, and his father in a surgery gown holding a thumbs up. A small smile formed on Zero's face before he slipped his phone away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third day of the tournament. The announcer boomed from the speakers, riling up the crowd. We are now down to the qualifiers, with 8 ascendants remaining. This is sure to be an incredible and action-packed event. Good luck guys, Raul grinned at Kenna and Zero. Zero grunted his thanks as a few of the officials took their positions, ready to start the tournament. He glanced over at Elena and Liam, who were relaxed as ever. Especially the latter, who seemed to be napping. The first match will be between Eshay, Cairo and Liam. Please step forward. The Scar Man announced, much to the surprise and relief of most of the contestants. Since Liam's last 2 opponents immediately forfeited, Zero expected Eshay to do so as well. He was proven wrong when he saw on screen Eshay standing confidently in front of Liam in the center of the arena. Does she have some sort of plan or ability that can stand up to him? Zero muttered to himself. He hadn't seen what Liam was capable of, so the endless possibilities were too tantalizing to ignore. Here we go. The first match, Eshay Cairo the Hexmich versus the ever-intimidating Liam the Demonic Enforcer. As the announcer began to count down over the roaring crowd, Liam continued to stand there, his hands in his hoodie pockets lazily staring down Eshay. To her credit, the Hexmich seemed unshaken, as if determined to prove herself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eshay immediately casted several bronze-colored runes around her, each concentrated with a dense amount of mana. She quickly finished conjuring enough runes, throwing a couple of them at Liam. Zero thought that he would move or dodge, but the demonic paragon's red eyes glowed with mana. Eshay's runes hit Liam and dissolved, as if they were bubbles. If it wasn't for the ruffling of Liam's white hair from the impact, Zero would have thought that the Hexmich's attack did absolutely nothing. Damn, Zero breathed out. Even from his location in the waiting room, he could sense just how dense each of those runes were, so for Liam to tank a couple of them showed just how strong the S rank was. No wonder his last 2 opponents forfeited. Eshay continued to send rune after rune towards Liam, simultaneously drawing a gigantic circular rune underneath him. Zero wasn't sure, but it seemed like Liam was getting annoyed. She needs to forfeit, or stop attacking him like that. Raul suddenly looked worried. What? Why? Zero asked, glancing at Kenna, surprised to see that she also had an anxious expression. I don't think Eshay knows what Liam's capable of. Raul never took his eyes off the screen. Do you, Zero? No? He's just really strong, isn't he? Like his brother. As Eshay continued to bombard Liam with the runes, the circular magic underneath him was almost completed. Raul swallowed nervously. Liam's nickname is the Raging Demon. He has a plethora of skills, but there are 2 that stand out. Zero realized that many of the officials were also paying attention to the screen with varying levels of worry etched on their faces. The first is Pacify, a skill I'm pretty sure Liam's using right now. It can greatly reduce or even negate damage he receives as long as he doesn't retaliate or harbor harmful intent. Wait, that's such a broken skill. But its greatest strength lies in its ability to store that reduced or nullified damage, Raul continued. And Liam's second skill Provoke is what makes him so terrifying. What does it do? On screen, Eshe completed the giant rune underneath Liam, a triumphant look on her face as she sent the remaining waves of her smaller runes pouring down onto the demonic enforcer. Liam was clearly annoyed, but allowed the runes to hit him as the crowd roared their approval. Once again, the magic did nothing to him, but the rune underneath him began to glow with a bright amber shine. It converts all the stored damage into power, causing Liam's strength to skyrocket depending on the damage he's accumulated. Rawl's face paled as he watched the rune underneath Liam explode violently, shaking the entire stadium. And like his pacify, its downside is that an unearthly howl resonated across the arena, drowning out even the screams of the audience. As the bronze smoke cleared, Liam stood there, unharmed and his hands out of his pockets. A dark red aura crackled around him, his white hair moving from the waves. His red eyes were glowing, but they had a frenzied look to them. Ciro was suddenly aware that he was shivering even though the room he was in wasn't cold. He loses all reasoning. Raoul whispered at the sight of Liam's appearance. And the more he's damaged while under provoke, the stronger he gets. That sounded like Enzo's revenge skill personified. There was no doubt in Ciro's mind that they were brothers indeed. Eshe's confidence shattered as she stared at the enraged Liam. She quickly conjured several more bronze runes in front of her, but it didn't matter. Faster than even Ciro could track, Liam zipped forward, plowing through the runes Eshe had conjured and grabbed her by the face. Red mana condensed around his hand, and before the officials could blow the whistle, Liam picked Eshe up, pulled her back, and threw her forward while detonating the mana in his hand in her face. The hexmage was enveloped in a crackling red aura as she flew through the air, slamming into the arena wall with a reverberating boom, followed by another explosion as the red aura around her went off. Cheers turned into gasps and cries of shock at the brutal display. Even as the smoke cleared, there was still red mana that sparked around Eshe, who appeared heavily bloodied and wounded. As the several medics rushed over to Eshe's side, Liam seemed to struggle with himself. He looked straight up into the air, holding a palm up to the sky, and fired off his mana. It was a terrifying display of power as Ciro watched the demonic enforcer seemingly waste his mana, but from what Rahul explained, he guessed that Liam was getting rid of the excess power. After a while, it seemed that Liam finished expunging as his aura disappeared. He walked off the arena, shoving his hands into his hoodie pockets. The winner is Liam," the announcer declared a little fearfully. Instead of cheers, the audience murmured among themselves as the medics safely transported Eshe off the arena as well. He didn't have to go that far. Rawl's brows furrowed with anger as he clenched his fists. He could have just knocked her out instead of using provoke. What was he thinking? Liam never cared about manners, Rahul. He only cares about power. Canis said quietly, trying to calm the rage fist down. Ciro himself couldn't figure out how he felt after seeing Liam's match. The demonic enforcer was a monster, radiating enormous amounts of energy that reached all the way to the waiting area. The scariest part was that Enzo was supposedly stronger than his younger brother. Ciro shivered again, wondering if the demonic judge had been lying when he said he was using less than half his strength during training. Liam soon returned to the waiting area, looking as bored as before his match. As he entered, the room went quiet, silently watching as the demonic enforcer made his way over to Elena. "Hey. You went too far." Ciro realized that Rahul had left his seat, confronting Liam face to face. Kana gasped, but didn't move to stop him. Liam stopped mid-step, turning his head lazily to address Rahul with a raised eyebrow. "She didn't know her place and tried to challenge me. I should return the favor and teach her why she should have forfeited, right?" Liam responded evenly, his voice cold and low. "You think that everyone here is beneath you?" Rahul became heated, clenching his fists. "Yet," Liam stated, as if it were a fact. "Honestly, the only one who could give me a run for my money is Elena, and even then, I'm sure I'd still win." He drew closer to Rahul. "You've recently been promoted to S rank. while I've been at the top for a while. The difference between us can't even be measured." There was no hint of malice or arrogance in Liam's eyes. He truly believed without a shadow of a doubt that he was the strongest in the room. Raoul opened his mouth, but no words came out. Liam smiled humorlessly, walking past the rage fist, but then paused. The demonic enforcer turned towards Ciro, narrowing his eyes. "I heard my brother's been training you," he said, more of a statement than a question. Ciro could only nod. Liam snorted. "Drop out next round. If you somehow make it to the finals and fight me, I'll make sure you suffer worse than that woman." Chapter 39, Dragons and Fist Fights. Elena Hale, Kana, you guys are up next. The man with the scar announced after confirming the next match. "Good luck." Ciro nodded to the dead shot, sensing that now wasn't the best time to be flirtatious. Raoul was still on edge, glaring at the back of Liam's head. "Thanks," Kana smiled weakly. Hopefully she's not as brutal as Liam. She stood up, adjusting her black Kevlar suit in her bun as she followed the scale tamer to the arena entrance doors. Though he felt a little bad for Kana, he was secretly relieved to know that his potential opponents would be either Zyot, Steven, or Raoul, though the rage fist seemed way too riled up for Ciro to handle. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to begin. Kana, the dead shot versus Elena Hale, the scale tamer. The announcer seemed to have recovered his enthusiasm as he addressed the audience. Guns against beasts. Who will win today? The crowd cheered as they focused on the two beautiful women stepping onto the arena, both dazzling in their outfits. The tension in the stadium was no longer uncomfortable as the announcer started his countdown. Kana warily eyed her opponent, who stood idly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Summoning her dual pistols, Kana quickly launched a volley of monorail guns at Elena. The scale tamer reacted quickly, opening an enormous jade portal in front of her. With a roar, her giant reptile familiar launched forward, blocking Kana's shots. As the battle ensued, the two fighters showed why they were at the top of their game. Elena's familiar's armored hide was proving to be a formidable obstacle for Kana's gunfire. In response, the dead shot used her agility to dodge and weave, trying to find an opening in Elena's defenses. Whether by chance or skill, Kana managed to tag Elena with a light red target on her chest. Firing a ball of red mana, the sphere seemed to have a mind of its own as it weaved around the scale tamer's familiar. Just before Kana's attack connected, Elena smiled, snapping her fingers and opening two more portals. This time, a pair of dark green serpent-like reptiles slithered out, spitting out a hazy smoke that melted the red sphere. The snakes were long and thick like the trunk of an oak tree, slithering protectively around Elena. Kana leaped back to gain distance as the alligator snapped at her, missing her by inches. Ciro could tell it was beginning to look bad for the dead shot. The way Elena was surrounded by her familiars reminded Ciro of his match against Anya. Still determined, Kana casted her signature nuke, bombarding the alligator with explosive red light as she dove past it, firing railguns that hit the serpents with deadly accuracy. As the alligator roared in pain and the serpents were quickly dispatched, it appeared as though Elena was vulnerable. Kana rushed forward, prepping another nuke as she drew closer. "Oh shit, Kana might get a clean shot," Ciro said excitedly. "No," Raoul sat back and folded his arms with a grimace. "Elena's in no danger." Ciro's confusion was answered when he watched Kana fire a close-ranged nuke at Elena, whose body glowed with a dark green aura. The scale tamer batted away the beam, causing it to hit the arena wall with a boom. "What the I thought she advanced from the summoner class." "She did," Raoul looked at Ciro with a side eye. "But one of her skills is simulate, which allows her to borrow the strength of one of her familiars." "The alligator." The rage fist shook his head. "Worse." Elena met Kana head-on, knocking her back with a kick to the gut. Kana hit the ground but recovered with a flip, her guns poised to fire again. Elena snapped her fingers, recalling her oversized reptile as another portal opened behind her. Instinctively, Zero knew that this one was different. It was double, maybe triple the size of the portal that called forth her alligator. With a deafening roar, a massive shape flew out, crashing down onto the arena. Recognizing the creature from fairy tales he had read as a child, Zero couldn't believe what he was seeing at first. That's a fucking dragon. Kanna's eyes widened as the massive emerald draconic creature emerged from the portal. It was larger, laughably more than the alligator familiar, with wings that spanned the length of the arena and a long, serpentine body covered in armored scales. It let out a deafening roar that shook the stadium, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Elena's ace in the hole. She can summon it and borrow its power at the same time. Raoul let out a small sigh. One of the main reasons she's an S rank. She was almost able to single-handedly overwhelm an A-rank monster outbreak with her familiars. Kanna trembled under the gaze of the gargantuan beast. Zero couldn't blame her, since it was so large that he was able to see it clearly from the windows. For a second, Zero thought that Kanna would swallow her fear and continue the match, but the dead shot simply raised her hand in surrender. The referee called the match, causing the audience to erupt in cheers and boos. Raoul let out a sigh of relief as Elena stepped back, the dragon disappearing with a final roar. Kanna, still on the ground, looked up at the scale tamer with a mixture of awe and fear. "Good fight," she said, her voice shaky. Elena gave her a small smile before she walked away. "Kanna, you has surrendered. The winner is Elena Hale," the announcer declared, fueling the crowd's excitement. After Elena returned to the waiting area, Zero felt apprehensive about the next match. Seeing the strength of the S ranks was terrifying, and it made him reluctant to face either of them in the semi-finals. He contemplated doing what Liam suggested and forfeiting. He quickly forced the thought out of his mind, remembering that his father was going through a battle of his own. Zero had promised him that he'd see this through to the end after all, and he was determined to make good on something for once. The next match will begin. Raul Delgado. The man with the scar began. Zero bounced his leg nervously. And Stephen Bryce. Please enter the arena. Zero let out a sigh of relief as Raul stood up and stretched. Good luck. Zero said to the Rage Fist. Raul nodded back, his expression serious. Liam's encounter seemed to really affect Raul as he followed his opponent to the arena. On screen, Raul and Stephen faced off against each other. The cheering quieted down as the announcer cleared his throat. For the third match, we have Raul Delgado, the Rage Fist versus Stephen Bryce, the Blast Fist. Which of these brawlers will emerge victorious? Who knows, but you can bet that this will be a slugfest you won't want to miss. As he began the countdown, both men crouched, their fists clenched and their auras bubbling. Zero wondered what kind of style a Blast Fist would have. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Immediately, both men threw a punch, hitting the other's fist in a clash of might. Raul's fist glowed orange with power as Stephen's fist emitted a purple aura. To Zero, they looked evenly matched. Stephen grinned as he pulled his fist back, quickly throwing a side kick. Raul blocked the attack with a palm, catching the Blast Fist's shin in his grip. In the next moment, Zero found the answer to his question as a purple light bloomed from the point of contact, causing an explosion that threw Raul back. Even without his analysis, Zero determined that every attack Stephen threw out had an explosive property to it, making close combat a dangerous game to play. However, Raul seemed unfazed, surrounding himself with an orange aura that Zero realized was focused rage, a skill that enabled Raul to utilize his rage to empower himself. Zero clicked his tongue, disappointed that Raul only used the skill during his matches. He would have loved to have copied the skill when he first met the Rage Fist. Maybe Raul would let him copy it later, after the tournament. The two men clashed again, throwing punches and kicks with dizzying speed. Now that Raul had casted focused rage, he was able to deal with Stephen's explosive hits better, though it was still damaging to receive. To the audience, it was a refreshing match, seeing a fight filled with pure physical attacks with a bit of magic thrown in. Zero, watching on the screens, was impressed with how Raul was able to use his rage to empower himself, while Steven was able to utilize the explosive properties to maximum effect. The two continued to match each other blow for blow, neither man giving an inch. Their battle took them across the arena, the force of their attacks leaving craters in the ground. The crowd cheered on, their shouts of encouragement only spurring the two fighters on. Even Zero found himself caught up in the intensity of the match. After breaking from a clash, Raul and Steven stared at each other, both smiling with respect and excitement. Zero wondered if every brawler class was a battle fanatic. "Thank God I wasn't one," he muttered to himself, watching the two go at it again. Compared to the last two matches, the fight between the Rage Fist and Blast Fist was much more action-packed, dragging on with neither man giving any leeway. However, it became clear that Raul was slowly getting the edge over Steven. His focused rage was growing stronger with every exchange of blows, while Steven's attacks seemed to be losing some of their punch. The crowd began to sense this shift in momentum as they urged Raul on with louder cheers. The Rage Fist responded by delivering a series of powerful punches and kicks, driving Steven back across the arena. Finally, Raul demonstrated why he had been promoted to S rank as he closed the gap between them, landing a devastating uppercut that sent Steven flying into the air. As the Blast Fist crashed back down to the ground, Raul was already on him, delivering a flurry of powerful punches and kicks. The crowd roared their approval, urging the Rage Fist on as he continued his onslaught. Raul ceased his assault, jumping back as he crouched in preparation. But Steven was unable to get back up, managing to weakly raise his hand up in surrender. As the referee called the match, the audience cheered once more. Raul dispersed his focused rage, walking over to Steven and offering him a hand. "Good fight," Raul said, his voice slightly hoarse from exertion. Steven grinned, shaking his hand. Despite the heartfelt conclusion, Zero felt a wave of nervousness as he prepared for his match against Zyot. He glanced over at the Soul Strider, wondering if he was just as nervous as Zero was. Zyot appeared calm and collected, staring up at the screen. There was no hint of worry or anxiety in his body, which didn't make Zero feel too good. He took a deep breath, feeling his rationality activate. There was no point in stressing now. Zero was going to do his best, for the sake of his father and for his pride. He checked his phone, seeing another photo from Nala. This time, it was a selfie of her, Amaya, and Casey between the two. All three were smiling, holding a thumbs up. Zero chuckled softly, slipping his phone away and feeling grateful for his friends. As Raul came back to the waiting area, the man with the scar cleared his throat. Final match of the qualifiers. Zero Castle, Zyot Lang, please enter. Good luck, Raul said, giving Zero an encouraging smile. Thanks. Zero followed Zyot to the doors, feeling as though he'd need more than luck this time. Chapter 40, Third Midterm Fights Part 1. Entering his door, Zero found Kip waiting there as usual. He was faintly surprised that she seemed bubbly and full of energy considering how much she drank the night prior. Her cat Paradox probably had a hand in that. Hi there. Kit grinned as her mismatched eyes sparkled with mischief. Missed me? Yeah, Zero admitted, though it was more because she was a familiar face. The Paradox giggled as she looped her arm around Zero's and began walking. Excited for your match? She asked as they traveled down the corridor. I guess. Zero replied hesitantly. I'm not sure if excited is the right word for how I'm feeling. Oh? Nervous. Something like that, yet. Kit hummed to herself thoughtfully, glancing up at Zero's face. Worried about your dad? Yeah, he nodded. But the others are waiting for him after his surgery, so at least he won't be alone when he comes out. If he Zero stopped himself. Kit gave him a reassuring smile as she squeezed his arm. Don't worry, my little bookworm. I know your father will pull through. Just focus on the match, okay? Your opponent is a strong one. Zero blinked at the paradox, relieved at the change in topic. What can you tell me about him? He's a brawler and warrior hybrid but surprisingly uses a sword. Don't let down your guard though. He's perfectly capable of close combat, too. Anything else? Zero asked even though he knew that was the extent that Kit was willing to say. Kit stuck her tongue out playfully, confirming his thoughts as he sighed. Well, he'd be able to manage. Hopefully. Just try your best, okay? Kit smiled as they reached the arena entrance. Remember, if you win, I'll show you the cat paradox. Zero choked on his spit as Kit's words registered to him. He had almost forgotten her promise, but now it was a very nice incentive to win his match. Zero imagined the possibilities of the skill as he turned back to Kit to thank her. This time it was my fault. Zero muttered, seeing no trace of the paradox. He turned back to the doors, pushing them open to the arena. Compared to the first day when he arrived, Zero no longer felt an overwhelming anxiety as he stepped onto the arena to the roaring of the crowd. Up ahead, Zyode was making his way to the center. As Zero met him in the middle, a referee jogged up to the pair. She rattled off the ground rules, but Zero wasn't paying attention, focusing on Zyode instead. He was taller than Zero by a good 2 or 3 inches, his steady pale pink eyes gazing back at him. Zyode had taken off his tie, unbuttoning his collar. As he stood there, Zero sensed a deep and heavy pressure within the Soul Strider. Got it? The referee asked the two when she finished. Both of them nodded. As she jogged away, Zyode suddenly bowed his head. Zero Castle, he began, his voice smooth and soft. I've seen your strength. I don't wish to look down on you, so I will fight with full power. Oh, thanks. Zero stammered back. It was definitely a nice change of pace, having his opponent not be arrogant, but it somehow made the match that more pressuring. Zyode lifted his head, a determined and challenging look in his eyes. I believe that it is a form of respect to fight you using everything I have, so please, I would be honored if you would do the same. Yeah. I was planning on doing that anyway. Zero replied, put off by how formal Zyode was speaking to him. The Soul Strider nodded his thanks, stepping away to prepare. Zero did the same, calming himself for the fight ahead. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer started. It is the final match of the qualifiers. Arguably one of the most anticipated today. Zero Castle, the Scholar versus Zyode Lang, the Soul Strider. The crowd cheered, adding to the electrifying tension in the air. Zero rolled his shoulders, warming up his body. Good luck, champion. Thanks, I feel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Before Zero could even run through his standard rotation, Zyode roared, emitting a crackling dark pink aura. Holy shit. Zero's body buzzed as he copied the skill Burning Spirit, which massively boosted the caster's stats. His analysis further determined that it used copious amounts of mana to maintain, but Zyoda's consumption was almost non-existent. The Soul Strider held out a hand, pink mana swirling in his palm. A shimmering and formless blade of pink mana formed in his grip. The Soul Blade was a skill that depended on how great the user's soul was. As Zyode held the formless blade, it grew larger in size, reaching the point where it was as big as Zyode himself. Zero swore under his breath as his analysis determined that the blade was weightless to the user, but deadly to anyone else. In the blink of an eye, Zyode dashed forward. Zero immediately ran through his staples, activating his efficiencies, inspiration, iron skin, and mana enhancement as he conjured his mana sword, covering the blade with green mana. In hindsight, the Soul Blade was much stronger than his mana blade, but it required a steady supply of mana to maintain it. And there was a different skill that Zero wanted to supply instead. Zero barely managed to raise his sword to block Zyota's swing as the impact sent shockwaves through his body. It was heavy, much heavier than Sal's cannons. He knocked Zyota away, throwing a couple of mana knives that exploded, creating a smokescreen. He figured that would buy him enough time to gather himself, but the Soul Strider charged again, seemingly able to see Zero through the smoke. Really? Zero exclaimed as he blocked another swing, instantly turning to shadows before the impact could run through his body. His darkness flew away from Zyota, quickly creating distance as Zero rematerialized. However, Zyota followed closely behind, giving Zero no time to breathe. Zero sent out a couple of mana nukes to deter him, but Zyota simply cut them away with his soul blade, catching up to him. The Soul Strider swung his blade once more, causing Zero to stomp his foot and activate his force field. Using the skill as a parry, Zero quickly dispersed the bubble as soon as Zyota's blade bounced off, conjuring the Jury Axe in lieu of his sword. As the heavy blade crashed forward, Zyota hopped to the side, lunging forward once more. "You're kidding me," Zero thought to himself as he let go of the Jury before it could even fall to the ground. The axe dispersed as Zero conjured a dark jade mana cannon, using the weight to drop below Zyota's jab. As the cannon hit the ground, Zero casted Blast Zone, immediately firing several mana nukes up into the air. Zero blocked Zyota's blade with his cannon, but the Soul Strider cleaved straight through the bulky weapon. He followed up with a mana blast point blank, to which Zero barely managed to evade by changing into shadows. The Starfall nuke crashed down, aimed directly at Zyota. Within human speed, Zyota slashed through each and every nuke that fell upon him, easily tearing through the barrage. Zero used this moment to gain some distance and solidified back. "God damn." Zero panted, prepping his sword and deciding to conjure a green playing card. "I got no choice." As Zyota cleared the nukes, he located and locked onto Zero's position, zipping towards him once more. However, Zero had already tossed the card, watching as it exploded with a green light and condensing into Sting. "Master!" Sting greeted Zero, but quickly took note of the charging Soul Strider. "The target." "Yab!" Zero shouted, dashing forward to meet Zyota. "You said you wanted to know me better, right? Here's a team-building exercise." As the Joker summoned her rapier and joined Zero, Zyota seemed undeterred as he swung his blade back to meet them. The two began a whirlwind of attacks and parries, their weapons dancing through the air in a blur. The crowd was transfixed, unable to believe the speed and skill on display. Zero and Sting moved in perfect unison, their teamwork and understanding of each other's fighting styles making them an unstoppable force. Of course, it helped that Zero's perfect analysis and his instincts made it a lot easier to adapt to Sting's jabbing style. But Zyota was just as incredible, able to hold his own against the two as he parried or dodged most of their strikes. To Zero, it was as if he was growing even stronger and faster. With a quick slash, Zyota knocked Sting away, quickly zoning in on Zero. A stomp of his foot caused his green force field to spring up, blocking the Soul Strider's blade. In a split second, Zero used his perfect analysis, learning that Zyota was still growing stronger by the second, beginning to drain his mana reserves, albeit slowly. As he swung his sword down on Zero's force field, the latter simultaneously dismissed the skill and leaped back, causing Zyota to stumble forward from the momentum. Zero quickly followed up with a moderate mana nuke that exploded into the Soul Strider's chest, sending him flying backwards. Sting had already recovered and met Zyota from behind as he rocketed towards her, the Joker's rapier poised to strike. As Zyota spun mid-air to block her attacks, Zero launched himself forward, trying to catch him in a pincer maneuver. There should have been no way for Zyota to be able to react to an attack on both sides, but Zero noticed the Soul Strider catching wind of his approach. With another roar, Zyota emitted another burst of pink mana, causing Zero to halt his advance. Sting was blown away from the shockwave, though she was able to land gracefully, leaping forward as soon as she landed. Zero's body buzzed as he copied Zyoda's resonating spirit, which added a reverberating mana impact to Zyoda's attacks. Zero had no time to think as Zyota engaged in combat with Sting, quickly overpowering her with sword strikes that produced a mana shockwave regardless if it hit. Running to join his Joker, Zero launched a volley of alternating mana nukes and railguns, trying to ease the pressure off of Sting. As if he had predicted it, Zyota delivered a hard kick into Sting's abdomen, knocking her away as he roared once more, a darker pink emerging forth. Once again, Zero's body buzzed with power as he copied Echoing Spirit, which, as he found out in the next moment, could reflect an attack back to the origin. The nukes and railguns collided with Zyoda's now enormous aura and bounced back straight to Zero. Activating his force field a little too late, Zero took a couple of his own nukes and railguns, grunting in pain from the impacts. Zyota flew in front of him, already swinging his gigantic dark pink soul blade down. The formless mana sword cleaved through the force field as if it were butter, followed by a rippling magic shockwave that blew Zero off his feet. The Soul Strider wasn't done, chaining a right hook straight into Zero's stomach that later detonated with another magic explosion. Zero crashed into the wall of the other side of the arena, bouncing off and hitting the ground hard. He could only wheeze in pain as the breath was knocked out of him, inhaling a copious amount of dirt right after. He felt Sting's summon expire, returning back to him. Struggling to his feet, Zero saw Zyota jogging towards him, as if allowing him time to recover. It may have been an act of respect, but to Zero, it felt demeaning as if Zyota pitied him. A quick glimpse using his perfect analysis showed that Zyota had all three auras stacked, pushing his strength beyond what Zero could handle. He swore under his breath, realizing that he had no other options. Raising his palm towards Zyota, Zero casted Fairness, quickly feeling their strength even out. The Soul Strider seemed to notice what had happened, increasing his pace as he broke into a full-blown sprint. Zero checked his mana reserves, finding it almost half empty. That was plenty enough. His sword appeared in his hands as he called out Sting once more, ignoring the pain in his body as he launched forward to clash against Zyota. The two met in the middle, green and dark pink mana zapping around the arena in a dance of blades. Even with Sting's assistance and the strength balance, Zero couldn't help but feel like it still wasn't enough to overpower the Soul Strider. This guy is an absolute monster. Zero thought to himself as he parried another one of Zyoda's strikes. Was he really an A rank? His mana was draining just as quickly as Zero's, but he had the advantage of having a massive pool. A risky idea came to Zero. Hoping that Sting would be able to read him, Zero managed to lock Zyoda's blade, holding them both in place. As he struggled to push against the Soul Strider, he gazed into his pale pink eyes, seeing a hint of admiration and determination staring back. "You're very strong," Zyota said, gradually pushing Zero back. "So are you," Zero grinned back, suddenly shifting into shadows. Zyoda's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled forward, the lack of resistance causing him to lose his balance. Zero immediately solidified, using both hands to grab onto Zyoda's arm that held his sword tightly. He winced, enduring the searing hot pain that Zyoda's auras inflicted on him. Zyota struggled to break free, but was forced to his knees as Sting snuck up behind him, delivering a powerful blow to his legs. That was the moment Zero needed as he freed one hand to conjure a mana cannon, bringing it down onto Zyoda's head. Doubling his inspiration paired with his fading fairness, Zero casted Revenge as his cannon crashed down onto Zyota. The Soul Strider slammed face down, becoming enveloped in a red aura. Zero leapt back to avoid the explosion a little too late as it went off. Oof. His flight through the air was abruptly halted as Sting caught him from behind. Zero couldn't help but notice how gentle and safe her embrace was, despite the tension of the match. "Master, are you all right?" Sting asked as she released Zero from her grasp. "Yeah, fantastic." Zero groaned as his fairness wore off. He casted Recovery, watching as the Revenge's explosion settled. Incredulously, Zyota shakily got to his feet, his auras all but vanished. He lifted his head, meeting Zero's gaze. A shiver ran through the scholar's body as he realized that Zyode wasn't ready to give up yet. With a final, thundering roar, Zyode unleashed an incredibly dense amount of mana from his body, surrounding himself in a dark pink, almost red aura. The arena became bathed in the light, massive waves of deep pink pulsing out from Zyode. Even before Zero copied the skill, he knew that this was Zyoda's strongest skill. Undying Spirit, a skill that pushes the user's stats to the absolute limits, burning through whatever remaining mana was left. It had all the capabilities of Zyoda's former auras with the bonus of stealing strength and mana with every successful hit. As Zyode conjured his soul blade once more, Zero felt an overwhelming sense of despair and fear. There was no way he could win. Chapter 41, Third Midterm Fights Part 2. Paralyzed by the scene, Zero almost failed to register Zyode finishing his cast time, swinging his gigantic soul blade around. Then, the Soul Strider stepped forward and vanished. Master. Sting quickly moved forward in front of Zero, her rapier drawn. Seeing his Joker poised in an offensive position snapped Zero out of his stupor. Wait, no. Zero tried to call Sting back, but before he could even get the words out, Zyode blinked in front of the Joker, his sword already swung downwards. Sting could only gasp as her body was sliced into two, causing her to dissolve into green dust. Zyode turned to Zero, his sword primed to attack again. In the back of his mind, Zero wondered if there was any chance of winning. Maybe he should just give up, like Liam said. The others didn't need him to advance into the semifinals, so he didn't need to try this hard anymore. Yet, he was never someone who liked hard work, preferring to live the easy life. It was fine. Zero could lose right here and go see his father right after. At the thought of his father, Zero blinked in confusion. He had promised Zero that he'd see this through, so didn't that mean he should give it his best? Why did he always resort to giving up when things were getting hard? Zero let out a growl of frustration, injecting more mana and energy into his recovery. He was already low on energy, his body beginning to protest. He could feel his mana reserves dipping below the halfway point, limiting his skill usage. Zyode, on the other hand, still had plenty of mana to spare even considering the speed at which his undying spirit was consuming. The Soul Strider bent his knee, preparing to push off. It was either now, or never. Pushing his efficiencies to their limits, Zero stopped his recovery, Iron Skin, and inspiration as he casted Fairness just as Zyode launched himself forward, forcefully balancing their strengths. The overwhelming power flooding through Zero threatened to implode, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. He was able to see Zyoda's movements a lot clearer now that they were on even ground, but Zero was struggling to handle the additional power. He felt his mana reserves sitting at a quarter full, but that should be more than enough. Champion, don't tell me. Afiel protested as she sensed what Zero was about to do. If I don't, then I'll have no chance of winning, Zero thought back with a grimace as he used Undying Spirit for the first time. A dark green aura roared forth from within Zero, engulfing him in dense concentrations of mana. On top of the Fairness bonus, Zero nearly fainted from the massive boost of power coursing through his veins. His mana reserves were nearly empty from using just those two skills. It was a risky move, stacking buffs to increase his strength even though Zero knew his body wouldn't be able to handle it at his current state, but he wasn't relying on that to win this match. Zyoda's eyes widened with surprise as he felt the incredible pressure emitting from Zero, but he didn't stop his charge, gripping his soul blade tighter as he started swinging. Compared to the beginning of the match, Zero found it laughably easy to track each slash as he avoided Zyoda's attacks. He knew that the audience were seeing a blur of pink and green, but to him, Zyode seemed like he was fighting underwater as Zero nimbly evaded his sword. Though it was exhilarating to taunt the Soul Strider by dodging everything, Zero could feel his body begging to give up, his energy and mana reserves running on fumes. Ignoring the pain once more, Zero began to pummel Zyode with punches and kicks, sapping his mana and strength with each successful hit. Champion, stop. You can't handle that much power. Your body will destroy itself. Afiel pleaded, sounding almost hysterical. Zero wanted to tell her that everything would hopefully work out, but his concentration was devoted to dealing with attacking Zyode and the subsequent stat stealing. Zyode himself was unable to defend against Zero's onslaught, slowly getting pushed back as his strength and mana was drained away, his soul blade dispersed. Finally, Zero felt the fairness bonus wear off, yet his strength was still unproportionally high due to Undying Spirit's effect. Thankfully, his mana reserves were almost to full capacity again. Zero pulled back his fist to strike Zyode again, but then stopped as a wave of pure agony wreaked havoc on his body. He screamed, dropping to his knees as the consequence of breaking his limits took its toll. Fuck. Zero roared as the rebound attacked his body in swarms of sharp, searing stabs. Zyode teetered unsteadily on his feet, slowly regaining his bearings as he noticed Zero on his knees. The Soul Strider conjured his blade again, preparing to end the match with one swing. Zero's body refused to listen to him as he tried to ride out the rebound. Not yet. Zero growled and managed to make a mana knife in his hands, dropping it as soon as it was formed. With a snap, the knife detonated in between the two, launching Zero away from Zyode. In hindsight, it was a bold and idiotic thing to do, but at least it confused Zyode and gave Zero some ground between them. As he flew through the air, Zero conjured 13 playing cards in his hands, letting them go in the air. The cards exploded with a green light, summoning the 12 face card familiars and Sting herself. Zero hit the ground, timing his fall to cast Force Field and Recovery at the same time. He heard the sounds of combat and hoped Sting would be able to command the Jack and King face cards to buy him just enough time healing to be able to move. God damn it! Zero groaned as he gazed up at the sky, sensing the 4 queens rushing to his aid. His recovery worked in tandem with their magic to alleviate the pain in his body. What was your plan? Afiel asked through his thoughts. Honestly, Zero winced as he found himself able to sit up. Zyode had already cut through the kings and jacks, engaged in a fierce sword fight with Sting herself. I'm just winging it as I go along, but it seems to be working so far. And that is. Zero inhaled sharply as he shakily stood up, feeling his injuries slowly fade away. Though his body was becoming stable, the issue remained that he was exhausted and his mana reserves were already dipping below the halfway point. In the match against Anya, my revenge was limited to reflecting damage that she dished out, not her familiars, Zero began. But the interesting part was that she was able to fuse with her Joker. I hope that's not what you're planning on doing, since I can tell your body can't handle any more exertion. Nah. I'm wondering if I can do the opposite. Zyode blasted Sting away with a mana shockwave, turning towards Zero, but the Joker was relentless, coming back to divert his attention. How exactly do you plan on doing that? Zero nodded his thanks to the Queen familiars, watching their green suit symbols glow in acknowledgement as they raced off to support Sting. Dropping his force field, Zero carefully stretched his body to feel the once searing pain now a dull ache. He left his recovery running with minimal mana supply, focusing his attention on Sting's battle with Zyode. I noticed that the Joker is distinct from the face cards in that the faces possess a finite amount of mana within them. Sting, on the other hand, draws her mana from me. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like Zyoda's Undying Spirit stealing bonus works on her, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Zero took a deep breath, beginning to flood Sting with his mana. To his relief, Sting seemed to realize what he was doing as she pushed Zyode back with renewed strength. Anya was a lot weaker than me when we fought, but she had more mana than I did. When she summoned her Joker, her strength was proportional to Anya's pool. Zero dismissed the queens as he focused on dumping more mana into Sting. That meant that the more mana was being pumped into her Joker, the stronger it would become. Anya's downfall was that she merged with it, fulfilling the conditions for my revenge. Oh. It sounded like Afiel understood. That's why you decided to do something risky. To drain his resources for your familiar to use. Yup. I just hope it works. And if it doesn't. Instead of replying, he desperately prayed that Sting would be able to overpower Xiao due to being weakened from Zero's previous assault. The Joker's three-pronged bell hat had fallen off during the sword fight, rips now appearing in her attire. Despite suffering heavy damage prior, the Soul Strider wasn't letting up, fighting back with the ferocity of a cornered animal. Zero swallowed hard. He was just barely able to move, but if he was pushed to action, Zero worried his body would give out. Just the intense concentration itself needed to supply Sting with mana threatened to knock him out. At least now he knew why summoners and similar classes stood in place while their familiars did the work. As the crowd cheered on Sting and Xiao, Zero's legs trembled, finally giving out as he dropped to one knee. His mana was running out quickly while Xiao still had plenty left over. At this rate, Zero wouldn't be able to keep Sting out for much longer, losing the war of attrition. He had to think of a way to beat Xiao in one fell swoop. Master. Sting's voice suddenly echoed in his head. What the Sting? Zero started, but then figured it was common sense for a summoner to be able to telepathically communicate with their familiars. I mean, yet. This man isn't going to go down anytime soon, and I believe that you are running low on mana as well. Yeah, Zero gritted his teeth. I'm out of ideas. Might I suggest merging? If we do that, I don't know if my body will be able to handle it. Master, this man seems to hold a high impression of you. If it were to come to it, I believe that he would not be opposed to a final decisive strike between the two of you. Zero was at a loss for words, watching as Sting and Xiao broke apart just to clash again in a spectacle of green and pink sparks. You mean, he'd be down for a showdown of our strongest attacks? That's so cliché. This man seems to hold you in high regard. It wouldn't hurt to exploit that. Sting replied with a knowing tone. Oh. Zero got what she meant. He found it pleasing that the Joker seemed to take after him. Without another word, Zero recalled Sting to his side, immediately beginning to merge with her. Xiao had a fleeting look of surprise on his face when his opponent suddenly disappeared, but as he turned to Zero, he quickly understood the situation. Champion, what are you doing? Your body will be a wreck. Afiel cried out as she realized what Zero was doing. Master, please do your best. Sting encouraged as she dissolved into green smoke around him. Whoa, hold on, what the fuck? I've got two voices in my head now. Zero muttered as he finished merging with Sting. Power flowed through his body, but it was a painful stimulation as every nerve in his body started burning. Xiao moved forward, readying his blade. Zero knew that this was his last chance, and conjured his own soul blade. With a hiss, a formless green spear of mana appeared in his hands, crackling with magic. He crouched, holding the blade as if preparing to draw it from a sheath. Xiaoda's eyes widened as he wordlessly understood Zero's action, smiling with acknowledgement and respect as he stopped a few paces in front of him. The Soul Strider assumed the same position, tensing his muscles. Zero Castle. You've pushed me to my limits as I'm sure I did yours. I am honored to have fought with you. Xiao said, channeling enormous amounts of dark pink mana as his undying spirit roared around him. Ditto. You're actually a beast, Zero replied, forcing down a sense of guilt. The pair stared at each other, both preparing to make their final strikes. The crowd simmered down, watching the two intently. Amazing. It seems that Zero and Xiao have come to a mutual understanding of having a final showdown. The announcer said with a hushed awe. Zero inhaled deeply, feeling his mana reserves nearly empty. His entire body was on fire, his veins like molten lava. Sting's power flowing through him squeezed his muscles, causing them to cramp. The soul blade he held sparked with mana, struggling to be unleashed. Xiaoda's eyes narrowed, his pressure increasing rapidly. Zero could tell he was putting everything into this single slash. Slowly, Zero drew some of the Soul Blade's mana into the hand that held it, gathering the rest from his inner reserves. Thankfully, Xiao didn't notice. For a moment, the two were still, readying themselves for the climax. The crowd had gone silent, watching with bated breath. Zero twitched, causing Xiao to blink forward with blinding speed. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. Both of them drew their soul blades, trying to cut each other in one strike. However, it seemed like Xiao was faster, swinging his sword much faster than Zero could. But that wasn't the goal of Zero's plan. In fact, he was counting on Xiao to move quicker than he did as Zero converted the rest of the soul blade into mana, holding his palm out towards Xiao. Too late, the Soul Strider's eyes widened with surprise as his blade connected with Zero's chest. Zero felt Xiao's sword cut into his body, leaving a gashing wound that he didn't feel right away. He casted Revenge on top of the mana nuke immediately after Xiao's attack connected, hitting the Soul Strider directly. The nuke exploded, sending the two flying in opposite directions. The Revenge enveloped around Xiao emitted another explosion, showering the audience with emerald dust. Zero and Xiao slammed into the walls of the arena, with the latter causing the entire space to shudder from his impact. When Zero hit the wall, his mind went blank, the noise around him not registering as he fell to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Chapter 42. A Glimmer of Hope. Zero opened his eyes, gazing directly into Kid's mismatched eyes. "How's my little bookworm?" With a painful grunt, Zero blinked as he took in the now familiar and cozy white room of the arena infirmary. It was a lot quieter compared to the first time he was admitted here. Kid was dressed in her usual attire instead of the tournament uniform, with dark blue jeans, a black crop top, and black boots. That was easily the hardest fight so far. Zero rasped, slowly becoming aware of the aches within his body. His nerves felt fried, his mind a haze. A sharp, stinging pain pulsed across his chest, reminding Zero of Xiao's final slash. "Wait, what happened after I passed out?" A prideful grin bloomed across the Paradox's face. "You won." "Well, technically, Xiao managed to stay awake longer than you did, but he conceded before he passed out." Kid tapped his forehead with a finger. "There are some mixed reactions towards the ending of the match, though. Some people said it was a dirty move, luring Xiao into thinking it was a contest of sorts before you pulled that stunt." Zero chuckled, then regretted it as his body convulsed in pain. "Take it easy. You put your body through hell." Kid pouted. "But it was incredible to watch you continuously pull stuff out of nowhere." "Thanks," Zero said weakly, feeling several recovery spells actively working on him. "So, I guess that means that I'm moving on to the semifinals." "Yup," Kid smirked. "Those complaining about your win couldn't really do anything after Xiao firmly stuck by his choice of conceding the win to you. He said that you won fair and square, no matter how you did it." Zero took a slow and painful breath, letting it out slowly as he processed her words. "Shit, so it's me, Rahul, Elena, and Liam." Even though he won, Zero didn't feel as if he truly deserved it. Knowing that Xiao was conscious after he passed out even for a short while made him feel as if he wasn't strong enough to take on any of the S ranks. Maybe there was a chance if he went up against Rahul, but Elena's dragon and Liam's brutality was daunting to say the least. "Hey, give yourself some credit," the Paradox purred reassuringly. "Who else could say that they rose up from F rank to A rank in a month? Not to mention get as far as the semi-finals in a tournament, all while getting used to life in a changed world." Right. Zero was glad that even though his friends were busy, Kit always seemed to be there when he needed someone. "I'm thinking, you might want your reward now," Kit asked with a mischievous smile. "Reward?" It slowly dawned on Zero, causing an ugly smile to contort his face. "You mean, your cat paradox skill?" Kit giggled and nodded. "Here, I'll do it on you." Wait, what? The paradox placed a hand on his arm, gazing into his eyes. Her blue and green eyes glowed with a white outline. Hey, I think you're in perfect condition, don't you? Hey? What are you talking about? Go along with it, please. Kit squeezed his arm gently. I think you're in perfect condition. You do too, right? Truly. Well, Zero decided to trust Kit. Yet, I'm in perfect condition. Zero's body buzzed with power as he watched the white light in Kit's eyes glow brighter and then dimmed. Cat Paradox, the skill that enabled the user to force their will upon the world. Zero understood that there were limitations to the skill, but it essentially was a distant emulation of its predecessor. He learned that Kit's teleportation relied on her believing either she was there, or she wasn't. Holy shit. Zero whispered as he grasped the concepts behind her skill. That's pretty broken. The paradox giggled again, removing her hand from his arm. How do you feel? I feel. Zero blinked in surprise, feeling no trace of pain anywhere. Even the sharp stinging on his chest was gone. I feel fine. He whirled his gaze towards Kit, an evil glint in his eyes. Does this mean I can do pretty much anything? Kit flicked his forehead playfully. There are limits, my little bookworm. First, it has the most impact on yourself. To enforce it onto others is much more difficult, since they have to be willing. Not to mention, the most important aspect is belief. If you don't believe in the will you are trying to enact, it won't happen no matter how many times you activate the skill itself. So, that's how you are able to also teleport me? Zero asked with wonder. Kit tilted her head. Sort of. I've only directly teleported you once, right? When I took you back to your apartment. That was because you wanted to go home, so the cat paradox worked. When I teleported us to the restaurant that night, I only used it on Enzo's car. Sentient beings are harder to use the skill on, but there are loopholes. Plus, Kit smiled sheepishly. One of the reasons I can't have you looking at me when I use the skill to teleport is because it'll affect the laws of reality. If I believe I'm somewhere else, but you believe I'm there in the moment because you see me, it'll cause a rift with varying consequences. Like what? Zero felt nervous about the skill now. From the best case scenario to the worst case? The best I could hope for is a dimensional black hole rip in reality. The worst? Another me. Another you. Zero blinked. Having two Kits would be interesting, not to mention the potential that came with two beautiful women. The paradox frowned, as if sensing Zero's thoughts. Hey, two of me doesn't always mean we're the same person. I'd also have to share you with my other. That doesn't seem too bad. You'd also cease to exist if one of me comes into physical contact with you. Ah. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Zero shivered at the thought. Anyway, I'm excited to try it out. Any tips? It was only for a brief moment, but Zero swore he saw a hint of guilt in her eyes. Kit smiled, leaning back and crossing her legs. Let's start with something simple. Try believing that you've got a can of soda in your hands. Zero sat up and concentrated, imagining the coolness of the can in his palm. His body buzzed, casting cat paradox. Nothing happened. What the hell? Zero murmured. I can literally feel the can, so why isn't this working? Am I not believing hard enough? So, about that, Kit looked apologetic. I have a passive called Lawbreak, which allows my paradox skills to work on reality, to an extent. Without it, it's like a car that won't start without gas. Oh. Zero felt an immeasurable sense of disappointment. He had been looking forward to copying Kit's powerful cat paradox, but learning that it only worked with her passive was a letdown, to put it simply. Sorry, the paradox patted Zero's cheek. There was a part of me that hoped you'd be able to use it. If it makes you feel any better, the skill isn't an end-all, be-all. If your belief wavers during the skill, it'll wear off. So, keep believing that you are fine, and you will be. Otherwise, you'll be feeling that pain coming back. Alright, Zero sighed as he pulled his phone from his shadow shift. At least I was able to copy it. What if your influence could somehow make it work? That did cross my mind, but I don't even know how it works. Zero scowled. I can supposedly copy passives for a brief period of time, but I don't have any indicators of it activating. Kit shrugged. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Zero grunted in agreement, scrolling through his messages. His eyes widened in shock. Hey, my dad's out of surgery. He's stable. That's great. Kit grinned. I'd offered to take you to him, but the semifinals are about to start as soon as they fix the arena. How about you give him a call? Zero nodded, dialing Amaya's number. A couple of rings later, the call connected, displaying a video of Amaya. Hey, Zero, Amaya grinned, Nala waving behind her. Look who's here. She panned the phone around, showing Tiro resting comfortably on his bed. Though he was still sickly in appearance, it seemed as though he had a lot more energy than before. Dad? Zero croaked, feeling a lump in his throat. How are you feeling? Zero. Tiro smiled weakly. I'm feeling a little weak, but at least I'm not in too much pain. Casey's head popped into frame. Mr. Zero, I was with him the entire time. Well, not in the surgery room, but I made sure he was okay after. The boy's eyes shone with pride as he gave a little salute. I saw some of your match, too. You were awesome. Haha. Thanks, Casey. The phone moved closer to Tiro, who took it and brought it up to his face. Son, I'm sorry I missed your match. I heard you won, though. Zero shook his head. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't there for your surgery. His father chuckled softly. True, but we both somehow managed to pull through. You've got the semifinals next, right? Yeah, Zero felt his anxiety creeping up and pushed it away. It's going to be tough. Tiro nodded. Good luck, son. I know you'll do well. I love you. Thanks, Dad. Zero swallowed. Get some rest. I'll see you soon. He hung up, noticing the way Kit was staring at him curiously. What? Nothing. She shook her head. Ready to go back to the waiting room. Don't I have to wait for the doctor's permission to be discharged? Kit stuck her tongue out playfully. Cat paradox. Right. It was late afternoon by the time Zero got ready to go back. Kit teleported them in front of the waiting area doors, where she turned to Zero with a semi-serious look. The matches you've fought so far won't begin to compare to the next round. Be prepared, okay? Yeah, I will. Zero was taken aback by Kit's slight change in attitude. Thanks. The paradox smiled warmly. That's my little bookworm. Zero entered the door without looking back, allowing Kit to teleport if she wanted to unhindered. As he walked in, he noticed the lack of chairs, with Liam and Elena sitting next to each other while Rahul sat a few seats away from them. Zero chose the seat next to the Rage Fist, feeling the tension in the air. Hey Zero, Rahul nodded to him, then doubled back. You seem pretty healthy for a guy who wrecked his body. I had some help from Kit, Zero replied as he sat down. At the mention of the paradox, Liam turned his head slightly, giving Zero a side eye. He recalled Kit saying that they were both in the same guild. That doesn't explain anything, but okay. Rahul crossed his arms. If you're feeling fine, then that's all that matters. Attention, you four, the man with the scar approached them. The semi-finals will begin soon. Please ensure that you have made the necessary preparations. He walked away, leaving them to their own devices. Zero took a deep breath, making sure his body was in perfect condition. The competition was about to reach a whole different level, and Zero got the feeling he couldn't afford to make any misjudgments. Even if he went up against Rahul, Zero was fairly certain the Rage Fist would give it his all. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer boomed out. "Before we begin the semi-finals, we have a quick update from the Ascendance Association. Due to technical and timing conflicts, the tournament will be extended one more day. The final match will occur tomorrow afternoon." The crowd murmured but otherwise weren't too bothered by the announcement. Rahul turned to Zero with a questionable gaze. "Hey, wonder why they decided to add another day." "Who knows?" Zero shrugged, keeping quiet about the conversation he had with the S ranks prior. After a couple of minutes, the announcer began to start, ratting off sponsors and advertisements. The man with the scar came up and stood in front of the 4 participants, clearing his throat. "The semi-finals will now begin. The first match will be Liam." Zero bounced his leg nervously. "And Rahul Delgado. Please make your way to the arena." Zero let out a silent sigh of relief. Though he was glad he wasn't facing off against the demonic enforcer just yet, it was also unfortunate that he wasn't going against Rahul. He glanced at the Rage Fist, noticing the mixed expression of apprehension and anger. "Rahul." "Yeah," he nodded. "I know." "Thanks, Zero." As he watched the 2 men enter their respective doors, Zero felt a wave of dread wash over him. No matter how much he wanted Rahul to win, Zero's gut told him that the match would be over in an instant. Chapter 43, Merciless. "Hey Mr. Tiro, Mr. Zero's pretty cool, isn't he?" Casey asked, looking up at the screen. "Yes, he is." Zero's father smiled at the boy sitting on his bed. After waking up from the surgery right after Zero's match, the first Tiro did was ask Nala and Amaya for a video of his son's match. Despite their protests and urging for him to rest, Amaya begrudgingly obliged and pulled up the recording. The 4 had watched Zero's match against Zyot, with Casey becoming more and more enthralled by Zero's performance. At this point, the boy was idolizing the Sculler, much to the chagrin of Amaya. "How do you think he'll do?" Nala quietly asked the liaison as they heard the tournament extension announcement. "I'm not sure," Amaya admitted. "He's grown strong pretty fast, but Elena and Liam are much more experienced than he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he lost in the semi-finals." The 2 watched as Rahul and Liam's names were called out. Casey groaned in disappointment when he realized Zero wasn't up first. Tiro chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair. "I feel the same way," Nala replied. "But somehow, I feel like there's a chance Zero could actually win the tournament." "You really think so?" "Maybe." The women went silent, watching the screen as Casey began to pester Tiro. Amaya couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness watching the 2. "You okay?" "Hey." Amaya jerked out of her thoughts, turning to Nala. "Oh. Yeah, I'm fine." The Shade Reaper raised an eyebrow, as if she didn't believe her. Under her gaze, Amaya gave a wry smile. "Just missing my dad, that's all," she finally said, forcing the hurt down. Nala reached out and squeezed the liaison's hand comfortingly. Though she didn't say anything else, Amaya appreciated the gesture. Nala knew about her family and shared her stories of her mother. The apocalypse last year was devastating, but nothing compared to the pain they shared over lost loved ones. Maybe it was because of that Amaya felt so strongly about helping Tiro, and seeing how Casey quickly grew on the group made her want to protect the child as well. The 2 women had paid a visit to his grandmother, and upon seeing the extremely grim state she was in, understood that she didn't have much time left. They weren't sure if Casey knew exactly what the situation was, but they could tell he at least was aware of the future. Amaya reasoned that it was probably the reason why he recently had been spending more time with the group instead of with his comatose grandmother. Anyway, leaving that aside, have you heard any updates about Nala shook her head. Kit hasn't sensed anything out of the ordinary yet, but maybe there might be some activity since they announced the extension. Amaya sighed, squeezing the Shadow Reaper's hand back. I just hope this will all be over soon. Raoul and Liam stared at each other after the referee jogged away. She had been a little nervous speaking to them due to Liam's intimidating presence and Raoul's simmering rage. You sure you want to go through with this? Liam lazily asked, his eyes unfeeling. I don't know what your goal for winning this tournament is, but that shouldn't be an excuse for that kind of brutality. Raoul responded, clenching his fists. The demonic enforcer raised an eyebrow. Winning the tournament both increases my status and gives me the right to climb higher on the ranks. You don't rise from being nice and merciful. That's it. You just want to climb the numbered ranks? It's just a number. Raoul said incredulously, feeling his rage beginning to boil over. And those numbers signify strength. The top 10 means you are one of the 10 strongest in the world. All I have to do is be number 10, and I will be recognized. Number 10. Raoul furrowed his eyebrows. Is this about your brother? Do you just want to prove that you are better than him? Liam's face twitched. It seemed that Raoul had struck a nerve. Watch your words, bottom rank, Liam whispered, using a derogatory term that referred to the lower tier of S ranks. I'm ranked 12th in the world. Raoul didn't respond, cracking his knuckles instead. As the announcer began the countdown, the two men remained motionless where they were. Not going to give yourself space. Liam narrowed his eyes. You're that confident. Raoul kept quiet, listening to the announcer as he neared the final count. 3, 2, 1. Both men didn't move, continuing to stare at each other. What are you doing? Liam asked. Aren't you going to fight me? Raoul crouched, raising his fists. As much as he did want to punch the arrogance out of Liam, he knew making the first move would mean an instant loss for him. Liam sighed, pulling a hand out from his hoodie. Fine, I'll start. The demonic enforcer's eyes glowed red with power. He held out his hand, blood-red mana swirling around it. It condensed into an elongated pole, solidifying into a golden staff adorned with black trims at each end. Order, the name of the staff Liam wielded. Like Enzo's jury, the staff was incredibly heavy, but its condition for use was that the owner must possess a harmonious state of mind. Raoul took a small breath, readying himself for Liam's attack as he activated his mana and energy efficiencies. He figured that by allowing Liam to attack first, Pacify wouldn't activate, thus weakening the potential of Provoke. Just remember, I gave you an out. Liam said as dark red electricity sparked around him. Hellspark, a demonic-natured lightning skill. Just like Hellfire, it carried corrosive and corrupted energy, making the element even stronger and destructive compared to mundane lightning. The demonic enforcer stepped forward, immediately swinging his staff with extreme finesse. Covered in Hellspark, the heavy rod was a dangerous object to be struck by, causing Raoul to avoid the attacks completely instead of trying to block it. Despite using only one hand to swing order, Liam kept Raoul on his toes, effortlessly chaining jabs and swings with blinding speed. Raoul activated his focused rage, feeling a sharp increase to his anger. He channeled that emotion into his strength and speed, making it easier to dodge Liam's staff. Deciding it was time to counter, Raoul sidestepped a swing, moving in close and delivering a solid punch to Liam's stomach. Raoul gritted his teeth as his fist connected with the demonic enforcer's abdomen. It was like punching a steel wall. The hellspark that radiated off Liam's body also struck Raoul, sending painful shocks down his arm. Raoul ignored the lightning and continued his assault, throwing rage-empowered strikes every chance he got. Liam grew increasingly annoyed, as if Raoul was a pesky mosquito. The rage fist drew his fist back, casting Temper Pulse, which gave his attacks an additional on-hit impact that grew stronger the more enraged he was. Raoul landed a solid blow directly to Liam's jaw, causing him to stagger back for the first time. Not letting up, Raoul launched a flurry of blows that echoed every hit, pushing Liam back step by step. The demonic enforcer was visibly irritated, recovering mid-assault and using his staff to block Rawl's punches. Raoul grunted from the dark red sparks flying off. What an explosive performance by the Rage Fist! The announcer cried out, inciting the audience. It seems as though he's trying to put the pressure on Liam before he can do anything. That's annoying. Liam growled, suddenly engulfing his body with dark red flames. Raoul gasped, hopping back before the flames could touch him. If it was just one element, he was fairly certain he'd be okay, but with the additional Hellfire aura, Raoul wasn't too keen on tanking passive damage from two. He casted Fury Palm, a ranged counterpart to his Temper Pulse, and immediately threw several jabs, shooting bolts of orange mana at Liam. The demonic enforcer's eyes glowed red, casting Pacify and dampening the oncoming projectiles. Raoul gritted his teeth, reinforcing his body and diving back into close combat. Liam's Pacify wore off as Rawl's assault caused the demonic enforcer to shift stances. "You're very annoying," Liam snarled, batting away Rawl's attacks. "I offered you a chance to step down, but you're really going to do this?" Raoul kept quiet, speeding up his punches and kicks as his rage grew. He had to beat Liam quickly before he could retaliate. Orange on red mana clashed in the air in a storm of power, quickly tearing up the ground. Although Raoul had managed to minimize the momentum of Pacify, he was worried that Liam would soon regain his tempo. As if on cue, Liam let out a roar of frustration, activating Provoke. Raoul flinched from the massive pressure the demonic enforcer exerted, drawing back to escape the aura. A dark red aura enveloped Liam, crackling lightning and flames dancing across his body. Before Raoul could even blink, Liam disappeared, only to quickly pop into view in front of him. Reflexively, Raoul raised his arms, blocking a punch that jarred every bone in his body. The Rage Fist's eyes widened with shock at the impact, grunting with pain as the Hellspark and Hellfire jumped over his body. Raoul brushed off the pain, blasting Liam away with Fury Palm. The demonic enforcer recovered quickly, dashing back to pummel Raoul with several punches and kicks. Though he tried his best, Raoul couldn't keep up with Liam's increasingly damaging savagery, failing to block more and more of his attacks. "Gah!" Raoul cried out, falling back and clutching at his stomach. Blood seeped through his torn shirt and pooled on the ground beneath him. Liam paused for a moment, regarding the Rage Fist with a mixture of annoyance and respect. "You've managed to keep up with me this long," Liam sneered. "Unfortunately, this is as far as you go." As he lifted a foot to smash down onto Raoul, the Rage Fist suddenly roared, launching himself up off the ground. Liam's foot connected with nothing but air, and Rawl's fist slammed into his jaw with enough force to send him flying several yards back. Liam landed gracefully, his anger now on full display. He hadn't expected Raoul to still fight, and it was getting on his nerves. On the other hand, Raoul got up, embracing the rage he felt at the demonic enforcer's attitude towards those weaker than him. His body surged with power, giving him another wind as he raced towards Liam, wanting to let loose. A small part of him felt like something was off as he threw the first punch straight at Liam's face. Liam took the punch head-on, throwing out a punch of his own. Raoul wheezed as he felt Liam's fist drive deep into his stomach, followed by an explosive burst of demonic energy. Utter agony shot through Raoul's body, causing him to convulse and drop to his knees. After that, it was a blur as the demonic enforcer launched a continuous stream of attacks, beating Raoul to a pulp. Even as he was knocked away, Liam leaped after him, pummeling him with more punches and kicks. At one point, Raoul had passed out, but Liam didn't stop, causing the referee to blow the whistle and rush towards them, followed by a couple of guards and medics. The demonic enforcer roared, sending out a wave of red mana. It seemed as if he had lost control. The audience were screaming in terror, watching as the guards attempted to subdue Liam. Chapter 44, Semi-Final Jitters. Zero bounced his leg, both from fear and anger. It was a terrifying sight to witness, seeing how devastating Liam could be. It was also extremely infuriating to watch Rahul get senselessly beaten even after he couldn't fight back. He watched on screen as the referee blew the whistle, and the other officials tried to calm Liam down. Though it took a bit, the demonic enforcer eventually pulled himself off of the unconscious rage fist, his eyes no longer frenzied. Ciro glanced over at Elena, who didn't seem disturbed by Liam's behavior. Are all S ranks like this? Ciro muttered to himself, then remembered Kit and Gregor. Enzo was a possible exception as well, but that was only after he had been improving from training. The screens cut to advertisements, allowing the medics to safely transport Rahul to the infirmary. You two, make any preparations you need. Your match will begin soon. The man with the scar told them. Ciro took a deep breath, feeling his nerves calm down from his rationality. Compared to Liam, at least Elena wasn't that brutal, though her dragon was a bit much, to say the least. He glanced at his phone, seeing another encouraging selfie from the four back at the hospital. Right. Ciro couldn't stop now, not when his father was now able to watch his next match. A short while later, Liam returned to the waiting room. Ciro was surprised to see him back, especially since the final match would be tomorrow, so there was no need for him to return. At the demonic enforcer's arrival, the officials in the room immediately went on guard, watching his every move. Elena didn't seem perturbed, absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone. Liam gazed around the room until he took notice of Ciro, then started walking towards him. Oh, fuck. Ciro whispered to himself. Just the sight of the S rank was enough to instill fear into him, but watching him walk to him was a different level. As Liam stood in front of him, gazing down, Ciro wondered if he needed to find a way to escape. You're going to proceed. Ciro blinked, caught off guard by his question. Swallowing hard, Ciro stared back defiantly. Yet. I am. Liam narrowed his eyes, staring at him coolly as if he were a predator amused by his prey. He closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. On the off chance that Elena somehow loses, Liam opened his eyes, a hint of pity and annoyance flickering in his red pupils. Then I'll make sure I crush you worse than that worthless bottom rank. Despite the chilling delivery of his words, Ciro felt an indignant anger for Rahul. Sure, they weren't very close, but the Rage Fist wasn't a bad person. And from what Ciro had seen, Rahul was strong in his own right. Power complex? Much. Ciro blurted without thinking. The officials all stiffened. Liam didn't reply immediately, a slow rage burning in his eyes. Though he knew he should have held his tongue, Ciro just couldn't take his high and mighty attitude any longer. He had too much experience with people like Liam during his academic years. No matter how many skills you copy, Liam began quietly. It won't matter if you ever go up against me. You'll learn the reason hierarchies exist, and I will be the one to teach you. You better hope that my brother taught you how to survive. Ciro clenched his jaw tightly as the demonic enforcer walked away. Liam terrified him, more now with his threat, but Ciro still couldn't let go of the anger he felt. Champion, you need to be careful. Afiel's worried tone broke through his angered thoughts. I know, Ciro's rationality took over. Thanks for worrying about me. After Liam left the room, the atmosphere seemed to relax considerably. The man with the scar cleared his throat as he nodded to Ciro and Elena. You two are up. Please enter the arena. Ciro followed the scale tamer to the doors, where she gave him a curious look before entering. Ciro didn't think too much of it, going through the door on the right. Please, follow me. Ciro blinked in surprise. Instead of Kit, one of the male officials was there to escort him to the arena. Somehow, that was a little disheartening, though Ciro quickly surmised that Kit probably had something important to do. A few minutes later, Ciro found himself back in the arena, facing Elena as their referee went over the ground rules. He studied the scale tamer, noting how calm and imposing she seemed. Her brown eyes were clear and focused, glancing back and forth between Ciro and the referee. In the last 2 days, she wore the same form-fitting business suit and slacks, and today was no exception. As the referee nodded her head to the two and jogged away, Elena directed her full attention to Ciro. "You're an A rank?" "Yes." Ciro heard her voice for the first time. It was low and raspy, but in a strangely pleasing way. He didn't know why, but it felt like a cat's fur if it was coarse. Why yet?" Ciro stammered. He wasn't expecting to talk, at least, not in a cordial way. "Interesting. Your abilities suggest to me that you'd fare better as an S rank." Ciro found it attractive at how well-spoken she was. "Thanks." Elena smiled. "I say this because I would like to know how you wish for me to approach this match. I can fight as I've been in my previous matches, or I can consider you an S rank and use the appropriate power." Ciro raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding what she was insinuating. "You're saying you'll win either way. Your plethora of skills and replicating ability may be impressive, but I have a feeling you're not well versed in combat. At least, not yet." "That's true," Ciro admitted. "But I don't plan on losing. Summoning that overgrown lizard is the best chance you will get if you want to win." Elena laughed, a whispery roughness to it. "Then, I suppose that is your answer? To fight as S ranks?" "Yeah," Ciro grinned. "Don't hold back." They walked a couple paces away, turning to face each other. The crowd had regained their spark and were cheering loudly as the announcer began his countdown. 3, 2, 1. The scale tamer remained still, watching Ciro carefully instead of acting. That was fine with him. As soon as the announcer had finished, Ciro immediately activated his efficiencies, iron skin, and perfect analysis. He left out inspiration for now, since his plan required a different approach. Ciro launched forward, conjuring a mana cannon and blasting a couple of nukes at Elena. She smiled and snapped her fingers in response, summoning her alligator familiar. As it roared and blocked the shots with ease, Ciro copied the skill as summon, crawl, which allowed the caster to call forth a familiar with 4 legs. The enormous olive alligator Elena summoned was suited for defense, though it wasn't very fast. Ciro dispersed his cannon, shifting in shadows as the alligator opened its jaws to chomp down on him. He dropped a couple of mana knives as he passed through its teeth harmlessly, detonating them in its mouth with a snap as he solidified. The familiar roared with pain, but Ciro had to focus on Elena, who braced herself. He blasted a couple of railguns at her, trying to throw her off balance, but she gracefully danced around his attacks, snapping her fingers and resummoning the alligator back to her side. Ciro scowled in annoyance, raising a hand upwards. As the familiar came barreling towards him, Ciro conjured the jury axe, timing the crash so that it struck the alligator's snout. It was the first time Ciro had ever seen the jury hit something other than inanimate objects, so he wasn't prepared for the sheer strength of the weapon cleaving through the alligator's snout with a sickening wet squish. The familiar's roar was cut short as the axe fell to the ground, emitting a powerful shockwave that propelled the momentum of the cleave, splitting it in two. The alligator immediately dispersed in a shower of emerald dust. Ciro released the axe, letting it disappear as he prepared to face Elena. A solid kick to his chest sent him flying backwards, but he managed to catch a glimpse of Elena, who had casted Simulate. He recovered quickly as he copied the skill, eager to test it out later. The scale tamer blinked in front of him, ready to attack again, but Ciro was prepared, casting fairness to even their strength. Elena stumbled, but kept going as she launched a barrage of magic-infused attacks. Ciro matched her, conjuring his sword and defending against her attacks. As they fought, Ciro frequently summoned Sting only to parry Elena's attacks when he couldn't, massively reducing the mana consumption she required. It also helped with the power surge he gained from fairness, sending what excess strength he couldn't handle to Sting. The scale tamer furrowed her brows, beginning to sense that she couldn't overwhelm him quickly. The strength at which she fought Ciro was nowhere near the level she had when she fought Kanna, causing him to think she used the alligator's power instead of the dragon's. That was a little demeaning to him, especially after she asked him if he wanted her to use her full power. Zero smiled dryly, feeling the urge to make her regret taking it easy. With a roar, Zero dispersed his blade and cast it Undying Spirit as soon as his fairness wore off, capitalizing on the surge of power to land a couple of solid hits on the scale tamer. Every punch that connected drained a large portion of her mana, straight to Zero himself. Elena gasped, taken aback by the sudden loss, but she managed to break away from him using a pair of ethereal jade wings that sprouted behind her. Zero's analysis found out that she had switched simulate targets, and now her power was rising with her dragon familiar. Elena took flight, her wings flapping quietly as she gazed down at him. Okay, I'll admit it. I was taking it easy on you after your match with Zyode because I thought you'd be in a more fragile state. Elena raised an arm. I apologize for underestimating you. Zero didn't reply, licking his lips with a grin instead. As much as he wanted to engage in flirtatious banter with the scale tamer, Liam's words got to him. To make good on his promise to his father, Zero had to make sure he won this match, and that included minimizing the amount of damage he took. That way, he'd be in a semi-decent condition to face off against Liam. Assuming he won against Elena. With a snap, she conjured an enormous jade portal behind her. A slow smile bloomed across Zero's face as he copied the summon, Drake's skill. A few moments later, Elena's gargantuan emerald dragon bellowed out from the portal, briefly drowning out all other noises with a thunderous roar. It crashed onto the arena, shaking the entire stadium as it landed. Zero shivered as he craned his neck upwards to take in the shining dark green scales that covered the dragon's body. He pushed his fear down, raising an arm and casting his own summon, Drake. With a snap of his fingers, 2 portals opened behind him. Oh shit, nice. Zero thought to himself excitedly. He wasn't expecting to be able to summon 2 dragon familiars at the same time. Elena gazed at him curiously, without a hint of nervousness. If Zero didn't know any better, he would have thought she was more interested in what his dragons would look like rather than winning the match. That was fine with him, since he was going to summon 2 powerful familiars to deal with her dragon. The scale tamer's familiar lowered its head, anticipating Zero's summons with a rumbling growl. Zero felt a surge of power as 2 dark shapes zoomed out of the portal. Bro. Oh. My. God. They are absolutely adorable. Elena squealed with delight. Zero stared in disbelief at the 2 dragons he summoned. They were both roughly the size of a cat. In fact, one had a lighter green coat of fur whereas the other had a darker shade. The twin dragons sniffed around cautiously, looking at each other before slowly approaching the scale tamer's dragon. It was clear that they weren't intimidated by the giant dragon. You're kidding me, Zero muttered to himself, though now that he thought about it, it did make sense for them to be so tiny. When summoning Sting for the first time, she was also akin to a newborn, though she was able to rapidly adapt during the match against Zyode. Elena ran over to the dragon babies, kneeling and petting them. Zero could only watch open-mouthed as the S-rank played with his summons as if the match didn't matter anymore. Oh, they are indeed very cute, champion. Afiel butted in, much to his annoyance. We're in the middle of something, aren't we? Zero called out to Elena. Hey? Oh, right. Elena stood up and brushed off, composing herself. She dashed back to her dragon's side, activating her simulate. Zero's dragons bounded back to him, gazing up at him curiously. They chirped and bumped their heads into his legs, their tiny wings flapping quietly. He crouched down, scratching them behind their ears, feeling a warmth spread through his body at the sight of them. They were adorable, no doubt about it, but he had a match to win. He straightened up, casting a quick glance at Elena. While I'd rather not fight the pups, I'm still resolved in winning this match, the scale tamer began, readying herself and her massive dragon. Regardless, after this, would I perhaps get the chance to play with your familiars? She asked, casting a smile in Zero's direction. Sure. Zero glanced at the two baby dragons playing around his feet, getting the sense that this match may be a lot harder than expected. Chapter 45. Hard work pays off. The dragon pups had gotten used to their surroundings and were patiently waiting by Zero's feet, purring. Elena stood idly, like she wanted him to make the first move. Deactivating his undying spirit, Zero noticed that the dragons weren't draining his mana to remain summoned, but they had taken a substantial amount in order to do so. Compared to Sting, they had their own mana reserves, decently robust despite their size. However, if Zero had to use Simulate, it wouldn't be much of a boost since his own reserves were about equal to the two of them combined. He sighed, deciding he'd see what the dragon pups could do. Zero casted his usual skills, conjuring his mana blade in preparation for battle. He was still pretty healthy and wanted to remain that way. Zero discovered that he could command his dragons through thought, but it was more of an instinctive thought rather than words. He dashed forward, immediately casting fairness to even their strengths. Elena snapped her fingers, causing her giant familiar to roar as it swung its head down to meet him. Zero snapped his own fingers in response, calling his two dragons to appear by his side. He wasn't exactly sure what they could do, but he was hoping that they'd at least distract the Scaletimmer's dragon long enough for him to do some heavy damage. As it turned out, they were much more clever than he had given them credit for. The moment they appeared, they dashed forward, one going for the giant dragon's front legs while the other went for its tail. The giant dragon roared in surprise and whipped its tail around, nearly hitting Zero. He dodged just in time, barely feeling the wind from the impact. He wasn't so lucky dodging Elena though, grunting as he got a direct clothesline to the neck. Getting knocked away, he caught sight of the giant dragon charging up its breath as he landed. With a loud roar, Elena's familiar breathed a fiery torrent of dark green flames right towards him. Zero yelped with fear and surprise as he scrambled to his feet, but before he could react, his darker-colored dragon leapt in front of him, opening its tiny jaws wide. With a whoosh, it sucked up the flames in its entirety, swallowing it with a burp as it finished. "Oh," Zero said, glancing at the two dragons. He felt a surge of relief, realizing that they had absorbed the attack and protected him. He turned his attention back to Elena, who seemed surprised by their actions. "Thanks, guys," he muttered, patting his darker-colored dragon on the head, hearing it audibly purr. The lighter-colored dragon growled with jealousy, turning to the giant dragon and crouching low. Expecting it to be able to swallow attacks as well, Zero was once again surprised when it howled and glowed bright green, a misty lime haze wafting from Elena's dragon to the pup. His familiar filled him with a surge of strength as Elena's dragon whined from being weakened. He quickly figured that the darker dragon could absorb and provide defensive capabilities while the lighter provided support and debuffs. Zero grinned to himself, clashing with Elena once again as he relied on his summons to deal with her familiar. His initial worries had faded away as he kept up with her, his dragons surprisingly doing the same with their opponent. It was almost as if every fight he had been through made him stronger. Of course, most of that growth was due to the many skills he had acquired, but Zero felt like he was gaining more and more experience in battle. He batted several of Elena's attacks away with his blade, firing off alternating nukes and railguns to wear her down. Even after his fairness wore off, the light green dragon kept his strength consistent, though he began to struggle against the scale tamer. With a shout, Zero casted Undying Spirit once more, landing several strikes as he sapped the mana from Elena. The shocked look on her face told him that she was not expecting him to prove more than a challenge for her. She began to fire dense concentrations of magical blasts in desperation, hoping to push him back. Zero countered by summoning Sting to deflect the blasts, obscuring Elena's vision with a couple of detonating mana knives as well. "What an incredible match!" the announcer shouted with glee. Zero seems to have gained the upper hand despite summoning 2 runts. Compared to the match against Zyot, the scholar seems like a different person. Elena growled with frustration, looking as if she couldn't believe that she was being pushed back. Her familiar was also having a hard time dealing with Zero's dragons, as it was forced to constantly defend itself against the lighter-colored one's debuffing. With a final roar, the giant dragon summoned a fierce gust of wind, hoping to knock Zero and his dragons off their feet. Zero smirked again, sensing the attack coming. He quickly casted force field around himself and his dragons, blocking the attack effortlessly. The giant dragon growled in frustration, but it was too late. Zero took advantage of the opening and unleashed a powerful nuke at the beast, striking it directly in the chest. The impact didn't really do much, but it did tick it off Elena's familiar, causing it to focus its attention on him. "Oh shit," Zero muttered with regret as he felt the giant dragon's anger. He quickly casted inspiration on himself and his dragons, trying to outmaneuver the familiar as it charged at them. The lighter-colored dragon darted around, keeping the giant distracted with its quick movements while the darker one stayed close to Zero, ready to absorb any attacks that might get past them. Sting was busy clashing with Elena, though the scale tamer was gradually gaining the upper hand. Zero checked his mana reserves, relieved that it was still more than halfway full. Elena snapped her fingers, summoning her alligator as well as the giant pair of snakes she used against Kanna. Copying the summon, slither skill, Zero brought out the entire 12 face cards roster to help, turning the match into an all-out war. He was hesitant on doing so, but when he realized the dark and light dragon pups were working in tandem to steal mana from Elena's dragon and strengthening him with it eased his worries of running low on resources. The four queens kept his stamina stable as his dragons supplied him with the mana. The jacks and kings were divided between handling the giant dragon and aiding Sting with Elena. Compared to his match with Zyot, the addition of the pups were making this match even, if not in his odds. He directed the other half of jacks and kings to deal with the scaletamer's familiar as he joined Sting, quickly cutting away the alligator with another jury slam. He blew up the snakes with a couple of mana nukes, and finally turned his attention to Elena. Exertion was plastered on her face as she found herself struggling against Zero and Sting. Her movements were getting slower, and she wasn't able to block most of their blade strikes. Zero pressed harder, trying to overwhelm her and finish the match quickly. He upped the strength of his inspiration and undying spirit, doing doubled echoing damage with every hit. In mere moments, Zero had backed Elena towards the arena wall. Her suit had multiple cuts, and she was bruised and bleeding. She gazed at him with an impressed and nervous look. "I'm really surprised," she began as she panted and tried to catch her breath. "I thought you'd be in worse shape after the fight with Zyot." "I'm really stubborn," Zero grinned, omitting the fact that it was Kit's help that he was pretty much back at full strength. "And I'm determined to win." "Sorry for this." Elena shook her head with a smile. "No, it's fine. It's a tournament after all." She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. When she opened them again, Zero saw a renewed look of determination. "But, I should be the one to apologize." Before he could ask her what she meant by that, Elena yelled, sending out a wave of pressure. Zero stood in shock as he copied synchronization, quickly seeing what it could do. The giant dragon roared one last time as it dissolved into emerald dust, zooming over to Elena and surrounding her. The smoke coalesced into an aura, which then formed an ethereal green armor with a draconic-like appearance. A pair of giant translucent jade wings sprouted from her back, clawed gauntlets on her hands, and a crown atop her head. The ghostly armor made her look like a queen. Or in this case, the queen of dragons. The synchronization skill gave Elena the combined strength of all her reptilian familiars as well as the ability to conjure spectral apparitions of her summons, which Zero watched firsthand as she became surrounded by an entourage of ghostly reptiles. His dragons and face cards appeared by his side, ready to take on the seemingly endless army. Sting glanced at Zero with a slightly worried look. "Master, it seems we might be outnumbered." "No shit, I can see that." Elena pointed at Zero and his summons, yelling a charge command and mobilizing her army forward. Zero had no chance to plan as he trusted his instincts, sending his smaller army to meet them. He then deactivated Undying Spirit, casting Fairness instead. He immediately fell to one knee as overwhelming strength flooded through him, but he siphoned the excess to his dragons and Sting, rising back to his feet. The Scale Tamer hadn't flinched, as if she expected him to do so. "Goddamn," Zero grimaced as his familiars began clashing with the phantom reptiles. "So this is why she's an S rank." Elena cracked her knuckles and crouched, pushing off a split second later. If it wasn't for Sting blocking her swipe in time with her rapier, Zero's head would have been decapitated by those razor-sharp claws. He cursed and berated himself for thinking he could have won the match without difficulty. Regardless of the skills and experience he gained, he forgot to heed Enzo's words of not getting ahead of himself. Conjuring his blade and coating it with mana, Zero moved to help Sting fight back against Elena. Green sparks of magic sprayed the air as the three clashed, neither side willing to give any ground. Zero found his mana quickly draining and knew he had to do something soon, or he'd end up in the same situation with Zyot. "Man, this sucks," Zero groaned to himself as he could only come up with one solution. He telepathically communicated his plan to Sting, who moved into position, easing up her attacks so that Elena could land her strikes onto Zero. He hissed with pain as Elena's claws shredded his clothes despite the reinforcing of his iron skin. Using revenge as the last resort felt masochistic, but it was the best thing he could come up with as his summons were being overtaken by Elena's army. The damage accumulated fast, causing Zero to begin lapsing in his movements, but Sting was there to catch him if he slipped up. In mere moments, he was ready to use revenge, but Elena seemed to have caught on, keeping her distance as she switched to ranged attacks. Even as Zero and Sting drew close, she would either blast them away, or fly up out of their reach. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Zero altered his plan, dismissing his face cards and Sting while calling his dragons to him. The ghostly reptilian army immediately moved to surround him, but Zero made a mana cannon and slammed it down, simultaneously casting Blast Zone and Force Field. As his dragons growled and kept the army at bay while Elena pounded on his force field, Zero infused a large portion of his mana into his cannon and fired it into the sky. The arena was dyed green and his Starfall nuke began to fall, bombing the ground with earth-shaking explosions. The Scale Tamer switched focus, batting away the oncoming nukes as her army was wiped out. Zero cursed, falling to his knees as exhaustion overtook him. He hadn't been careful in monitoring his status and now it had caught up to him. The lighter-colored pup whined and glowed green, slowly restoring his stamina and mana. "Thanks," Zero muttered as he patted its head. He got up and dispersed his cannon, watching the last of his Starfall nuke fall to the ground. Elena stood alone in the midst of the dust, not the least bit bothered by the wide-scale barrage. Zero's body ached from the damage he had taken. The Scale Tamer disappeared, only to reappear in front of him and slamming down on his force field once again. The green bubble shook with each impact, beginning to fizzle out. The darker pup growled at her, while the lighter kept restoring him. The final details of his plan became clear to him as Zero glanced at his dragons. "Sorry for this, guys," he muttered to the pups as he gave them a command. "I'll name you guys later, if we win this." Timing Elena's attack with his force field, Zero dropped it as she swung down, causing her to hit nothing and slightly putting her off balance. In that moment, Zero summoned two kings and Sting, just to merge with her right after. The sheer power made him drop to his knees, but he wasn't done, casting Undying Spirit and doubling up on his inspiration which made him unable to move. His pups barked and leapt forward, clamping their jaws onto Elena. She gasped in surprise, unable to shake them off. Zero's kings gripped both of his arms and yanked him forward, throwing him headfirst towards Elena. Utter disbelief flashed across her face as Zero hit her abdomen face first. "Oh, her stomach feels really nice and soft," Zero thought to himself as he used the last of his mana to cast Revenge. Boosted by Undying Spirit, Sting's merged power, the doubled inspiration, and the remnants of fairness, Ciro's revenge was the strongest he had ever used, enveloping Elena with a dark, almost black, green aura. She was blasted away at supersonic speed, hitting the arena wall so hard that the protective mana barrier in front of the audience briefly flickered off. A few seconds later, the revenge went off, sending a massive shockwave that tore up the ground and shut off the barrier a second time. If revenge returned the damage the user had taken, then Ciro had sent it back with an almost 8 times multiplier with his buffs, the largest return he had ever done. As he laid face down on the ground, Ciro quickly deactivated his buffs and the king's, casting recovery with what little mana he had left. His dragons whimpered with concern, the lighter one healing him as best as it could. "Oh my! Both fighters are down!" The announcer cried out after the crowd had stopped screaming with fear. "The referee is going to check if either one is still conscious." "I'm conscious," Ciro yelled into the dirt, his words muffled. "Wait, fuck." He commanded his dragons to roll him on his back, facing the sky. The darker one gently bit his hand and raised it up as Ciro managed to give a thumbs up. He heard a whistle go off and the darker dragon let go of his hand. Incredible. There you have it, everyone. Ciro Castle the Scholar is still awake. The audience cheered as medics rushed to Ciro's side. As they worked, he wondered if Kit would be able to use her cat paradox on him again. Ciro suddenly remembered. I wonder if Elena would be willing to give me her autograph for Nala. Chapter 46, Pet Care Course added. Ciro was playing with his dragons as he laid in bed in the arena infirmary. He hadn't passed out this time, but his body was a wreck from using multiple buffs at once. The lighter green dragon pup had steadily recovered his mana, so that was why he was able to remain conscious. The darker green one had initially protected Ciro from the medics, but relented when it understood that they were trying to help him. They refused to be called back even as Ciro was safely transported to the infirmary and were now happily frolicking on his bed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that they were basically identical aside from the color of their furs. "Hey, did you see that move I made? With the kings and sting?" he asked them, grinning proudly. "That was amazing, right?" The darker of the two dragons tilted its head slightly, as if considering his words, before nudging him playfully with its snout. Obviously they couldn't speak, but it was comforting to know that he wasn't somewhere alone. "Oh, I saw. All right. That was a unique move, to say the least." Kit suddenly appeared next to him with a grin. "I might have paradoxical skills, but you're the one who always keeps me guessing." "Hey, Kit," Ciro grinned back at her. "Well, I've been told that's my best quality." The paradox giggled as she sat down, glancing at the pups. "Oh, they're so adorable." "Yeah, that's what people have been saying." Ciro watched as the dragon sniffed Kit curiously. "I wasn't expecting a baby dragon, much less 2 of them." Kit cooed and played with the dragons with glee. "Did you name them?" "Yeah," Ciro nodded. "It was actually in the heat of battle, too. The darker one is Moss, and the lighter one is Lime." Kit giggled as the dragons nuzzled her hands. "They're really cute." "So, Ciro, how are you feeling? I heard you nearly took out the arena wall." "Technically, Elena almost did, but it was because of me." Ciro grinned sheepishly. "My body feels like shit, kinda like after my match with Zyot." "Which brings up the point, would you be able to use your cat paradox on me?" "No." Kit shot him down with an apologetic look. "It worked the first time when people couldn't really tell how much damage you took, but if I do it again, you'd have to avoid people because they'd think something was up from the way you exerted yourself. Not to mention, if you're consciously aware that people think you're in bad shape, then it'll wear off regardless." Ciro groaned, lying back on the bed. "I forgot about that." Anyway, Kit scooped up Moss into her arms, causing Lime to bark with jealousy. "You've made it to the finals." "Yeah," Ciro grinned weakly. "I can't believe it. I'm going to have to fight against Liam, aren't I?" Kid nodded, then paused for a moment. At first glance, Liam and Enzo seem really similar, but there's a clear difference between them. And that is... Lime huffed in frustration and bounded back to Zero, butting its head against his face. They're both brutal and merciless, willing to win whatever it takes. But Liam has a much shorter fuse, mostly because of his inferiority complex he has against his brother. Kid became crestfallen. It's strange, though. Enzo loves his brother despite how he acts, but Liam can't see it because of how much people compare him and Enzo. And that's what makes him dangerous, Zero added, rubbing Lime's head. He's got nothing to lose, and he's desperate to prove himself. I'm going to have to be careful. He remembered the savage beatdown Ashe and Rahul received, causing his anger to rise. Lime whined with concern, sensing his emotions. Moss wriggled out of Kit's arms and joined Lime in comforting Zero. Sorry, but that's so cute I can't take it, Kit quietly cooed. The way that they're soothing you. Zero sighed as he petted the dragons, feeling his anger dissipate. Do you think I have a chance of winning? Kit made a face. It's hard to say. Your rapid growth is the talk of the nation right now, but Liam has been fighting for a very long time, not to mention his status as a top S rank is nothing to scoff at. His skill set is very similar to Enzo's too, so you might have some difficulty with that. Ugh, Zero grumbled, feeling disheartened for his upcoming match. What do you suggest I do? The Paradox shrugged. Honestly? Just do your best. You've already seen most of what Liam can do, so there's really not any other surprises in store. But what if I can't beat him? What if I lose? Zero's voice was shaking, uncertainty beginning to creep into his heart. Hey, it'll be okay, my little bookworm, Kit purred comfortingly as she stroked his arm. I know you'll do well. While it didn't completely erase his anxiety, Zero was glad that Kit didn't feed him empty words. He sighed and shook his head, feeling his rationality activate. Okay, moving on. Do you know where Elena is recovering it? I want to see her. Kit blinked and drew back in surprise, a hint of jealousy and irritation flickering in her mismatched eyes. Why? I wanted to see if I could get her autograph, Zero replied quickly. For Nala. Oh. The Paradox relaxed and placed a hand on his arm. That's fine. I can teleport us there. Thanks. Before Zero could finish, his world blurred for a moment. He suddenly found himself standing in a different infirmary room, next to a bed where Elena was resting. We're here. Kit grinned at him happily. Zero fought the urge to vomit as he leaned on Elena's bed. Can you warn me next time? He gritted out as he attempted to get his bearings. The Paradox stuck her tongue out playfully. Zero? Kit? What are you guys doing here? Elena asked, slightly confused. My little bookworm here wants to know if you'd be willing to give him your autograph. Kit smiled as she nudged Zero off balance. Oh, Elena glanced at Zero, then back at Kit. Sure, I guess. She yawned and sat up a little, rubbing her eyes. But I'm really tired, so make it quick. Zero fumbled around for some pen and paper, still a bit disoriented. As he grabbed a napkin and a pen, there was a sudden chorus of barking. Moss and Lime burst into the room, making a beeline towards Zero and tackling him to the ground as they chirped happily. Oof. Zero grunted painfully as he fell. He wasn't completely recovered yet, and the teleport had left a smudge of nausea. His pups licked his face and bounced all over his body, their claws sharp as they dug into him. Hey, easy. Elena squealed with delight upon seeing the dragons, apparently not tired anymore. Oh my god, you're dragons. Can I play with them? Moss and Lime barked and chirped happily, clearly pleased to have someone new to interact with. They crawled over Zero, letting Elena pet them and scratch their bellies. The room was filled with the sounds of laughter and cat-like purring as the dragons enjoyed the attention. Kit, amused, leaned against the wall and watched the scene unfold. "Do they have names?" the scale tamer asked. "Yeah," Zero clambered back to his feet gingerly. "Darker one's Moss, and the lighter one's Lime." The dragons seemed to know their names as they both perked up and looked at Zero. Moss nestled into Elena's palm, while Lime climbed onto her shoulder, curling up to rest there. The two dragons seemed to like Elena, and she giggled as they played with her. "Moss and Lime? Why? Well, half of the reason is because of their coloring. Moss, because the way it absorbed the attacks reminded me of a sponge. And Lime was because of how your dragon reacted when it sapped its strength, like it had eaten something sour." Fitting, I suppose. Elena murmured with a small smile, then glanced at him. "Do you know that they're girls? And twins, at that." "Really?" Zero's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't know that." He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, I'm glad you told me. I'll have to take better care of them, then." Elena chuckled. "It's understandable. For those who don't have much experience with dragons, it is rather difficult to tell their gender. That aside, I know you copied my other summons. Did you get the chance to call them forth as well?" "No," Zero shook his head. "I'm kinda scared they might be massive." "Actually," Elena chuckled again, "they have a greater chance to be infants just like these pups." She scratched their chins, causing them to purr louder. "That's how it was when I first summoned Jolok, my dragon. He was so miniature and ridiculously adorable. Wait, the apocalypse was a little over a year ago. How fast do they grow?" Zero gazed at Moss and Lime, feeling a slight sense of panic mixed with awe. "Well, while they do grow quickly," the scale tamer gave a small smile. "At some rate, they acquire the ability to change their size at will, so there's no reason to fear if that's what you were worried about." To prove her point, Elena snapped her fingers, causing a small green portal to appear in front of her. Moss and Lime tilted their heads curiously at the portal. Zero heard a low but tiny growl, followed by a mini version of Elena's dragon popping out from the portal. The emerald dragon roared, sounding like a rather quiet car engine. Zero's pups growled, but soon began to play with Elena's Jolok. The scale tamer watched the three familiars with delight. As you can see, Jolok is an adult dragon, but he was able to resize himself so that he didn't completely obliterate the arena infirmary. "I believe that your dragons will be able to reach that level in a couple of months or so." "Thanks," Zero hesitated. "Do I feed them like regular pets? Or how would I be able to take care of them?" "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain, but familiars and the like of the summoner's class usually don't require more than mana from the caster to grow and sustain themselves. However, animalistic and humanoid summons do enjoy things that we do, so it's not a stretch to say that their quality of life wouldn't improve if you incorporate those elements into their growth." Zero nodded, relieved, then remembered what he was here to do. "If I could get that autograph," he mumbled, handing Elena the napkin and pen. Elena glanced at the napkin and took it, scribbling something on it. "Here you go, Zero. And thank you for letting me meet your dragons." She handed the napkin back to him. "Congratulations on the win as well. You proved more than a match for me." Zero took the napkin, glancing at Elena's signature. "Thanks. No, thank you." He smiled awkwardly. "Well, I should get going. It's getting late." With that, he started to make his way out of the room, his pups trotting after him. "Zero." He turned back around. "Be careful," Elena said quietly. "Liam will be a much scarier opponent than I was." "Right. Thanks." Zero swallowed as he left, Kit following suit. As they came out into the hallway, Kit gave him a side glance. Do you realize what the implications of you winning your match is? She asked as if trying to lighten the mood. Not really, Zero said, scratching his head. I mean, I'm just glad I didn't lose. Kit flashed a wide smile. Think about it. You, an A rank, defeating a very powerful S rank. Oh. Right. That's kinda cool, I guess. Zero still didn't get where she was going with it. The Paradox's smile faded as she looked at him with exasperation. Do you really not understand the importance of you being an A rank defeating an S rank? Zero shook his head, still confused. No, not really. I mean, I guess it's impressive or something. But I don't know what it means for me, or for anyone else. For a scholar, you're really slow on the uptake, Kit sighed to herself. Okay, well, you winning means that you qualify for an S-rank promotion. Zero stopped walking, his dragons halting beside him. He turned to Kit with a wide-eyed gaze. Wait, does that mean that? Finally, Kit's smile returned. Yeah, that means you technically can be considered an S-rank now. Chapter 47, Loose Ends. The sun was beginning to set as Zero got the clear to be discharged from the infirmary, teleporting to his father's hospital with Kit. His dragons, exhausted from fighting and playing all day, allowed themselves to be recalled. Zero himself felt a lot better, though the teleport caused him to feel queasy after. The pair walked to Tiro's room, when Casey popped out the door with a huge smile as if he had sensed the two coming. Mr. Zero. I saw your match. Hey, Casey. Zero grinned back at the boy. What did you think? It was amazing. Casey exclaimed, bouncing on his heels. You were so cool out there, using magic and everything. And your dragons were awesome too. Zero chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. Thanks, buddy. Kit smirked at the pair, her gaze flickering between them. All three then entered the room, where Zero's father was conversing with Amaya and Nala. Son. Tiro beamed as he saw him. Your match was incredible. Going into the finals now, huh? Yeah, Zero sat down next to Nala. If I'm being honest, I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, Tiro reassured him. You've got this. And hey, even if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You've made me so proud just by getting this far. He reached over and patted Zero's shoulder. A lump formed in Zero's throat. Despite hearing more of his father's encouragement, he was still caught off guard by it. He swallowed hard, attempting to smile. Thanks, Dad. He turned to Nala and pulled out Elena's autograph. Remember the bet we made? Nala gasped quietly as she took the napkin from him. Is this real? Yeah, you can ask Kit if you don't believe me. I went to Elena's room and got her autograph. The Shade Reaper gazed at the napkin with reverence, like she couldn't believe she was actually holding a signature from her role model. Nala shot Zero a look of thanks. Wow, I can't believe that you actually got her autograph, Amaya said, impressed. Does that mean that Nala has to be your servant for a week? At the mention of the bet, Nala stiffened, apparently forgetting about the deal she made with Zero prior to the tournament. She warily gazed at him, who licked his lips with a smirk. Well, I would like to hope she honors that. I got beaten up by dragons and reptiles to get it, he laughed. As if it were a trigger, there was a sudden pair of chirping and a few seconds later, Moss and Lime appeared out of nowhere. Everyone gasped at their sudden appearance. Zero, are these the same dragons you summoned against Elena? Amaya breathed in disbelief. The pups bounced around the room, going from person to person and sniffing them curiously. Casey giggled and clapped his hands happily as he trailed after the pups. Yup, Cyril let out an amused snort. I wasn't expecting them to be babies, so you can imagine the panic I was feeling when they came out for the first time. Ah, they're cute. Nala smiled softly as Lime leapt into her lap. Moss crawled up to Tiro, sniffing him intently. The pup seemed to sense his weakened condition, whining as she lapped at his fingers. "Son, you are incredible," Tiro murmured as he watched moss crawl all over him. "To think I'd live to see the day where actual dragons were real." Ciro said nothing as he watched his dragons play with his friends and father. Tiro's words left him thinking about the recent events, and how fast he had grown, not to mention how strangely quick Ciro had adapted to the world. He figured his rationality probably had a large part in helping with his assimilation. "Would you feel more at ease if you weren't so calm about this?" Afiel spoke in his mind. "Were you eavesdropping on my thoughts?" "Apologies, champion. I couldn't help but overhear your worries." "It's fine." Ciro sighed quietly to himself. "What do you mean by what you asked earlier?" "Well, you ascended as a scholar mostly in part because it fit your personality the best. However, to be blunt, there are others who are more suited for the class than you are." "Okay." Ciro immediately felt a rush of irritation. "But there is a reason why you are the only scholar." Afiel continued quickly. "Even as a goddess, the reasoning of the world still eludes me, but you were chosen specifically to fulfill the role of a scholar." "What does that even mean?" "It's quite literally proven through how far you've grown to this point. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to copy and utilize so many skills from other champions, not to mention defeat an opponent that would otherwise be several times stronger than them." Ciro considered Afiel's words. It was true that he had copied and adapted skills from other champions. It wasn't just that though, it was his ability to think, to reason, that made him unique. He was able to look at a problem from multiple angles and find the best solution. Admittedly, the best solution he found for each match was to kamikaze through revenge, but the way he executed the finisher did merit some achievement. If you had ascended as any other class, I highly doubt you'd have taken this all in stride. You were able to deal with the fact that you were dead, right? Not to mention that was before you even came back to Earth. That alone was more than enough for whatever higher being had decided to bestow the scholar class upon you. Where are you going with this? Perhaps I wanted to reassure you since I sensed how concerned you felt over the effects of your rationality passive. It may not seem normal to be so calm when you usually should, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Ciro mulled over her words for a moment, seeing some comfort in her words. He supposed he should be grateful for whatever higher being had seen fit to bestow upon him the scholar class. It had been a trial by fire, but he had survived and even thrived. And as much as he didn't like to admit it, he did enjoy learning and adapting to new situations. It was part of what made him who he was. Before he could respond to the goddess, his pup suddenly growled. Moss turned to the door, baring her teeth as Lime hopped out of Nala's arms. As Dr. Melek entered, Nala quickly reacted, sending out shadowy ropes that wrapped around Lime before she hit the floor. Amaya followed suit, casting a blue cage-like prison around Moss. Ciro's body buzzed as he copied Nala's shadow bind and Amaya's monologue skill. "Ah, we have so many visitors here," Dr. Melek remarked with surprise before he noticed the growling dragons. "It seems that these two aren't very fond of me." "Dr. Melek," Ciro stood up, forcefully recalling his dragons. "Sorry about that. My dragons don't usually act that hostile." "It's quite all right," the doctor smiled warmly. "They must have smelled the Grim Reaper on me." It seemed as if everyone was slightly confused or shocked at his words as the doctor offered a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I just had a patient leave us today," Dr. Melek began, casting a pointed glance at Casey. "And I learned a bit about mythical creatures to know that dragons have a sixth sense for certain things." "Ah, right," Ciro nodded, recalling the way Moss comforted his father. "Anyway, I came in to check on Mr. Castle here." Dr. Melek smiled at Tiro as he flipped through his charts. "The surgery was a success, but just to be sure that there are no issues, I just wanted to ask how you're feeling." "I feel strange," Tiro said, blinking. "Like I should be feeling worse, but I don't. The doctor frowned, clearly troubled, but his face softened after a moment. Well, there will always be strange side effects with unique operations such as this, but in terms of issues, I'd say this is more in the best case scenario. You're here and seemingly healthy, so that's a good start. As Dr. Malek continued to examine Tiro, Ciro turned to Nala and Amaya. Thanks for sticking with my dad, he quietly whispered. And just being here for him. It means a lot. The women nodded back in acknowledgement. Ciro smiled at them both before glancing back at the doctor and Tiro. As the conversation between them continued, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was a strange feeling, considering that just a few days ago, he had been preparing for the worst. But now, with his father's condition improving and the doctor's positive outlook, he allowed himself to hope. Maybe things were going to be all right after all. Well, we'll be running more tests in the upcoming days, just to be sure that Mr. Castle won't be having any issues in the future. Dr. Malek finished checking Tiro as he scribbled on his clipboard. As soon as you're cleared, you're free to leave. Thank you, Doctor. Tiro smiled at him, then to Ciro. I can't wait to spend more time with my son. Ciro kept his face even, returning his father's smile. Dr. Malek waved to everyone before leaving the room. Spending a few more hours with everyone before excusing himself home, Ciro wanted to be left alone. Amaya offered to drive him back, but he declined, making up an excuse that he was going to do some last-minute training with Enzo. Night had fallen when Ciro began to walk back to his penthouse, his mind swirling with thoughts. Normally, he would have discussed his feelings with Afiel, but this time around, he wanted to keep them private to himself. Ciro trekked through the brightly lit streets of the city, barely registering the bustling life of pedestrians as they went about their lives, unaware of the turmoil brewing within the scholar. First and foremost was the upcoming match against Liam tomorrow. While Ciro wasn't confident he would win, there was also a part of him that was fired up at the chance to knock down the demonic enforcer a couple of pegs. In a way, it was almost ironic, since Ciro himself could begrudgingly relate to Liam's attitude had it been the Ciro a couple of weeks ago. The second thing on his mind were the feelings regarding his father. Truthfully, he was relieved and grateful that Tiro was still alive, yet the guilt, regret, and anger he harbored was difficult to simply let go of. Ciro did see a point where he'd be able to forgive and forget, but that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. At least he didn't have to worry about his father disappearing from his life again. The last thing on his mind was what he wanted to do after the tournament, after everything had been settled. Guilds and other organizations had been blowing his phone up incessantly, to the point where he had to silence notifications. After copying so many skills, Ciro definitely felt closer to living his dream of a comfortable life, especially with his new penthouse and influx of gold. But there was a small part of him that strived for more. A piece of him that had been nurtured by his mother, before he lost her. Lost within his worries, Ciro didn't notice the woman barreling towards him until they collided. With a grunt, he reacted quickly, grabbing onto her as they crashed to the ground. Ciro hit the concrete hard, feeling the wind get knocked out from him. Oof. Ciro groaned, his arms wrapped tightly around the woman. Sorry. The woman scrambled to her feet, a vexing expression on her face. With a start, Ciro felt like he knew her. Or at least, someone that resembled her. With long, silky straight black hair, pale skin, and a tiny mole under the corner of her left eye, the woman was very attractive. Her strikingly vivid orange eyes were filled with panic as she gave an apologetic look down at Ciro. She was dressed in a black outfit, a long-sleeved sweater and leggings, which was a strange ensemble to be wearing in the warm weather. Her hair brushed back against the breeze, revealing a pair of subtly pointed ears, reminding Ciro of an elf. Or in this case, you're a succubus. Ciro quickly jumped to his feet as he faced the woman. Upon hearing his words, the woman shrank back fearfully, a black tail swishing behind her nervously. And no, I'm not. I'm just... Zero conjured his blade, coating it with green mana as he prepared to hunt her. The woman yelped with fear, her eyes glowing bright orange. A wave of desire suddenly washed over him, making his heart race and his skin tingle. He found himself attracted to the woman, almost as if he would do anything for her just to be in her presence. Her very being felt like a warm, seductive blanket, casting a hazy cloud over his mind. His rationality immediately kicked in, dispersing the effects of the woman's charm. She gasped in shock, quickly turning to run away. Zero reached out, casting shadow bind and wrapping her in dark tendrils that tripped her. He moved forward, priming his blade to run straight through her. Wait. The succubus pleaded. I mean you no harm. I haven't done anything wrong. Nice try, Zero muttered, raising his blade. Okay, I did steal your gold, but that's about all I did. Honest. I haven't hurt anyone else, I just wanted to live a quiet life. Zero halted his hand. The succubus's words seemed to trigger Zero's memory. Wait, he lowered his sword. At the succubi outbreak, that was you? The one who took my gold? Yes. I'll pay you back, so please don't kill me. And please let me go, I can't afford to be caught by them. Zero blinked in confusion. By who? Hey, isn't that the scholar from the tournament? A masculine voice caused Zero to whirl around, finding a pair of masked figures stalking towards him. He became aware of how empty the street suddenly was, devoid of any other witnesses. The two figures were cloaked in black, their simple masks revealing only the color of their eyes. Both of them brandished a gleaming short sword, one coated in dark red mana and the other dark blue. Zero sensed a considerable amount of mana between the two, placing them around the strength of an A rank. At first, he thought they were vultures, but the sinister vibes they gave off matched the description of a certain organization he had learned about. Champion, those two seem to have a contract with an evil god. So these guys are part of culling, hey. Zero switched his focus to the two newcomers, who glanced at each other. Seems like he knows about us. One of the masked figures said to the other. Our orders were to capture the succubus, but there was nothing against the scholar. The other masked figure had a feminine voice. Well, with the barrier up, we can do as we please. Besides, it's not like the odds were in his favor against Liam. We're good to kill him, right? Yes. The masked figures pointed their weapons at Zero, preparing to charge. Chapter 48, A Strange Deal. Strangely, it was almost therapeutic for Zero as his instincts took over, casting his usual skill rotation as he braced himself to fight. Before he was revived on Earth, Zero had never been in a real fight, but now that he had a packed month's worth of battle experience, it seemed second nature to him. His rationality calmed his nerves as his perfect analysis scanned his targets. The culling members seemed slightly on guard, as if they knew not to underestimate him, but were confident that they could win. That didn't sit well with Zero though, causing him to feel a surge of annoyance at their lax nature. The cherry on top were their words of his guaranteed defeat at the hands of Liam. The taller and bulkier of the two culling members acted first, running towards Zero as his body became empowered with a noticeably corrupted energy. Zero conjured a playing card and threw it at the man, snapping his fingers as soon as it left his hands. Sting burst forth, meeting the man in a clash of blades as Moss and Lime growled out of their portals. The woman had moved immediately after her partner, but Zero was one step ahead, launching a flurry of slashes and jabs with his blade as his pups provided support. Individually, the culling members were weaker than he was, and he soon overwhelmed the woman using a combination of reverberating mana impacts from Resonating Spirit and a couple of nukes. As he wrapped the woman in his shadow bind, he heard a pained cry from behind. Zero whirled around, ready to assist Sting, but found that she had defeated the man and had plunged her rapier through his arm straight into the ground, pinning him on the other arm by standing on top. God damn, Zero muttered, admiring Sting's skill and ferocity. I didn't think you had it in you. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, sharing a silent understanding of the situation they were in. Figuring that the woman was secure, Zero stationed his pups to watch guard over her. He glanced over at the succubus, who was still wrapped in his shadow bind as well, though she struggled to break free, a terrified look in her eyes. Zero conjured a King of Clubs card, throwing at the succubus as the familiar burst forth. In the back of his mind, Zero couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at how dominant he'd be at subduing the threats, but he pushed it aside for now. He jogged over to Sting and the man, who glared at the two with a spiteful hate. "Let's make this short," Zero began, conjuring his blade and pointing it at the man's neck. "I know you're calling. What do you plan to do at the tournament?" The man simply stared back, keeping quiet. Zero sighed, pressing the tip of his blade into the man's neck, drawing a bead of blood. "Talk, or I run this through your neck," Zero threatened, applying a tiny bit more pressure. The man laughed, a cruel and harsh sound. "You wouldn't dare. You know what happens to those who fail the culling, as well as those who oppose it." "Actually, I don't," Zero licked his lips. "But, I assume you guys are beaten up or something." "I don't really care. Just tell me what you plan on doing at the tournament, and I'll let you live." The man laughed humorlessly again, looking into Zero's eyes as if he was sizing him up. "You're no one. You're just a tool. A puppet. Nothing more." He paused for a moment, as if considering his next words. "We have our own plans for the tournament. Plans that don't involve you or your little group." He smirked, a cruel expression that seemed almost mocking. "And you're right. If we fail, we're nothing more than a cautionary tale. But if we succeed, when we succeed, then the world will be ours." "What do you mean by that?" "Who said I was working with a group?" Zero pressed the tip of his blade deeper into the man's neck. Instead of panicking or pleading for his life, the man chuckled. "Those to be culled have failed to devote," he chanted, his dark eyes glowing with a sinister energy. "The fuck are you talking about?" Zero realized too late as the man's body surged with magic and exploded in a cloud of black flames. If it weren't for Sting pushing him out the way, he would have been charred to a crisp from the attack. Learning what had just happened, Zero regained his balance and turned around, running towards the woman. "Those to be culled have failed to devote." "No, fuck." Zero issued a command to Moss ordering her to absorb the attack, but the woman had already imploded in a black inferno. He felt a surge of anger and fear course through him as he turned to Sting. What the hell was that about? Did they just blow themselves up? Sting blinked and nodded. "It would appear so, Master. The culling seems to treat those who have failed them as dispensable." Zero swore loudly and turned to the succubus, who had given up on escaping the shadowy ropes and instead was trying to inch away like a worm. A pressure lifted off of Zero's shoulders and he noticed civilians suddenly appear around them. "Oh, shit," Zero thought to himself, realizing that the barrier the culling members had talked about probably prevented other people from seeing what happened inside. "Sting, grab the succubus. We need to get to my place," he commanded as he dissolved into shadows and slipped away, shocked cries beginning to ring in the night. Later at his penthouse, Zero stood with his arms folded in front of the still-bound succubus who sat on a chair. He had recalled Sting and his dragons, but kept a King of Clubs out as a guard. The succubus nervously flicked her orange eyes between him and the king, straining against her shadow binds. "First off, you seem different from other stray monsters that lurk after outbreaks. Why is that?" Zero asked her. The succubus hesitated for a moment before speaking. I was sent out by my mistress, to conquer this world for our kind." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "But when I saw what you and your kind were doing, who you were, I realized that perhaps I was in the wrong. My mistress is cruel and uncaring. You, on the other hand, seem to care for your kind." Her orange eyes flickered up to meet his gaze. "I wish to defect." To join your cause, if you'll have me. Zero blinked in surprise. He already knew that succubi were well-spoken, but he figured that they were just like other monsters that came through the outbreaks, solely focused on the goal of wreaking havoc and the like. But hearing the succubus's words just now made him rethink everything he knew about the invaders. Were some monsters of the same mind as this creature? You mentioned that you haven't done any harm, Zero continued, unsure if he trusted her words. And that you wanted to live a peaceful life. What did you mean by that? The succubus smiled softly. I wish to live as a normal person, free from the burdens of my kind's cruel ways. I want to make up for the harm I've done, to help those who have been hurt by my kind. She hesitated for a moment before adding, and I find your presence, your strength. I find it attractive. You're nothing like any other man I've ever met. Zero held up a hand. Don't do that. Your queen already taught me I'm ugly to look at. The succubus smiled sheepishly. Sorry. It was worth a shot. But, I did mean everything I said prior. Zero scowled. Okay, but why? Because, the succubus began, I know what it's like to be used and manipulated. To be nothing more than a tool for someone else's gain. I want to make amends for that. And, she hesitated, I think you and your kind are on the right path. You care for each other, you fight for your world. I want to be a part of that. Well, not all of us do that, but I see your point, Zero slowly replied. But how can I believe what you are saying? The succubus paused for a moment before bowing her head. My name is Luna, she said softly. If you'll allow me, I'll prove my loyalty to you and your cause. I'll help you any way I can. I know I can't undo the damage I've done, but perhaps I can make a difference, starting now. Zero studied her for a moment, her sincerity seeming genuine. No doubt, she was very attractive, but he was wary of trusting her completely. He couldn't just ignore the threat she represented, even if she claimed to have changed her ways. He needed time to think, and to discuss this with the others. He sighed, flicking a hand and dispersing the shadow chains that restricted her. Fine, I'll trust you for now. But, I'll be keeping a watch on you. Step out of line, and I won't hesitate to kill you. Luna bowed her head in understanding. I understand. Thank you for giving me this chance. Zero grimaced. So, have you been living alone or something? You've been keeping a low profile from what I'm guessing, right? Luna nodded. Yes, I've been living in the shadows for several weeks now. I've avoided contact with any other monsters, and I've been trying to blend in with your kind as much as possible. She glanced around at Zero's luxurious penthouse. It hasn't been easy, but I think I've managed it. It is impressive, Zero admitted. But on to the bigger question, why were those calling members after you? Luna hesitated before speaking. I believe it was because of my past actions, she said quietly. As I said earlier, I was once used as a tool by my queen to manipulate others. There were incidents where people died as a result of my influence. It's possible that the calling members are wanting to use my power for that purpose. Hey, Zero grunted, obviously thinking. So, that's what this is all about. Well, I guess we can't have that. We'll keep you safe, for now. Luna gazed at Zero curiously. How? Stay here, Zero made a face. Try not to go out as much. I'll figure something out after the conclusion of the tournament tomorrow. Luna nodded, understanding. Thank you, Zero. I'm grateful for your trust and your help. I'll do whatever I can to repay you. Shortly after, Zero laid on the couch in his living room, unable to sleep while Luna took his bed in the other room. He knew he should rest before his match against Liam, but the recent events of the night weighed heavily on his mind. He certainly wasn't expecting to run into succubus who stole his gold, and definitely not members of the culling in one go. Ah, Zero mumbled, re-establishing the connection with Afiel in his thoughts. He figured that she might have some insight over everything that happened. Afiel. Oh, there you are, champion. I was growing worried after I couldn't see what you were up to after you left the hospital. Yet, about that, Zero began, recounting the events up until now. After he finished, Afiel was silent for a while. Are you sure you weren't bewitched? She finally said. Yet, I'm pretty sure, Zero thought back. My rationality kicked in right after she tried to charm me. So you just blindly trusted her. I sensed no malice or evil intent from her. Not to mention she didn't try anything after I freed her. Besides, she was being chased by members of Culling. An enemy of the enemy is my friend or something like that, right? That's right. Afiel admitted. But still, you're not the least bit cautious about her. I am, but what else can I do? I'm more worried about my match tomorrow than some succubus who stole my gold. At any rate, it also seems like she's not hostile to humans, otherwise I'd be hearing about it. Afiel sighed in his thoughts. Okay. I'll support your judgment, but don't blame me if things go wrong. I won't. Night, Afiel. Good night, champion. Chapter 49, The Final Exam Part 1. Finally, the next day arrived. Zero barely noticed the crowd outside his penthouse or the swarms of people heading towards the arena as Amaya tried her best to maneuver around them. The liaison could sense Zero's mental state and wisely left him alone. Not that he could really open up to her about what was on his mind, or what had happened last night. Before he left, he made Luna swear to stay at his place, or at the very least keep low while he was out. After that, Zero's mind whirled with thoughts and worries. He was so distracted that he hadn't realized he had ended up in the waiting room, where Liam had already arrived. As soon as the demonic enforcer saw him, his red eyes narrowed, a slight disdain in his gaze. Liam's look shook Zero out of his autopilot as he steeled himself. You really showed. That means you're prepared for what comes next, right? Yet. My victory. Zero blurted without thinking once again. Liam's eyes twitched before he gave a small, cold smile. I'm going to enjoy this. The tension in the air was thick, so much so that a couple of the officials stepped forward, ready to break them apart if it came down to it. But Zero backed away first, sitting near the entrance to the arena as Liam took a seat in the center of the waiting room. You two, make any preparations now, the man with the scar below his eye hesitantly began. The match will begin in an hour. Zero nodded, his focus back on the impending fight. He had been too distracted by everything else, and now he needed to clear his head. He began to meditate, focusing on his breathing and his senses, trying to center himself. As he did so, he felt his rationality calming his mind, soothing his rage and anxiety. He could feel the energy flowing through his body, ready to be unleashed in the arena. He hadn't rested very well, but he felt fully prepared for his match against Liam nevertheless. His father had pulled through, and now it was Zero's turn to fulfill his part. Millions of strategies ran through his mind. Some he had thought of the moment he saw Liam on the first day of the tournament and some he formulated now. As time passed, Zero recalled each and every sensation of all the fights he had been through, repeating moves and skills in his mind. Subduing the two Culling members had boosted his ego, but he kept Enzo's words at the forefront of his thoughts to humble himself. The matches he saw Liam fight and never saw the demonic enforcer seriously injured, so there was a good chance that he was much stronger than what was shown. Zero Castle, Liam. Please step forward and enter the arena. Snapping back to reality, Zero stood up, taking a deep breath as he entered first. Half expecting Kit to be waiting for him, she was once again absent as another official escorted him to the arena grounds. High up in the skybox, Enzo leaned back in his seat as he crossed a leg. Gregor had given him the day off for obvious reasons, bringing Max with him instead. Cassandra sat next to him, a soft smile on her face. Despite having known her for almost a year, Enzo still couldn't tell if she was all there or not. The demonic judge watched on as the crowd cheered, seeing the final two contestants walk onto the arena after the announcer introduced them in. "Oh? This is the first time I've ever seen you watch a match in person," Kit popped up out of nowhere. "Is it because of your student and your brother? Shouldn't you be patrolling the perimeters?" Enzo scowled as he opened a can of beer. Kit stuck her tongue out playfully. "You know I can do that even if I'm here." "Whatever. You didn't go see him off." "I wanted to," Kit admitted with a wry smile. "But I didn't want to say anything that would make him second-guess himself." She pulled her feet up onto the seat and wrapped her arms around her knees. "So, who do you think will win today?" "Hard to tell." Enzo sipped his drink. "He's really strong, but I have a feeling that he might lose this match." "Oh? Why do you think that?" Cassandra leaned forward to join in on their conversation, her eyes suddenly present. Kit made a face, but decided not to voice her displeasure. The demonic judge growled to himself, choosing his words carefully. "He gets ahead of himself way too easily, even though I keep warning him not to. Not to mention he's going up against someone whose strength could one day surpass mine. Honestly, I'd be surprised if he won this match." "Ah," Kit looked crestfallen. "You really think Zero will lose, then?" Enzo turned to her with a slightly confused look. "Zero? I was talking about my brother. Do you both understand? Instead of a singular referee, there were three, 2 men and a woman." Zero figured they upped the staff due to the rising concern of the output of his skills along with Liam's brutality. Both he and the demonic enforcer nodded slightly, keeping their glares locked on each other. The 3 referees cautiously watched them for a moment before they jogged off, signaling for the match to begin. Zero turned and walked a few paces away, facing back towards Liam. His opponent narrowed his eyes, watching him with a cold sneer. Liam made no move to get into position, his body still relaxed with his hands in his hoodie pockets. Zero tensed his body a little, preparing himself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Straying off his usual rotation, Zero only activated his efficiencies and inspiration, focusing all his concentration into perfect analysis. He conjured a playing card and threw it at Liam, summoning Sting. "Attacking first? You're confident." The demonic enforcer raised an eyebrow and pulled a hand out from his pockets to summon his order staff. Zero's body buzzed as he copied the skill, learning that the heavy weapon had the same conditions as the jury axe. Sting clashed with Liam, but was quickly defeated as Zero purposefully didn't strengthen her. However, he did summon 2 jacks and a queen while Liam was distracted, causing the demonic enforcer to go on the defensive and block both close and ranged attacks. Liam's face twitched in annoyance and his red eyes glowed as he blocked their attacks with ease. Immediately after Zero copied the pacify skill, he recalled his familiars. The demonic enforcer swung his staff around, slamming it down vertically and gazing at Zero, a look of confusion mixed with irritation. "What the fuck are you trying to do?" Zero licked his lips and smiled. He had tested the waters by sending his familiars and realized that Liam's reaction speed was unfathomably quick, even faster than his perfect analysis could keep up with. His mana pool was like an ocean, and the pressure he exerted reminded him of Enzo's. Even while preoccupied with his familiars, Liam kept a portion of his attention on Zero, leaving no openings to exploit. Essentially, Zero was outclassed in every way possible. "Just checking your strength," Zero began carefully. "And you're right, you're truly strong. Unimaginably stronger than I am. What are you saying right now?" Liam narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Where did all of that anger go?" Zero took a second to prepare himself. "I'm just saying, you're a lot stronger than me, but I think your brother is leagues above you. No wonder you're a bottom rank compared to him." "Champion." Zero ignored the goddess as Liam's body flared with dark red lightning and flames. If there was one thing Zero was absolutely certain he was the best at, it was riling up his opponent as much as possible. That, and taking hits. As he copied the Hellspark skill, Liam dashed forward, swinging his staff around. Zero quickly activated Iron Skin and Undying Spirit to avoid directly clashing with the staff, but found himself just barely able to dodge Liam's supersonic speeds. The demonic enforcer was ticked off, but Zero needed him to get even angrier if he had a chance to win. Is this all? Zero taunted, simultaneously bracing himself for the beatdown of his life. Enzo was much faster than this. In response, Liam smiled coldly, upping the pace of his attacks. Zero had to double up on his Iron Skin as he began to take the hard-hitting blows mixed with the stray elemental attacks flying off Liam's body. He summoned his pups and Sting to help mitigate and absorb some of the hits he couldn't block or dodge. Liam's anger grew as he continued his assault, his breathing becoming more labored. He began to focus solely on Zero, his eyes locked onto him like a predator. The wind picked up around them, swirling as Liam's dark aura reached out to him. Even with the combined efforts of Sting and the dragons, Liam was easily able to fight them all at once, his staff flowing through the air in a graceful dance. Zero, on the other hand, was beginning to accumulate too much damage. He swung his blade, missing Liam completely, which gave the demonic enforcer the opening he needed. With a growl, Liam wrapped Zero's wrist with his staff, causing him to flinch and drop his blade. Liam followed up with a rapid punch to Zero's gut that knocked the wind out of him as well as launching him backwards. Sting and his dragons were recalled. However, Zero had anticipated that, simultaneously casting Shadowbind and Monolock on Liam as he dropped mana knives that triggered a force field around his opponent at the moment of impact. He flew through the air, but shifted into shadows and reforming to halt his knockback. His abdomen throbbed painfully. What the hell? Liam scowled, finding himself bound by shadowy chains in a green cage within a green bubble. You think this'll keep me locked up? Nope. Zero snapped his fingers, detonating the knives he had left inside the force field with Liam. The contained explosion rocked the arena, but Zero knew it wouldn't do much to Liam. Just as he predicted, an unearthly howl reverberated through the stadium even before the dust settled, a flash of dark red breaking through the makeshift prison Zero made. Liam stood there, unharmed with a crazed and furious look in his eyes. Zero barely had time to copy provoke before Liam blinked out of existence and reappeared before him. The demonic enforcer thrust his staff towards Zero's head, but two kings suddenly beside him, swinging their heavy weapons. Impossibly, Liam switched his grip mid-thrust, changing his order's trajectory so that it was horizontal and aligned with the two kings' weapons to block it. Their weapons bounced off the golden staff, giving Liam the window to switch his grip once again and slice through Zero's familiars with a swing, completely disintegrating them. Yet Zero had even more up his sleeve, conjuring the jury axe and coating it with revenge as the kings were defeated, pulling the weapon down as hard as he could onto Liam. In his initial plans, Zero wanted to use the axe to deal significant damage, but faced with Liam's monstrous power made him decide to go for lethality. Hopefully, Liam would be able to survive this. Hey. Liam dispersed his staff and quickly clapped his hands together, catching the blade of the immensely heavy jury between his palms. The impact sent a small shockwave outwards, rippling through the arena. A weapon Zero used that, without fail, cleaved through everything in its path, had just been easily stopped by Liam. There were no signs of struggle in his eyes as he sneered at Zero, the revenge coating the axe fizzling out. What made you think using my brother's weapon against me would work? Chapter 50, The Final Exam Part 2. Zero was speechless even as Liam pushed the axe off and delivered a series of hard-hitting blows to his body. Zero rocketed through the air, slamming into the other end of the arena hard. He was stunned for a moment, barely able to catch his breath as he struggled to stand. As he finally managed to stand, Liam was already at his side, his hands glowing with dark red energy. Ofu! Zero couldn't finish his swear as Liam delivered a wicked right hook to his jaw, sending him flying once more. Before he could land, Liam had caught up to him, grabbing him by the ankle mid-air. He swung Zero up and slammed him down onto the dirt floor so hard, the impact sent a shockwave through the arena. Zero spat out blood as he coughed violently, barely able to see through the stars swimming before his eyes. He looked up in time to see Liam raise his hands again, this time aiming the bottom of his order staff at his head. He couldn't do this. Why did he think he could beat Liam? Even with all of the plans he thought of, the countless hours he'd spent lying awake thinking of ways to beat him, why did Zero even have the notion that he could beat someone so ridiculously strong as Liam? He had barely won against Elena, and that was when he had to push himself to the limits. Time seemed to move slowly as Zero watched Liam's staff fall towards him. He knew that if this didn't kill him, it would leave him crippled for a long time. But he couldn't move. Zero tried, for the first time in a while, to change his life, to really push himself to do better than he did in the past few years. In front of the audience, in front of all his new friends, he was going to fail. But did it matter? He was told he didn't need to win. Heck, he already got this far already, securing his new place and a steady income. His strength was already somewhat decent, and his mastery of his skills was proficient enough. He could just take this attack and be done with all the work and all the stress. Zero could finally live the comfortable and lazy life he dreamed of. At least he knew his father would be proud of him regardless. At the thought of his father, Zero's eyes suddenly widened, his vision sharpening. What was he thinking? With a defiant cry, Zero slammed his fist down, casting a small force field around him. Although Liam's staff easily broke through, it gave Zero enough time to roll out of the way as it struck the ground where his head had been moments ago. The resulting impact sent a rippling force that blew Zero away from Liam. Zero gritted his teeth, shifting into darkness and reforming just as Liam caught up to him, swinging his staff around. His perfect analysis was at the peak of its power, quickly surmising that the demonic enforcer was already several stages ahead in power due to provoke. Casting Fairness, Zero summoned his dragons and Sting once again to balance out the absurd surge of power flowing through him. Moss and Lime yelped painfully at the immense strength, but shook it off as they supported Sting while she clashed against Liam. Zero took a moment to summon his 4 queens to buff and restore his strength, keeping tabs on his rapidly dwindling mana. Swallowing his fear, Zero joined Sting in fighting against Liam, casting Undying Spirit only when he was sure his blade would hit Liam or his weapon. He focused on attacking Liam, hoping to divert the attacks from Sting as she held back the staff. It was a risky move, but Zero knew that Liam was stronger in close combat, while he had the advantage in ranged. With the addition of Lime siphoning the strength from Liam to add to Zero and his familiar cards 8 and Moss's absorption of the demonic enforcer's stray aura, Liam was slowly being pushed back. Despite knowing it wouldn't be enough or how long it would last, Zero had to push on. His father was watching this match, believing that he would win, or at least, do the best he could. For some reason, Liam's strength continued to grow even as it was being taken away by Zero's Undying Spirit and Lime's debuffs. In the back of his mind, Zero wondered if it was because of provoke, but even with the damage conversion bonus, it shouldn't be possible for Liam to exponentially increase his strength, especially since Zero casted Fairness. With a ferocious roar, Liam sent a storm of lightning towards the queens who had been providing supporting fire, easily blowing them to green ashes as he turned his attention to the dragons. No. Zero yelled out, trying to recall them, but it was too late. With a pulse of dark red mana, Liam blasted Zero and Sting away, dashing towards the pups and swinging his staff, brutally cleaving through them in one go. The dragons yelped and whimpered pitifully before they too were dusted. Motherfucker. Zero felt his anger bursting as he dashed back towards Liam, swinging his sword in a blind rage. He casted Provoke as his fairness wore off, not caring about the consequences of his actions. Sting joined him in their attack, both of them unleashing a torrent of attacks on the demonic enforcer. Liam, however, seemed to be enjoying himself, easily dodging their assaults with fluid motions. Using my skills without knowing how is a death wish, Liam snarled, batting Sting back into Zero. My harmony passive keeps their drawbacks in check as any negative effects on me are dispelled or changed. Zero roared, realizing that was the reason why Liam's strength continued to grow. Harmony probably worked the same way Enzo's Relentless did, though it seemed as if it had a more conversion-like aspect to it. Any debuffs Liam took were converted to buffs, and it probably converted other things to his benefit as well. But Zero didn't care about that, letting his fury loose as he stacked Undying Spirit on top of Provoke. His body screamed in protest, but he ignored the agony, sending the excess strength towards Sting. Red and green mana crackled through the air as Zero and Sting exchanged blows with Liam, their weapons creating sparks and gashes on the ground. It was clear that Liam was beginning to overpower them, infuriating Zero. Was this all he could do? Liam got the upper hand as he caught Sting off guard, delivering a lethal strike straight through her abdomen. The Joker gasped in surprise as she dissolved into green dust, leaving Zero alone. Zero clenched his jaw, angered at Sting's dismissal, but used the opportunity to land a well-timed revenge-laced mana nuke, hitting Liam directly. The attack detonated with a green flash, pushing the demonic enforcer back a few steps before the returned damage activated. Liam snarled with pain, but otherwise withstood the attack, giving Zero a death glare. No fucking way, Zero thought to himself. He had put all of his strength into that blast, and all it did was move Liam a couple of steps away. Grimacing with pain, Zero felt his body beginning to give out as the buffs were taking its toll on his body. Though he had ran recovery a while ago, the damage and reaching his limits were draining him faster than it could restore it. His blitzing approach had failed. Liam smiled coldly, stalking towards Zero at a leisurely pace. There was no doubt in Zero's mind that S-Rank knew he was at his limits. Fuck it, Zero muttered, releasing his blade. He raised his fists, checking his active skills. His efficiencies were burning out, inspiration and Undying Spirit were sapping the last of his mana reserves, and his iron skin had worn off. Provoke was still active as well, though it was wreaking havoc on his body faster than his recovery could keep up. Still determined, Liam sighed, casting away his staff and mirroring Zero's stance. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. Zero refused to reply as he threw the first punch, hitting nothing as Liam easily evaded it and countered with a punch of his own. He grunted with pain but endured the hit, throwing another punch at Liam's side that connected. You're not as strong as you think, Liam growled, pushing back with a hard shove to Zero's chest. The scholar stumbled but maintained his footing, meeting Liam's next strike with a well-timed block. They exchanged blows for a few seconds, neither gaining the upper hand. Slowly, but surely, Liam's attacks wore Zero down. Despite the mana gained back from Undying Spirit, Zero's stamina was exhausted, and his body was reacting slower than he wanted it to. Each and every one of Liam's punches were heavy and hard, further weakening Zero. These were the same, if not stronger, blows that Rahul had taken, causing Zero to wonder how he himself could ever hope to turn this around. Finally, Liam sent a Zero back with a hard kick to his chest, sending him skidding across the ground. Zero struggled to push himself back up and found his body unwilling to respond. In the distance, he could hear Liam walk towards him, taking his time. He knew that the only reason Liam hadn't ended the match by now was because he was making good on his promise of making Zero suffer as much and as slowly as possible. Taking inventory of his body, he found that the only thing active was his recovery, which was beginning to slow down and wear off too. On the bright side, his mana reserves were completely full, so he began to pump more into keeping his recovery up and strong. With a groan, Zero rolled over, trying to push himself off the ground. His arms trembled with effort, his vision blurring from exertion. Obviously getting up again was a bad idea, especially since it'd give Liam another chance to beat him back down brutally, but there was a part of Zero that refused to give up. Frankly, at this point, he was certain he was going to lose, but that didn't mean he was going to make it as difficult as possible for Liam to do so. Shakily standing back up, he saw Liam approach him with a cold, emotionless smile. His provoke was still active, causing his strength to appear endless. Zero was faintly aware of the blood pouring down his face as well as his cuts and bruises everywhere on his body. He was fairly sure there were some broken bones too. I was hoping you'd get back up, the demonic enforcer quietly sneered. You still need more punishment. Zero threw out a weak punch, missing completely as Liam savagely kicked him back again. Another spray of blood escaped his lips as he tumbled across the ground. Still, he picked himself back up, enduring the agony. His breathing was ragged and labored, and he wasn't able to properly see Liam's next attack. Slam. Zero's face burned as it scraped across the ground. His hands moved on their own accord, pushing up once again. Slam. The crowd was silent as they watched Liam beat Zero around in the arena. Even the announcer had stopped commenting on the fight, so the only sounds were of Liam's hits raining down on Zero. The referees were ready to blow the whistle as soon as they felt like Zero couldn't get back up again. Slam. Why was he so weak? Why couldn't he have put in more effort to better himself? Granted, with the passing of his mother, Zero was allowed some time to grieve, but he had lost himself in his depression and refused to do anything about it. He even pushed away his father when he needed him the most. Slam. Why couldn't he be someone else? Someone strong, like Enzo? His scholar class seemed pathetic now, even with his roster of copied skills. Slam. If only he had Enzo's relentless. Just that one passive alone would help even the odds. Heck, he'd go for anything else other than the seemingly useless influence passive that he couldn't figure out how to use. As Zero struggled to stand, he tried to imagine Enzo's relentless passive. The way it'd feel to have his strength consistent, never wavering. Honestly, if it wasn't for the demonic judge and his training, Zero wouldn't have gotten this far. Thanks for getting me here, I guess, Zero mumbled to himself. Sorry I couldn't pull through. Through his blurred vision, he saw Liam pulling back to throw another punch. With a feeling of resignation, Zero mimicked him, deciding he'd at least go down fighting. As he threw the punch, Zero attempted to emulate the relentless passive, imagining that his strength was constantly at its peak. Because of the damage he took, Zero didn't notice it at first. When his fist connected with Liam's, the resulting impact caused a booming rift to thunder from their clash. Zero could feel his strength returning, albeit his body was still in shambles. Liam staggered back, a look of utter shock on his face. Instinctively, Zero knew that his influence was replaced by relentless as his strength peaked and remained that way. His recovery was now in full swing, quickly healing his injuries. What the fuck did you do? Liam quietly asked in disbelief. Nothing yet, Zero replied, spitting out a glob of blood and raising his fists. His mana pool was healthy, and his strength was consistent, but his stamina and body were running on fumes. This second wind was all he was going to get. A small smile formed on Zero's face as his vision began to clear. Let me return the favor. Chapter 51, The Final Exam Part 3. Son of a bitch, Enzo murmured to himself as he stood, staring down at the arena. That little fucker managed to copy my relentless. Isn't that amazing? Kit beamed happily as she clapped her hands together. My little bookworm is growing even more. Enzo shook his head in disbelief and scoffed before sitting back down. On the other side, Cassandra smiled, her eyes rapt with clarity. Adorable and strong. I wonder if he'd be interested in me. Watch it, princess. Kit immediately hissed at Cassandra with a piercing glare. Ah, but aren't you dating that technomancer from the VRO Guild? The Glass Queen smiled, unbothered. I broke things off with her ages ago. Where have you been? Enzo ignored the two women as he kept his gaze on the match. Though a part of him wanted his brother to do well in the match, he couldn't help but feel a rare pride at Zero's performance. It was a strange and uncomfortable feeling for the demonic judge to experience, but he was eager to see what would happen next. At first, Enzo hadn't understood why the boss assigned a weak A rank like Zero for him to train. In fact, Enzo had hated the way the scholar was so unmotivated, pathetic, and knew even despite learning that he was thrust back onto the world playing catch-up. But as he continued to train Zero, Enzo found himself growing more fond of the young man, even begrudgingly respecting his stubborn and persistent attitude. At least, whenever Zero used that for things that mattered. On the other hand, Liam was difficult to break through to. All of Enzo's efforts to try and reconcile with his younger brother had failed, due to the world's incessant comparison of the both of them. He knew Liam had an inferiority complex, but didn't know how to deal with that. It also didn't help that the brothers weren't good at talking out their feelings, especially with the way their family was prior to the apocalypse. Enzo sipped his can, deciding that he'd deal with what issues came after the match ended. Next to him, Kit's phone began to ring. With a roar, Liam charged first, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks. Zero, now able to see them all, deflected or dodged them, returning an assault of his own. There was no longer a need for flashy skills or weapons. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but it seems as though the scholar has done something unexpected once again. The announcer cried out, a little relieved that the match wasn't going to end as brutally as expected. Was it a new type of recovery skill? Is it a trick? Who knows? The crowd had regained their enthusiasm and was now cheering loudly, many of them surprisingly advocating for Zero. He ignored their cries, focusing on the fight before him. Even with the new relentless passive, Zero found himself evenly matched against Liam, both men unable to land a decisive hit. In the midst of their fist fight, Zero managed to summon two queens, who focused on restoring his stamina. With recovery working overtime and keeping his queens out, Zero's mana began to dip, though he decided he didn't need it for the physical clash. Analyzing the demonic enforcer, Zero was taken aback to find that he was able to learn much more this time around. Liam's harmony could be seen as a direct counter to his relentless, able to convert damage into either strength or restoration, hostile magic attacks into personal mana use, and even transmute negative effects into buffs. What's more, Harmony was also able to use extreme emotional duress to further increase Liam's power. Rage was a particularly effective emotion to utilize. You know, Liam, I don't hate you. I just don't want to be like this, Zero shouted through gritted teeth. I don't want us to be like this. Liam roared, pushing Zero away with a wave of dark red mana. Shut up. What are you even talking about? Don't speak like you know me, bottom rank. Zero recovered quickly, pushing past Liam's crackling elemental aura to engage in combat again. But I do. You're lashing out because you feel like no matter what you do, you'll always be compared to your brother. And Liam snarled, managing to secure a heavy blow to Zero's side. You think you understand how it feels to be alone, since all the attention is on your brother. Actually, Zero grunted through the pain and landed a hit of his own. I do. Not exactly in the same way you did, but I know how it feels to be alone. My mother always pushed me to do my best, and because of that, I was at the top of my class. The demonic enforcer's rage grew, dangerously adding more strength due to his harmony passive and provoke skill. Zero felt Liam's power beginning to eclipse his own. I never had real friends. The so-called friends I had were just using me to pass. Zero summoned the last two queens just to keep up with Liam's ever-growing power. When it came down to it, they never remembered to include me in anything. So what? Boo-hoo. Your friends weren't really your friends. I wasn't stupid. I knew they were using me, but I kept lying to myself, thinking they were my friends. Zero struggled against the increasing pressure from Liam's aura. And then after my mom died, I lost myself. I pushed away my father and ended up alone. Liam's onslaught was wearing him down, but Zero refused to give up. For some reason, he thought he recognized something Liam had that reminded him of himself. At least your parents loved you. Liam roared back. Mine always favored Enzo, and that was only when they weren't being abusive and shitty parents. Did you know that? Did you know that my brother and I killed our parents? Ciro's heart skipped a beat as Liam's words hung in the air. The crowd went silent, as if they could sense the shift in the battle's focus. Ciro glanced at Liam, studying his expression. He saw the same rage and pain that he had felt reflected back at him. And for the first time, Ciro understood why Liam had become the person he was. He understood why he had lashed out against him, why he had been so desperate to prove himself. After that, Enzo left me, Liam snarled as he upped the pace of his attacks. When I needed him the most, he left me. I had no one. Ciro felt a pang in his heart as he realized the depth of Liam's loneliness. He knew the feeling all too well. It was a hollowness that ate away at you from the inside, a constant reminder that no matter how hard you tried, there would always be something missing. It was a feeling he had thought he had left behind, but seeing it in Liam's eyes, he knew it was still there. That's when I decided. Liam began to land more and more hits as Ciro found it difficult to keep up with the demonic enforcer's speed and strength despite his relentless. I'd climbed to the top. I don't need anyone's help to do so, and I certainly won't now. Those who can't stand where I'm at don't deserve the right of the strong. Ciro narrowly avoided a hit, his own queens falling to the ground as he struggled to keep Liam at bay. He glanced at the demonic enforcer, seeing not the monster he had once believed him to be, but a lonely child who had grown up with an impossible burden on his shoulders. A child who had been hurt and abandoned, just like Ciro had. Like Ciro, he was an asshole too, but the scholar wondered if that's what he would have become had he chosen to channel that pain into hate. Or if his parents had been like Liam's. Your way of thinking, Ciro grimaced from the force of Liam's attacks, is fucked up. I had to start over too, but I'm not degrading everyone else. Because you're still weak, Liam sent a punch densely coated with mana that blasted Ciro away. The demonic enforcer quickly followed behind, catching up and elbowing Ciro into the ground mid-flight. You don't know sacrifice, or loss, or loneliness. Ciro coughed, spitting out a glob of blood. He could feel his relentless passive slipping away. At least his queens in recovery had restored his energy somewhat. Liam stood over Ciro with a sneer, gathering dark red mana into his fists. But I will teach you pain. The playing card Ciro had dropped during his knockback activated, exploding, and conjuring a jack that quickly grabbed Ciro's ankles and yanked him away from Liam's downward punch in the nick of time. Ciro ungracefully flew through the air a second time as he threw out the rest of his kings and jacks to deal with Liam. Using Shadow Sneak to safely land on the ground, Ciro felt his relentless passive fade. A slight panic rose in his chest, but his rationality activated, calming his nerves as he tried to imagine Enzo's relentless once more. But nothing happened. Swearing to himself, Ciro watched as Liam quickly dispatched his familiars with blinding speed, easily ripping them apart with his bare hands. It was a terrifying spectacle to behold. Steeling himself, Ciro casted Undying Spirit, figuring that using fairness on Liam would cripple him. He was running out of options, his perfect analysis now useless. Liam turned his attention to Ciro after the familiars had been decimated, coming towards him at supersonic speeds. With no time to think, Ciro tried the only thing he could come up with, imagining a certain woman with mismatched eyes. Both men threw a punch, but Liam was much faster, his fist already near Ciro's face while his own fist had barely moved forward. What the? Liam blinked in shock as his punch missed, whereas Ciro's punch connected with the demonic enforcer's chest. A few seconds later, a reverberating mana echo from Undying Spirit erupted from impact, followed by Revenge's enveloping green aura. Liam shouted in pain as he was blown away by the attack. Ciro panted heavily, feeling Kit's lawbreak passive hold back the cat paradox's mind-shattering effect. He hadn't realized the mental strain the skill imposed on its caster, finding a newfound respect for the paradox. Ciro kept up his pursuit, dashing after Liam even as revenge worked its magic on him. He sent a series of punches and kicks, draining mana from Liam with every echoing hit. Though initially caught off guard and unable to defend, Liam quickly composed himself, adjusting to Zero's attacks and shifting the advantage back in his favor. Zero casted Cat Paradox again, aiming to land a direct hit on Liam. I will hit him. He will miss. Zero's will gave out against Liam's as his fist missed the demonic enforcer. It seemed as though Liam already realized Zero's emulation of Kit's abilities and knew how to fight back. Fuck. Zero swore under his breath as his plan failed. While it was a strong skill set, Zero lacked the experience that Kit had, unable to draw out her skill and passive's true strength. Liam smirked, seeing his opponent falter. He lunged forward, grabbing Zero by the throat and lifting him into the air. You're just another pathetic human, struggling against your fate. You don't belong here, weakling. Zero gasped for breath, choking as he struggled to break free from Liam's vice-like grip. He felt the world spinning around him, darkness beginning to creep into the edges of his vision. He wasn't going to make it out of this. Not like this. He couldn't lose like this. As he felt the lawbreak passive slip away, Zero desperately tried to find a new tactic. But nothing came to mind. His vision began to swim as he felt the last of his strength ebb away. He was about to give up, about to accept his fate. But then, an idea struck him. It was a wild, reckless, foolish idea. It was the kind of idea that would only work had he been a certain someone else. In this case, Zero did have the ability to do so. With a final cry, Zero gripped Liam's arm tightly, dispersing his undying spirit in favor of activating fairness. Liam's eyes twitched at the forceful balancing, but kept his hold on Zero's neck steady as he gathered mana into his hand. Under the immense surge of power, Zero could felt his body paralyzed from the overload, but he stared directly into Liam's eyes with renewed determination. What are you trying to? Before the demonic enforcer could finish his sentence, Zero mustered up the concentration to emulate the harmony passive. He felt his pain gradually give way to strength, and he was slightly surprised to learn that he could convert that strength back into stamina. Oh, this is pretty broken, Zero thought to himself as his copied harmony began to work a miracle on his exhausted body. The excess surge of strength from the fairness he casted earlier had all been converted into energy, replenishing Zero's stamina. With a quick jab and a kick, Zero broke free from Liam's grasp and created some distance between them. You are annoyingly persistent, Liam growled through gritted teeth. How about you stay down? How about no? Zero wiped the blood from his mouth using the back of his hand and flipped Liam off. Chapter 52, The Final Exam Final Part. Zero's words stung, and Liam felt a surge of anger course through him. He dashed forward, swinging wildly, but Zero easily dodged out of the way. He was faster than he'd anticipated, and his reflexes were honed to a razor's edge. Liam cursed under his breath and backpedaled, regrouping. Amazed at himself, Zero couldn't help but feel a small grin spread across his face. His experiences had paid off. He could feel the power of the emulated abilities coursing through his veins, making him faster, stronger, and more agile than ever before. It was as if he was living out a dream, a fantasy of what it would be like to truly become the best version of himself. Zero quickly forced the feeling down, less than eager to jinx his luck as the demonic enforcer's power began to plateau. Sensing that Liam couldn't reach any higher due to their prolonged fight at high intensities, Zero took this chance to push his limits, casting Undying Spirit alongside a doubled inspiration. Because all of the damage he had taken prior to emulating harmony had been converted to strength, Zero used the excess power from the buffs to completely restore his stamina and energy. The only downside was that his mana pool had taken a huge hit, with roughly a quarter of magic left within him. The scholar cracked his knuckles, dashing towards Liam to engage in hand-to-hand combat once more. There was still a difference of strength between them, but Zero was now in perfect condition whereas Liam seemed to grow sluggish in his movements. Zero's attacks were swift and precise, his movements graceful despite the frenzy of battle. He landed a series of powerful blows, forcing Liam back against the wall. The demonic enforcer's eyes widened as he realized that he was being outmatched, his mana and strength being drained away with every consecutive hit. He struggled to keep his footing as Zero continued to press the advantage. Just as he was about to land a heavy strike, Zero wavered, feeling the effects of harmony vanish from him. He gasped in shock as waves of pain rolled over his body, the multiple buffs he had casted now working against him. Quickly dispelling everything but Undying Spirit, Zero realized he had missed his chance to deal the final blow as Liam gave an unearthly howl, beginning to fight back again. Holy shit, Zero thought to himself. Liam was just as tenacious, if not more than, he was. As they traded blows, Zero tried to emulate the harmony passive once more, feeling the same dull unresponsiveness as his body refused to do so. Did his influence have a hidden cooldown? Or could it only use copied passives once? If it was the latter, then Zero might have wasted his only chances at saving them when he really needed it. He'd deal with that later. For now, he needed another desperate, outlandish plan if he was going to end the match soon. A half-baked plan popped into his head. It wasn't well thought out, but it was something at least. Keeping Liam at bay with a well-timed fire blast, Zero stomped his foot, casting a green runic blast zone that covered the entire arena floor. He immediately dropped to his knees, conjuring a dark jade cannon that he aimed at the sky, firing a volley of mana nukes into the air. Really? The demonic enforcer suddenly appeared within view, aiming a low kick to Zero's body. The playing cards around Zero exploded, summoning the court familiars and obstructing Liam's attack. He snarled, obliterating the familiars to ashes with a deep red lightning storm. But Zero's Starfall nuke was already completed, the sky reflecting the green hues of the mana in the air. While the green explosions began to rain down, Zero took the chance to cast Shadowbind and Mana Lock to momentarily incapacitate Liam. He knew it wouldn't hold him forever, but it was just enough time for Zero to conjure the jury in one hand and send it crashing down at Liam. Just as he predicted, Liam broke out of the binds with a roar, quickly drawing the order staff to block the jury. But even as Zero's axe was blocked, he quickly summoned his own order in his other hand. Holy fuck! Zero gasped as the staff immediately fell on top of the axe, bringing Liam to his knees. Just like Enzo's jury, the copied order staff was immensely heavy, which explained why Liam was able to withstand the weight of the axe earlier. What in the world are you planning? Liam snarled, a mixture of confusion and rage in his face. Despite the fact that he blocked both of Zero's weapons, it was enough that he couldn't move out from underneath them. Zero smiled dryly as his Starfall nuke converged on the two. Honestly, I'm not sure myself, Zero replied, forcing his weight down on the golden weapons. Liam bared his teeth, desperately trying to inch away to no avail. The barrage exploded upon them, beating them down with countless bursts of magic. Zero gritted his teeth, trying to endure the blasts from his own attacks as he kept Liam locked underneath. At some point, all he could see was green as he dispersed his weapons and shifted into shadows to try and mitigate some of the friendly fire upon himself. Eventually, Zero sensed his attack had ended and reformed, immediately casting Recovery on himself. His mana pool had been completely restored due to Undying Spirit's bonus on his Starfall nuke. As the smoke cleared, he saw Liam on one knee with his face contorted in pain. It seemed as if his Harmony passive in conjunction with Provoke couldn't keep up with the unyielding explosions, finally dealing a significant amount of damage to the demonic enforcer. Zero launched himself forward, summoning Sting and his two pups to further weaken Liam. Moss and Lime seemed eager to take their revenge as they needed no encouragement to begin siphoning strength and debuffing. Meanwhile, Zero began to throw punches and kicks while Sting supported him with ranged attacks. Liam reacted quickly, giving another unearthly howl as he charged full force against Zero and his summons. But it was clear that he was severely drained from tanking that attack, unable to block many of the attacks that came his way. With a frustrated growl, Liam once again sent out a wave of red mana, going after Zero's pups as soon as there was an opening. However, Zero anticipated it, dispersing his summons and going after Liam. The demonic enforcer turned around, clashing with Zero again. He caught one of Zero's punches and yanked him close. "You are one annoying motherfucker." Liam spat as he smashed his head against Zero's. Even though the headbutt stunned him, Zero ignored the pain, relying on his instincts as he countered with a punch. Liam staggered back, surprised that the attack was so effective. What? With a small smirk, Zero knew his plan had worked, even if not completely. Draining Liam's mana with the Starfall nuke meant that he would soon feel the exhaustion, not to mention lacking the resources to cast his important skills. The Harmony passive would eventually restore his mana, but Zero wasn't going to let Liam get the chance to do so as he continued to attack. Hit after hit, the two exchanged heavy blows, hurting the other with every impact. But as the battle continued, Zero could feel Liam beginning to slow down, his movements becoming less precise and more sluggish. It was the exhaustion from the mana drain taking its toll. Zero wasn't better off either, his body screaming from prolonged exertion as his undying spirit continued to boost him to his limits. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Every blow he landed on Liam was returned in favor, but Zero didn't care. Liam was shouting in defiance as he punched and kicked, unwilling to lose to Zero. The scholar himself became aware of his own voice crying out with every blow he sent. "I won't lose. He can't win." Zero coughed up blood as Liam kneed him in the stomach, but he retaliated with a hook to the jaw. He realized the clashing thoughts in his head were a side effect of lawbreak, which allowed him to hear the wills of others. "I will not give up. I'll beat him within an inch of his life." A spin kick to Liam's side was answered by an elbow to Zero's chest. "I need to show my father I can do this. I need to show the world I am strong." Zero could feel his nose gushing blood as Liam's fist broke it, but he pushed forward with an uppercut, feeling the demonic enforcer's jaw crack. Over and over, the two inflicted severe damage to each other, but neither were backing down. His body ached, his vision swam, but Zero didn't stop, his instincts taking over. Both he and Liam were slowing down considerably, beginning to reach their limits. In the back of his mind, Zero couldn't help but feel a reluctant respect towards his opponent, even considering his twisted perception of things. Strangely enough, through their attacks, he was almost certain that Liam felt the same respect for him as well. Both of them had suffered hardships, and were stuck in similar situations prior to the apocalypse. However, despite both men having to crawl their way from the bottom, the biggest factor between the two was that Zero's parents had cared for him, unlike the way Liam's parents did not. While Zero remained adamant in his dislike for Liam's personality, he had to admit that he could see himself ending up the same way had his parents not given him the love he needed growing up. What made it frightening was that Zero came close to that right after his mother passed. But now, Zero had a chance to do better. He had a second life to pursue the things he abandoned in his depression. Things he had looked forward to. He had friends, true friends that had helped him through his difficulties. Zero's father was back in his life as well. He wasn't going to run away. Not again. "There's so much I have to lose. I have nothing to lose." With a final cry, Zero threw a wild punch but missed, leaving himself wide open. Shakily, Liam seized the opportunity, drawing back his fist and sending it towards Zero's face. Zero could only watch as his body refused to listen to him, watching as Liam's fist rocketed through the air. The bones that had healed felt broken again. Every nerve in his body felt frayed and burnt, his mind hazy and his vision blurry. All of a sudden, Liam halted, his fist inches away from making contact. He dropped his arm, teetering unsteadily on his feet before coming to a standstill. Zero blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend what had just happened. To him, it felt like seconds, but then he realized that the medics had swarmed the two, checking them over. He could only register the blank look in Liam's eyes as Zero felt the medics beginning to coax him to relax. Match. It seems as though the demonic enforcer had long passed out on his feet. Zero could hear the announcer's voice fading in. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for this tournament and the surprising underdog of the year, Zero Castle. It took a moment for Zero to register the victory as the crowd roared their approval. Slowly coming out of his stupor, Zero smiled faintly, agonizingly raising a hand above his head in triumph as he turned off all his skills except for recovery. Did you see that, Dad? Zero croaked out, his voice drowned out by the screaming cheers of the audience. I did it. I won. Exhaustion finally took over his body as he careened backwards, only to find himself caught in a pair of soft arms. Turning his head, Zero saw that it was Kit who had caught him. Oh, hey, Zero grinned weakly at the paradox. Are you proud of me? He didn't know why, but even though Kit was smiling back, her expression was sad, almost pained. Her eyes were watering up, a look he never thought Kit would ever have. There was a slow, gut-wrenching feeling rising up within him. Yes, my little bookworm, she whispered, her voice barely audible to Zero. But, we can talk about that later. Right now, I'm going to teleport and heal you, so please work with me. Okay. Zero's brows furrowed slightly, but he was too drained to think properly. The medics were suddenly more interested in Liam instead of him, most likely due to Kit's cat paradox. Where are we going? The paradox swallowed hard, shaking her head as Zero began to feel his body start to heal and his world blurring. I'm so sorry, Zero.